It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me, yeah. And I'm feeling good.
Proud to be supporting the Milk Every Moment campaign, highlighting the nutritional value of milk and how it can support students in their sporting performance.
To showcase how milk's nutritional values can support student athletes in prep for their event or with recovery.
We're here today to promote some nutritional benefits of milk. You want to have 5 shots to try and hook a vitamin or a mineral.
I hit phosphorus.
And phosphorus is used for the maintenance of bones and teeth.
Winners of the BUCS Super Rugby Milk Championship.
Welcome to the Subway and BUCS store.
Subway is partnering with BUCS to help the next generation of students live active lifestyles.
Watch this space.
It's here where memories are made, the English Institute of Sport and the 2026 BUCS Indoor Athletics Championships finals day. So many medals to be won right through until the evening. And here we are inside this beautiful venue. And we have such fantastic noise when the athletes get underway in their finals. And as we've been commenting throughout the weekend, you rarely see an atmosphere like it. Let's have a look what's coming up then. Field timetable starting off with shot put qualification. First final, as you can see, very shortly underway. Women's triple jump. They've already had their qualification. We've seen some really good battles and great to be able to concentrate on that. Pole vault A and B final. And let's have a look at the track timetable now, getting underway at 12 o'clock. So an hour and a half's time. Few semi-finals there for 4s and 2s, and then finals all the way through. So, beginning, as I say, with triple jump and shot put. They're just warming up for now in the pole vault. That'll be a B final with the A final, as we saw there, from 2 o'clock. So yes, these triple jump battles quite commonly have been won by Loughborough, but I think there'll be a stern test here. We've got Michelle Yelekwe, a previous medalist, bronze medalist last year. A title won indoors and out in 2025 by GB international Georgie Ford-Wells. He's had great battles with her teammate Lily Hullen, so both of those not here this weekend. I think they've now graduated. And some new names we'll see perhaps on the podium, maybe on the top step too. Yeah, so Latifa Agbarami is another of those who has been a medalist in the past twice. Is this going to be the occasion where she's going to stand on the top step and take the gold? Shame for Michelle Yelekwe. And then Loughborough's top contender would be Melissa Booth. One of quite a few athletes in this final who are talented across both long jump and triple jump. So this is Sophia Meller of East Anglia. So driving down this runway here, hitting the board and out into this pit, getting this final underway. Foul, unfortunately, won't be measured there. So results available on the Roster Athletics website and app, and they'll be coming through pretty quickly for most of the field events along with the track. Lauren Hill, another athlete who's consistently made finals, 12:02 in qualification. And just looking back at qualification, Melissa Booth with the best overall of 12:63. Not fully representative, of course, of what we might see here, but there were three automatic qualifiers, and those athletes I've mentioned already, Booth, Akbaremi, Yalekwe. Lauren Hill was 7th overall, so yes, perhaps if you can improve on 7th place where you were in qualification and do better than 12:02, that would be a good start. And obviously the top 3 rounds initially, and then we continue with just the top 8 athletes out of 12 that are initially starting here. This is Mia Woodley, 11:47 in qualification. Lauren Hill has equalled 12:02 that she did earlier this weekend. Woodley, foot very close to the line there.
You can follow the scoreboard, obviously. You can also follow from the roster app.
Yes, clearly over the line there, looking at this angle. So yes, the last few years we've had this triple jump final on the last day, and it's given us something great to focus on, and we've had some really good battles, and it's a close one to call between those top 3 athletes I mentioned, and we see who else might also feature among the medal contenders. The fouls so far for Meller and for Woodley. Lauren Hill 12:02 at the early stages of this competition. This is Joyce Nzekwe of Swansea. So shot put, by the way, just qualification for now, and they have their final at 3 o'clock. So, of course, we've seen the men's final yesterday. That was the only set of medals awarded, won by Al-Mustafa Al-Mubarak. He was over 17 metres. Going to see Abigail Paulett in the shot put, the GB International heptathlete, competing for Birmingham this year, having previously been at Loughborough. So 11:25 for Nzekwe. And here we're watching Amber Purcell of Brighton. You can see, looks like a foul to me there. So we'll rattle through these jumps quite quickly. This is Erin Hall of Stirling. So accelerating down this runway and looking to continue the momentum through these 3 phases. But of course, in this first round, athletes may find themselves adjusting their run-ups afterwards. You can see the cones and the markers down where they've put them after warming up.
Erin Hall there, Stirling, first round jump.
Stirling have quite a few medal hopes this weekend. Be interesting to see how things unfold, but mainly on the track. Sophia Vidak in the 800 metres and Ryan Martin in the 15. Possibly Andrew Peters in the 4. Erin Hall with 11:26, 1 centimetre better than Nzekwe.
The bronze medals here in 2024 and 2025.
So Michelle Yelekwe, one of our big contenders here, very experienced at BUCS now. Swiss athlete by nationality. You can see she's got great spring in her step, and also a decent long jumper as well. It's typically the triple jump where she's picked up those medals. Now that light beneath the 10:36, almost like a LED there below the time, is where we're watching for the green or the red to indicate a foul or otherwise, and flashing up red there for Yelekwe. So seeing quite a few fouls in this first round, but not altogether unusual. Latifa Agbaremi, another experienced BUCS athlete here, driving hard down this runway. No, was just flat after takeoff there. But these experienced athletes, they'll be used to the need to correct on subsequent attempts. Of course, you don't really want to go into the third round with 2 fouls. You've got something of a cushion blanket. Opens the door, though, for Melissa Booth to start off her competition strongly after the best jump of all in qualification. Well, it's been tough, of course, to get into the Loughborough team at events like this, with Ford Wells and others doing so strongly in the last couple of years. And Booth coming into this with 12.60 at the Loughborough Indoor Open. That was on the 1st of February, so a couple of weeks ago now. Haven't seen too many breakthrough performances indoors already this year, but what a great way to start your season with a 12.60 personal best, and we'll hope to get gradually towards 13 metres. Sometimes in trouble we do see someone really pull it together on the day in a big competition and make a big breakthrough of 40-50 centimetres. So Booth on the runway now. Well, that looked better. So gets the green indicator. Yes, it was a personal best by another 3 centimetres in qualification, so kind of rubber stamping that good form. See, they're just trying to elongate the stride with that step, that second phase. Lukasz Zawila coaching here, as he had done for Ford Wells and for Holland over the last few years. Part of Emma Wiltshire's team here. Femi Akinsanya, former jumper himself as well, also here, coaching with Loughborough. Booth also competed at the recent Flight Night meeting, jumps meeting, which yeah, I know quite a few people here were heavily involved with, just putting on an event-specific competition. Marie Hawker was talking about something similar in Cardiff, and they're looking to take place. Booth also a decent long jumper of over 6 metres, and that's why I think has taken taken part in long jump in the past. Quite a few competitions like this. UK indoors, she took part in the long jump last year.
Technology's great, except when one piece of it gets in the way of another, but that's been sorted.
So on to Amelia Gray of Bath. 12.28 in qualification. See, just lacked a little bit of momentum at the end there. And it is a foul, so the red indicator coming up there. Amelia Gray, an English schools champion 3 years ago.
She's doing very good form.
Personal best of 12.61. This is Julie Ann Bochi of Loughborough. You can see, similar to Yulekwe, nice spring in her step, but a little short on that final phase.
A very successful Loughborough fight night on Jan 24th. Great to see the success of that event.
Bochi, another previous finalist as well. A couple of years ago, she was an England indoor bronze medalist here. That's made quite a big improvement over the last 12 months or so. PB had been 11.97, now 12.54. Another who competed at the flight night meeting in Loughborough, setting that recent best. Marta Lada of Imperial. Another of those with a PB of over 12 metres. And this could be Imperial's biggest medal hope of the weekend. Lada, who's a 25-year-old originally from Poland. Personal best of 12.65, that was set in Krakow last August. Also a decent 400-metre runner, 59.86 time, but not doing as much track running recently. Done a decent time at this level, concentrating exclusively on the triple jump last season. So at the end of the first round then, Melissa Booth leading with 12.40 from Lauren Hill, 12.02. Only 5 athletes have set a valid mark as things stand.
So the starting height in this men's high jump final, 1 meters 58 centimeters. Rowan Hatfield of Southampton will be the athlete to open up the competition very shortly.
As we move into the second round of the women's triple jump, with the lead held currently by Melissa Booth with that opening jump of 12 meters 40, Lauren Hill 12.02.
So Sophia Meller, once again, as we saw her earlier, no mark that time around. Let's have another look here. Building up that speed, continues to accelerate. Foot very close to the board once again.
Thursday night, they will jump in reverse order, 8 through to 1, as it stands at the end of the third round.
Meller, who's originally from Guernsey. Lauren Hill, last year's Welsh indoor bronze medalist. As I say, a consistent finalist, 9th a couple of years ago, then 8th outdoors. Been gradually improving her personal best, now over 12 metres, and looking at my notes from last year, it had been 11.65 from 2024. And then improved in April in Yeovil last year to 11.93, and now over 12 metres. Hill 12.06, so eking out a few more centimetres. Neil Woodley of Brunel. On to Joyce and Zekwe. 11 metres 18 for Woodley. Yes, and Sekwe, another just losing that momentum towards that final phase. And walks straight through. Mella 11.03 for her first valid measurement, by the way. So Booth from Hill from Bochi, the top three as things stand. You would have thought 12 metres would be needed for a medal. Still a long way to go in this competition. Purcell there with the strapping around her knee. Perhaps managing a little bit of an issue there. Obviously, triple jump, such an explosive event, one of the most explosive in track and field, and a complex one to get right. So with that extra support there, still very fluid jump, you'd have to say, in this second round. 20-year-old representing Brighton here. Season's best showing us at 11.64 in Glasgow last month. On the same day, a 5.21 long jump performance. So the women's shot put final coming up at 3 o'clock. So that'll be the time when the medals are won, of course. We'll show some of this qualification as well. So into the second round of qualification now. Abby Paulett, marginal favourite going in the second group later on, but quite a few athletes who also have personal bests of over 13 metres. Men's high jump final, meanwhile, just getting underway. So you can see Barr there at 1.63 in this final. So among the top competitors here, Luke Ball, someone who's represented Great Britain as a junior, Will Jackson of Loughborough, Luke Ball of Bath. We've had some fantastic high jump battles over the last few years. I mentioned some of the athletes that have been involved in them. Indoors and out, like Harry Wiley and Kelechi Agwacha. Tom Quisser, Owen Southern. Michelle Lekwe, hands on hips in this final. So, of course, remaining in this second round. And she's one of 4 now, looking to get a mark on the board. So Yelekwe, one of those athletes who has quite fluid movement through the 3 phases, and when she really gets it right, it's great to watch. So here, building up this speed, driving those arms. And look pretty strong there. I don't think she's quite at her best right at this moment. But a chance to cut down that gap, she will hope, of Melissa Booth. Looks like the green indicator has come up there. And look like some space to spare on the board there. So perhaps a little conservative. .12.51 for Yelekwe, so she has in fact gone into the lead by 11 centimetres, overtaking Booth, who'll have a chance to reply very shortly.
In the Alexander Stadium at the National Athletics League Prep Final last year, 12 metres 97.
So Agba Remy, the 21-year-old representing King's College London, Marshall Milton Keynes athlete here. What can she do? And similarly to Yelekwe, that is better and does get the green indicator. Agbaremi, who's already gone out to 12.81 this year. That was at Lee Valley on the 1st of February. The Southern Indoors. 12 metres 68, so 2 changes of lead in quick succession. Are we about to see a third? This is more like what we were expecting. That first round, just shaking off any cobwebs. So here comes Booth with her sprint down this runway. And climbs up high there. Little flat though at the jump at the end. We're starting to get consistently into that mid 12 metre range. Well, it's been a very solid start to her competition. And it looks like she can jump even further. 12.39, so backs up her previous attempt, just 1 centimetre off that, and is in 3rd place for now. And these are the 3 athletes that you're expecting to see the standout attempts from. That means that Lauren Hill is now in 4th place. We've got 4 athletes over 12 metres. Wearing 8.66 here is Amelia Gray of Bath. So if she matched what she did in qualification in 12.88, that would put her just behind the medal positions as things stand at this fairly early stage. And she has done just that, 12.28.
Bronze medalist in 2025. She has a personal best going back to 2023 of 12 metres 61.
So Julie and Bochi here. A nice powerful run. And good climb there. So building up that speed and like a lot of field events, about transferring that energy. And talk about the vertical acceleration here. And then maintaining that momentum through the phases. Hop, step and jump. So Bochi here looking to get herself into contention. 11.85. She's in 6th place. So Marta Lada of Imperial, the only athlete now with no mark. So very pleasing to see those improvements in the 2nd round generally. Pretty much right across the board. Solid jump there from Marta Lada. 8th at the Polish Championships last year. This is her BUCS debut, but she has previously competed at the Polish University Championships in Poznan. Looks like 12 metres and 2. So joining that particular club, we now have 6 athletes over 12. Latifa Agbaremi of King's College London leading the pack with 12.68. So it's busy in the field for the next hour, exclusively concentrating on field action, which is great. See bar at 173, 2nd attempts we're going through there. So looks like Billy Francis of Sheffield Hallam there at 163 just then. third attempts now. So this is Rohan Hadfield of Southampton.
The men's pole beat final about to get underway.
So Hadfield approaching this bar, needs this to stay in the competition. Unfortunately, can't stay in today.
High jump final. Benjamin Aliyu over 663 so far. Right, Francis. Foul in the first two.
Back to the triple jump, Lauren Hill has been pushed down a couple of places, but she does have a personal best. 12:06. So Hill flies up and looks similar to her previous two jumps. Is putting together a solid series. So yes, if you're looking at Roster Athletics website and app, sometimes it does say that the athlete has set a personal best, but actually there's been a recent personal best over the last week or two that actually has eclipsed that, but it's just the data refers to when the athlete entered the event. So 12:08 is actually her PB that was set on the 8th of February in Cardiff, where she was 4th at the Welsh Championships. Continuing with Mia Woodley here, 11:18. She's in 11th place, so obviously needs to be in the top 8 to continue past the third round. Amber Purcell holding that position, 11:31. Hill with 12:02 has just come up, so she has 3 jumps within 4 centimetres of one another, and all within 6 centimetres of her recently set personal best. Agbaremi Yelekwe from Booth, the top 3 as things stand. Improvement there for Woodley. She's now into the top 8, 11:59 for 8th. And Zekwe has now been pushed down into 11th herself and is 34 centimetres off that spot of 8th place. Green indicator comes up once again. And Zekwe up to 9th with 11:37. So athletes and coaches and others now watching on. Purcell wants them to applaud as she makes her way into the pit. And Zekwe, Purcell, Hall and Meller at risk of dropping out at the end of this third round. $11:31 for Purcell, exactly the same as her second round jump. So in 10th place. Erin Hall, once again, needs 11:59. She has 11:26. So giving it everything, hoping this won't be her final jump of this competition in the green of Stirling.
Erin Hall's best so far from the first 2 rounds was 11 metres 26. That was her first round jump.
Hall, who jumped 11:38 in Glasgow at the end of last month. Paul improves to 11.44, so unfortunately won't progress, but does move up a couple of places. So we've unfortunately lost Hall, Nezekwe, Purcell and Mella. And short break now before continuing with the fourth round. So back to the high jump, bar 168. We're watching Benjamin Aliou of St Mary's. Decent diversification for St Mary's this year, who have traditionally been very strong in the distance events. We're seeing quite a few contenders. Aliou in the blue and white stripes then. So approaching this bar from the right, and a nice tidy clearance, although the bar does get a bit of a rattle. Ewan Wallace is also over at 168. You can see they didn't build too much speed actually on the runway, but good athleticism to make it over. Yelekwe. So she's in second place at the moment. And continuing in the original order. One of the longer run-ups here from Michelle Yelekwe for Brunel. Has set personal best at BUCS in the past, but of course she's raised that particular proverbial bar. 12.43. Brunel, who have a few Swiss athletes, in fact. Thomas O'Sullivan, who we've also seen across this weekend in the sprints. Baremi, perhaps the standout athlete for King's College London. Knows how to win medals at BUCS, would dearly love a gold. It should be a great fight. And she's leading the way by 17 centimetres at the moment, but we'll know that the others behind are capable of improving closer to 13 metres. Nice speed there, kept on accelerating, and good lift right at the end. Top three within 28 centimetres of one another. 12.43 for Yelekwe, no improvement. 12.63 for Agbaremi, two jumps within 5 centimetres of one another. Now on to Booth. Booth, club-wise, competes for Sale Harriers. So looking for 12.51 in order to improve her position. That recent 12.60 that I mentioned in Loughborough. Well, her university have brought through some fantastic female jumpers over the last few years. We talked about Ford Wells and Holland. Also Molly Palmer in the long jump. Ruby Burgess, who may well be the gold medal favourite in that competition. 12.74 for Booth. So now into the lead by 6 centimetres. So it's a new personal best once again. We're looking at Amelia Gray here, who remains in fourth for now. And Amelia Gray has improved. 12.54, one of her best ever jumps. Pushes Yelekwe down. Just 3 centimetres between third and fourth as things stand. So BUCS and then Lada in the remainder of this third round here. You're watching live coverage of the 2026 BUCS Indoor Athletics Championships, the women's triple jump final, and as always on Sunday morning, BUCS in 7th place, 17 centimetres behind Marta Lada of Imperial. Fast on the runway, driving up high. That's decent knee lift there. 11.86. Improves by 1 centimetre. All 3 jumps within 1 centimetre of another. 11.85, 11.85, 11.86. Fantastic consistency. Marta Lada needs 4 centimetres to improve on her 6th place as things stand. And he's 52 centimetres to get up on the podium. Is capable of that. 12.65 in Poland last year, as I mentioned. Just losing a little flight there towards the end. BUCS able to drive those knees up higher, but of course, we sometimes see different techniques just as effective. But Lada, one of the more experienced competitors, coming to the UK to study what I presume is a master's or a PhD or a later degree. Having already had a university period in Poland. Appears to show 11.75. So everyone has now had 3 jumps and no fouls at all in that third round, interestingly, after 5 in the first. So I can tell you the bar in the high jump appears to be up at 173 there. Ewan Wallace of Aberdeen has gone clear. Looks like Benjamin Alley of St Mary's might be next to go now. And we're on to third attempt, so of course not everyone has entered at this point, so that's why we are continually seeing the same athletes jump. And after a failure have to move on and attempt again quite quickly now. So Aliou approaching from the right-hand side once again. Oh, and unfortunately out of the competition. So Wallace with a perfect record so far after attempting 2 heights. Aliou did have that until this particular height. Reef Page cleared the last one at 68 and has passed. This is Jack Jarvis Sobey of Durham, as you can see. He has 2 failures at 173 as well. But he does make it over, Jack Jarvis Sobey for Durham. Some athletes not entering until considerably later in the competition. So, yes, as we sometimes see in the pole vault, you may have a case where there's only 1 or 2 going, or all are finished, and then someone joins, and there's a bit of a jump in height. Let's see how it all happens. Billy Francis and Rohan Hadfield also out of the competition with the best of 158. A bit of a yawn there that's quickly shrugged off. Well, yes, I know it's 10 past 11, but you have to remember athletes have been out to warm up and the call room, so you have to wind back quite a few hours. Ewan Wallace of Aberdeen. They look to have a decent medal contender with Bradley Francis in the 400 metres. So we're going to go through first attempt at 178 shortly. So don't forget, you can see on the Roster Athletics website and app, I should say, the schedule and results. meets.rosterathletics.com. We saw the pole vault B final for the women earlier on the weekend. Sophie Hornung, 3:23. So this, the men's equivalent. So we've got Harrison Postles of Birmingham, Craig Moncur of Birmingham, already a shot put finalist and indeed in the hurdles as well. Donker Blake of Loughborough, Dan Richardson of Sheffield there. Cardiff Met Gilpert, Samuel Lecount Sheffield Hallam, Remy Weinbrecht of Bath, and Patrick Morgan Cardiff Met, who was also in the shot put. So yes, quite a few multi-eventers as you'd expect, as we typically see, and some more of the pole vault specialists in the A final, which we've seen great battles over the years, including between the likes of Jake Watson of Oxford and George Heppenstall of Hallam. This is another Hallam athlete here, Samuel Lecount. And he climbs nicely high and over there. So we're just waiting for the triple jump to resume in a moment with that fourth round of the final. Seeming a slight pause in the high jump as well before they have the first attempts at 178. Mentioned the women's B final. The A final was then won by Holly Jupp of Loughborough, the Swiss athlete, with 3:83 on count, back from Isla Cremeri of Loughborough, and then Sarah Barber Glasgow 3:73. So Cone still on the runway there a moment before this triple jump gets back going again. So it's Booth from Agbaremi from Gray, 12:74, 12:68, 12:54. Top three as things stand, separated by 20 centimetres. Later on, we'll also have the men's triple jump final from 1 o'clock at the same time as the women's long jump, pretty much half an hour later. So they'll cross paths, they'll use the two runways next to each other. So this looks like Woodley of Brunel getting us going here. 11:59 so far, needs 11:86 to improve. So perhaps not quite a fluid as motion that she would like. But just like Loughborough, it's a very strong jumping team for the Brunel athletes. Brunel emerging over the last few years as the strongest London university, certainly. 11:43 showing there. So her second best jump at this point. Julianne Bochi going next for Warwick. So we know she's capable of 12:54. And that's exactly what's needed for a bronze at this point. I think we'll see a few changes of position. What happens, whatever happens, she's improved on her 11th place from outdoors last year.
So 3 athletes looking to get over this one. So go to our second in the tennis.
Prior to that, she did finish 7th outdoors in 2024. And that was her BUCS debut. So crowd now applauding her in the purple and the Lepra colours. A little off balance with that landing, but does come up as a foul. Indicators are only up for a very short period of time. Green already, you have to be quick not to miss it. So many of these athletes used to facing each other, not necessarily at universities, but through a variety of means. But Marta Lada may be a little bit more of an unknown quantity. The Polish athlete on her BUCS debut. And has gone over 12.65 in the past. Red flag. Lada looking inquisitive. Wasn't by much at all. Femiak and Sanya watching on in the stand. Former international jumper himself.
First athlete over 393 legs on the that's about how some tossles.
So Lauren Hill over 12 metres for the first time this year. 12.08, that recent personal best, and she's already got 12.06. I guess the issue is that the place ahead is on 12.51, Yelekwe, just in the background there. So 5th place though, solid as things stand. Bar still at 178 in the men's high jump. Wallace and Page have cleared so far. Stoney has one more attempt left. And that's it so far as the athletes currently jumping. So Hill looking very focused on this runway. Climbing up nice and high there, and that could be a personal best again. So, green indicator. She's been knocking on the door of an even bigger jump. You can see they're reaching to give every centimetre. So waiting for this measurement to come up now on the digital scoreboards used over the last couple of years. 11.86. Well, it's really hard to tell without the measuring indicators in the sector itself. So all of the athletes we've just seen will have 2 more attempts. And now we wait to see if Michelle Yelekwe can get into the top 3.
4 centimetres at least to move into the bronze medal position.
Power in the high jump up to 183. First attempt will be from Ewan Wallace of Aberdeen. This for a lifetime best.
So here comes Yelekwe sprinting down this runway. The technique is great to watch. A reminder that she has 12.51 already, 3 centimetres off Amelia Gray of Bath in third, 12.54. Agbaremi second, 12.68. Booth, 12.74. Bar in the high jump up to 183. No one clear at this point. Jarvis Sobey out of the competition after that third time clearance, 173. Yelekwe 12.54, so goes ahead of Gray on countback. Second best jumps. So it's by virtue of Yelekwe's 12.53 compared Gray's second best 12.28.
So Amelia Gray, 12 meters 54 in round 3.
So make it, Gray would need 12.52 or better here to go back up into third. 12.61, so she's done it outright. Wow, so exciting chopping and changing here. The Bath athlete back in front. And that is an equal personal best for Amelia Gray.
7 centimetres behind Latifi Agbaremi on 12.68, and it is Latifi Agbaremi next to jump.
So Agbaremi had been the leader with 12.68, pushed down by the 12.74 PB Booth. Agbaremi 12.35 remains in second. So Gray equaling the personal best that she set 3 years ago. She's been waiting some time to do that. So let's have a look at Melissa Booth of Loughborough then, trying to keep the title in her university's hands. Foul there in this fourth round. Pushing hard, puffing the cheeks, but foot over where it needed to be.
Georgie Ford is the current world leader in the triple jump.
So 183 is where the bar's at in this men's high jump final. Adia Kambi-Mortimer entering the competition now and clearing, going through second attempts for Wallace and Page. And that is it for athletes currently jumping. Looks like Luke Ball's going to enter at 194 along with Will Jackson and Louis Reynolds. There's Ree Hawker on the far side, Cardiff Met's head of athletics. Looks like Lewis Church, the athlete there as well. So a bit of a who's who in terms of coaching here. So we move on to the fifth round now. Great to be able just to concentrate on the key stages of this triple jump final. Keep you updated on the high jump as well, particularly as they climb to those higher heights, but unable to execute there was Woodley.
across the board in the triple jump is being repositioned. Shout out to our superb volunteers that we've had here at the BUCS Championships over the last 3 days. Not phased at all by any of the tech being used, happy to operate the scoreboards, happy to use the pad to provide all the information on the roster. And I suspect that at least some of them are from the Sheffield Young Leaders Sports Academy. Board back in place, Julian BUCS to jump. So we're in the penultimate round of this women's triple jump. Bar in the men's pole vault, B competition, now at 4m03. Julian BUCS improves marginally to 11m87, now 5. In the men's pole vault, just seen Cardiff Max Kurt Gilbert got a clear at 4m03 at his first attempt. Well, in the last round, Michelle Melekwe moved briefly into the bronze medal position. She now lies fourth on 12.54. Amelia Gray, 12 meters 61 in the bronze medal position. Can Michelle do anything about that?
Michelle Melekwe getting the red flag. Looked a bit frustrated with that. Felt she'd done enough. But so close between her and Gray. Gray equaling the personal best, had been originally set in 2023. And can she improve and climb higher? 12.68, the jump of Agba Rami, who's in second. Booth, our leader for Lapra, 12.74, personal best. This is the penultimate round. Only Julie Ann Bocci of Lapra has improved so far. It was by 2 centimetres. She has 4 jumps within 2 centimetres of one another. Very much missed consistency in this final. 12.67, an outright lifetime best. Oh, what a way to emerge into contention in this final. 1 centimetre off Agba Rami. Well, fantastic stuff from Amelia Gray. And she was 6th a year ago and looks like climbing higher here. Has a nice cushion below at least 4th place, but will want to stay in the top 3. Agba Rami managing to hold on just to 2nd place. What can she do on this runway? The King's College student. So that could be better for her as well. And you can just see the drama starting to rise here. Quite a few changes among those all-important medal positions. Bar at 4.03 in the pole vault B final. Gilbert and Weinbrecht over. 12 meters 99 from Latifa Agba Rami, and suddenly she leads by 25 centimeters. So a new personal best from an athlete that's always given her best at BUCS. Had been 12.89. A previous bronze medalist and silver medalist, and she's been getting closer and closer to the top step. But Melissa Booth of Lapra will want it back to keep it in Lapra hands, following the golds of Ford Wells and Holland. Won so brilliantly. What can she do? Foot close to the line there. This may be a red. It is. Oh, frustrating moment there for her. Again, driving hard on her way through, stretching out that middle phase nicely. That leaves her with one last attempt to change the order. Bar at 188 in the high jump. Brooklyn Crooks has gone clear. Canby Mortimer, having entered at 183 with her first time clearance, has gone out. Isaac Wright, having entered at 183, third time clearance, has gone out. Ewan Wallace and Reef Page out at the previous height, 183. Jarvis Sobin Aliu out the previous height, 178, and then 173 for Aliu that we saw. We've also lost Francis and Hadfield, 3 failures, 163. Ball, Jackson and Reynolds yet to enter. Shepherd, DNS. Men's high jump final ongoing with the pole vault B final, A final coming up later on from 2 o'clock. Top 3 as things stand: Agbaremi, Booth and Gray, 12.99, 12.74, 12.67. All 3 of them setting personal bests in this competition. What about Woodley, the teammate of Yalekwe, who's in 4th? As I say, Brunel have had double podiums here in the past, but not going to be the case today. So she finishes, does Mia Woodley, in 8th place. Best of 11.59 from the 3rd. And in the 5th round, Bochi went out to 11.87. Consistent, as we were saying. As previously finished 7th. And there's a 15-centimetre gap between her and Marta Lada of Imperial in 6th, who we'll see very shortly.
Competition. The best of 59.
So Bucci now goes here, Julianne Bucci. Trying to give everything in this final round. Very slightly off balance there. Gets the green flag though. Yeah, it's great to watch in slow motion just to see reaching and the straining to get every single centimetre. 12.07, so her best jump of the comp, and it does lift her up into 5th place above Hill and Lada. So just 5 centimetres between 5th and 7th as things stand. Get the feeling Marta Lada is capable of something more though. And lucky to have at least one jumper not measured. Foot just over there. So now builds through. What does she have left in this competition? Better on the board this time. So eagerly anticipating this, given how little there is between these few athletes. .12.12, so back in front of Bochi. The last chance to react and gained 2 positions there. So it means Lauren Hill down to 7th place. Bar at 194 in the high jump there. So Luke Ball, his first attempt at the competition, one of the favourites and safely over.
C'est the UK Under-20 Championships as done last year in 10th for the World Championships. Here he goes. And well clear at 194 is first attempt. So Will Jackson both over.
Will Jackson does exactly the same as Luke Ball then, both over at 194. So those big gold medal contenders now jumping in the competition. Just a few attempts left now of the women's triple jump. Lauren Hill. Well, she's given great account of herself in this competition. 12.08 recently, and then 12.02 twice here. Best of 12.06 for 7th.
So Lauren Hill can't enter her competition with the best of 12 metres 0.
And it means, of course, just the top 4 now remain. One last chance to change the order. So this could be a finale not to miss. Looks like Louis Reynolds next to go at this height of 194. But he brings the bar down though, unlike his teammates and unlike Ball. So he's the last to enter the competition, albeit at the same height of the 2 others that have gone clear. And so, yes, quite quickly, really, we've whittled down the numbers, unfortunately, in the high jump. You've got the 3 that we've just seen attempting 194, and also Brooklyn Crooks. And looks to me like everyone else out of the competition, so quite close to deciding the medalists here. And there is Crooks. So here's clear at the second attempt. We'll see in a moment if Reynolds can do that. So massive moment here for Yelekwe. Last year's bronze medalist been pushed off the podium places by a stellar effort from Amelia Gray. But she looks grateful there. So what has she achieved now? Because we have seen quite a few moves in the order. Needs 12.67, the new personal best that Gray has waited 3 years for. 12.78 from Michelle Yelekwe up into second place. Only Latifa Agbaremi above her, and that's come in the final round. So Yelekwe now a place higher than she was a year ago. But things can still change again. So Agbaremi 12.99, Yelekwe 12.78. Here's Gray. She wants to be back on the podium. So hard to respond after someone's done that. So, of course, she's trying to catch Melissa Booth to get on the podium. 12.74. Yelekwe 12.78, the 2 above her. 12.99, Agbaremi leading the standings. Needs a 7 centimetres improvement. 12.67 again. Gosh, how cool is that? She's matched her PB that she's been waiting 3 years for, having equalled it in the 4th round. What a fabulous series she's put together, improving with every one and then matching right at the end. But it's only enough for 4th, which is a gutting place to finish, but I'm sure she'll take so many positives from this after waiting so long for the lifetime best. Agbaremi though, gosh, agonising this for someone who has been waiting to complete the BUCS medal set. Can she do it? She'll have to wait and see what Booth can do. This is a chance to extend the lead, which she is unable to take on this occasion.
So that was the event leader there.
So Latifa Agbarami adding 10 centimetres to her PB in this competition. Yolekwe bringing out her best in the last round to move up 2 places. Booth adding 14 centimetres to her PB across this comp, and Gray 6 centimetres. So you can't say they haven't delivered as part of this Sunday morning, the final day of action, whetting our appetite for what's to come later on across field and track. And it all comes down to this final jump. Booth had been leading at the end of the 3rd round, and that's why she goes last. Will this be a big finale from Melissa Booth? 12.99 needed, she's in 3rd, a smile at the end of the competition. It is a green flag, and now we wait.
So it looks as though it's in the medals in this women's triple jump. Melissa Booth of Lapra.
So we know at least Agbarami, Yolekwe and Booth are our 3 medalists. Are they going to be in that order? Booth watching on.
She claimed silver in 2024 the outdoors, bronze 2025 the outdoors, and was 4th here last year.
So being measured now. Field judge watching on. There's the electronic system, and now being entered onto the digital scoreboard here. 12.37. So Latifa Agbarami does complete the medal set. And look at that. So calm. I wonder whether she'd break out into celebration, but she, I'm sure, had her eyes on the prize, and that is fantastic to see her story across the last few years. Made the final, got PBs, and then on the podium on 2 occasions, and does get the gold. So, just looking there, it's showing Louis Reynolds' 3rd attempt, and the bar looks to have stayed up. We cut to that very quickly. So 194 did go over the bar there, and that was the 3rd attempt. So what it does mean is that as Brooklyn Crooks managed to clear after 1 failure, it means that Crooks is in 3rd at the moment. So that's how the medals stand as we are. Of course, Ball and Jackson inseparable, both 1 attempt and 1 clearance at 194. And those, the athletes remaining in the competition.
In approximately 10 minutes' time at 12 o'clock with the semi-finals of the women's 400. Meanwhile, the men's pole competition B continues, as does the men's high jump, and starting shortly will be ambulance men and women's long jump. Now the next message I do not want to repeat for the rest of the day. Keep the stairways clear. Do not sit nor stand on the stairways. Do not block the stairways with your luggage. If you've got large items of luggage, but I'm quite happy for you to put that in the admin office. And thank you for your cooperation in respect of that announcement.
So Luke Ball, I remember the day he set his personal best of 2:14 in Chelmsford at the England Age Group Championships. It got him a place at the European Under-20s. Approaching that bar quickly and gets over nicely, just as you'd expect him to do. But Will Jackson, a strong competitor. 197 there, first clearance to maintain his perfect record. And we're very, very close to knowing who our 3 medalists are. The pole vault B final, bar at 4:33. Kurt Gilbert with one failure. Wemi Weinbrecht soon to attempt. Samuel LeCount also involved. And Patrick Morgan now entered as well. Those are the athletes left in the competition. Brooklyn Crooks there at 197. So, yes, looking good at the moment. After that second time clearance at 194. Well, looks to be between him and Reynolds for the bronze medal. And as our recently crowned triple jump champion in the foreground there, Latifa Agbaremi of King's College London. Louis Reynolds trying to get all the space he can. That's the shot put net. We've had one pool of qualification a little earlier. Second to come before too long, featuring GB heptathlete Abigail Paulett. Louis Reynolds of Loughborough. First attempt 197, cleared it the third time 194. That was his first height attempted. So floats his way over and recovering from that stutter at his opening height. Nice and calm, nice and smooth. Kept just enough distance between himself and the bar throughout that jump. Wemi Weinbrecht in the pole vault then. Bar going up to 2 meters in the high jump next.
To allow up to 2 meters down the entire jump final. The all of that will be first to attempt it. It's like my best 2 meters 40. Fifth in the UK last year, second in Wales indoor this season.
So Luke Ball, I talked about the flight night jumps meeting. He cleared 2:04 there on the 23rd of January. So it's something not only done a number of times, but also recently. So here comes the Bath students. And nice and easy there. Loads of height to spare. Well, let's see if Will Jackson can follow suit. No, these athletes have blinked just yet, and they're not going to. Will Jackson clearing 2:12 at the famous Hustopek meeting in Czechia. So here comes Crooks of Nottingham Trent. His first attempt at 2 meters. Another who's looked very strong so far. And he's building momentum here as well. 3 athletes now over 2 meters. Brooklyn Crooks, a multi-eventer, a training partner of Harry Wiley, who we've seen in many of these finals over the years. A lot of these athletes used to competing against one another. We'll see who can make the best of it on the day. Reynolds. So bar coming down at 2 meters for the first time.
And we come to semi-final one of the women's 400 metres.
So we'll keep you across this high jump final, and it's been great to concentrate exclusively on the field for the last hour and a half, and we'll keep crossing back and forth. The first piece of action here though on the track, the semi-finals of the women's 400 metres. Now it's a fairly quick turnaround for them, at least for 400 metre running. Final coming up at 2:40 if they can make it.
In the lane 4, representing Harriet Watt, the 2026 Scottish Senior Indoor and Scottish Students Indoor bronze medalists.
So joining me for these 400 metre semi-finals, Alex Houchin, former winner here for Loughborough. Alex, as we said yesterday, we'd like to see you racing, but great to have your insight for these 400 metre semis. But one of the factors is going to be this turnaround time, you would have thought.
Yeah, I think it's not new. You're not very used to doing these kind of championships like this before. Athlete is a very different type of running. It's very short turnaround, so not always the fastest time is. Not always the fastest time on paper is the one who's going to win. It's who can recover in between these rounds. I think it's only 2 hours in between the semi and the final today. So it's a matter of jetting down straight after the race if you get through, cooling down, mentally preparing yourself and then going back out again, because realistically you're not going to be doing a full warm-up again before your next race.
So the athletes in this first semi-final could have a little bit of an advantage. There's about probably 20 minutes difference by the end of it. Let's see. So we've got Evie Aitchison of Swansea, Camilla Bennett of Birmingham, Caroline McConnell of Glasgow, Lauren Abbott, Harriet Watt, Steffa Corro, Brunel, Frances Hogg leads Beckett. So some interesting athletes. Steffa Corro, Commonwealth Youth Champion 2023, European Youth Bronze Medalist 2022, and BUCS champion over hurdles last year. And you've got Frances Hogg, the multi-eventer, who's also a decent 800 runner. I think those are the two standout athletes here, but it's just the winner going through to the final, and then 2 time qualifiers. So as we expected, extremely tough to make it through to that final. Obviously just the 6 lanes available, of course. So
and that plays a big factor, because obviously you can win your semi-final and still be put in lane 3, so it doesn't give much room for an athlete to relax before the finish line. It's one of those ones you're going to have to push all the way through, but that also then adds the other factor, trying to push all the way through and still being able to recover 2 hours later. I think they extended it a little bit this year. It used to be maybe 1.5 hours, but a couple of years ago, but still it's a short turnaround for the athletes, and one maybe they're not very used to doing before.
Yeah, some great former winners of titles like this, like Emily Newnham, Jess Astill, Natasha Harrison, Poppy Malik, Amy Alcock. Quite a few of those for Loughborough. Steffa Corro, silver medalist behind Astill. An opportunity to add 400 metre flat gold in the final. No guarantee that she'll make it there, but has a very strong chance here. So she goes from 5, Hogg on her outside in 6. So Corro in the navy, and gold of Brunel, who are always strong in the sprints and already have a medal today from Michelle Yalekwe. Corro going nicely through this bend and past Hogg on her outside. So have to watch, of course, for those feet close to the inside of the lanes, but fine after that break point. So 25-25 at the bell here, and Corro clearly means business. Hogg chasing.
Yeah, Corro's gone out very strongly there. Now he's looking to hold it for the final 150 of the race.
Hogg in second place. Just has to make sure she can get as best time as she can and try and manage that gap and finish strongly, which she usually does. But Corro showing no sign of letting up here. She drifts out into lane 2. She finishes with a time of 55.08. I think Hogg, knowing that Corro was the fastest athlete in that, still ran a good race to try and stick to her that did the Leeds Beckett student. Let's have another look.
And I think Corro would have appreciated Hogg being behind. I think you need that person there to push you through there as well. If you're too far ahead, you can forget where you are, and you can ease up a bit too much, which will affect your overall time and then put you in a worse position coming into the final. So I think having Hogg there behind, pushing Okoro to the line would have pushed her to a better time and hopefully get a good position into that final.
Yes, 4 semi-finals in total. Shortly we'll see the Irish international Jenna Breen, Asher Root, a bronze medalist last year, 12 months ago. Eva Tyler, 4x200 metre relay gold medalist a year ago, and just concentrating on the individual here in the high jump then. So last time we looked bar at 2 metres. Luke Ball, one of our gold medal contenders, 2:03. The bar being reset to. Louis Reynolds, though, out of the competition with 3 failures at 2 metres. So we now know our 3 medalists: Ball, Jackson and Crooks. So 3 more of those women's semi-finals to come shortly. And then on to the men's 400 metre semis after that. Ball, our leader, first to jump here.
I think this high jump here should produce a good battle between Will Jackson and Luke Ball, both jumping over 210. Will doing that this year, Luke consistently jumping 210 plus for the last couple of years. I think they should both hopefully bring out a good battle at each other, maybe both possibly go for a new PB of 215 today.
Would be incredible if he could. But no let up in his great form. Continues that perfect record, does Luke Ball of Bath. And Brooklyn Crooks looking for an outright PB and going at 2:03. Cleared 2 metres last year at the University of Birmingham. So that was April last year, and this is 1 height higher. So here comes Crooks approaching this bar. Oh, and he's done it! And look at the celebration. Well, Harry Wiley was saying that he was destined to jump higher. The 2 of them training partners. And this was one of Nottingham Trent's biggest medal hopes. Crooks delivering nicely. Okay, second semi-final coming up now. So Mia Klostergaard Oldfield, Georgia Toombs, Eva Tyler, Amber Richardson, Jenna Breen and Asher Root. Another very, very strong semi this. 2 laps of the tracker weights. So Breen, who was in the World Championship relay pool for Ireland last year. Asher Root, the bronze medalist a year ago. Amber Richardson, personal best of 56.73 outright at the Steel Cup recently and on home soil for Sheffield. So here comes Jenna Breen, and Asher Root will try not to panic here and will try and stay as close as possible to Breen in front.
Jenna looking very strong. Asher could have been used there as the rabbit for her to chase, but Jenna's gone through very strongly here in 25.5. Asher Root closing it behind. There's a big pack forming for third as well there.
Yes, interestingly, so a couple of tenths off that previous semi-final, but I said Root wouldn't panic, using her experience, making her move just into this top bend around the outside, and has Breen got something saved in response. Root just eking out that advantage now. Well, what a way to run it from Asher Root. Superb style, and that is a faster second lap then. 54.50. Asher Root, who of course was behind that split time at 25.50. So fantastic performance there. Sub 29 seconds.
Be interested to see what Jenna's run there, because I think it would be similar to what Steph ran in the first heat, and hopefully that should be good enough to get a non-automatic qualifying position into the final.
So leaves us with 2 semi-finals still to come. Hogg ran 55.63 and McConnell 56.83 as we see clearance there for Will Jackson 2:06 now. So Ball and Jackson clear 2:06. Jackson, as you saw a moment ago, past the previous height. That's why we only saw Ball and then Crooks before the bar moved up quite quickly. So we're waiting to see what order our medals will be in, knowing that Brooks already has that personal best in the competition. So, yes, we said that a few times, obviously, in the triple jump. Athletes jumping further than before and Crooks higher than ever before. And there is the medal ceremony indeed for the women's triple jump. Melissa Booth, Michelle Yelekwe and Latifa Agbaremi on the top step, 12.99.
Great to pick up the final day for the final line there. Congrats to all three.
So Crooks getting ready at 2:06. He'll be the next to go. Well, imagine this, a 6 centimetre PB in the final. So psyching himself up for this first attempt, and been of a very high standard this final in the last few moments. Oh, underneath I'm afraid, but I wonder if this will be the day for it. He'll certainly give it everything he's got. But he's trying to jump 6 centimetres higher than he's ever done competitively before.
I always think it's interesting with high jumping jumps. It must be nice to be able to set a PB and you can approach it. If I could set a PB 4.65 and around that, that'd be lovely to see. It must be. I always wonder how you mentally psych yourself up to go for a brand new height. But if he goes 6 centimetres above what he's done before, I'm sure he'll be incredibly happy, regardless of the colour of his medal after this competition.
So, in this third semi-final of the women's 400 metres, looks like we have a DNS there from 4. No Daniela Marty of Nottingham, it looks like. Eleni Radopoulou of City, Emily Fawkes, University of the West of Scotland, Annabelle Howes of Birmingham, Natalie Groves of Oxford, who had that tremendous improvement last year outdoors, and Eleanor McIntosh of Lupper, who we were very impressed with in qualification for this, the reigning English schools champion. And Groves improving last year from 57.4 to 54.8, 2.6 second improvement across all of the round at BUCS. And it's these two on the outside. It's a tough one to call between them, really, isn't it? McIntosh against Groves.
Groves looks to have gone off very hard, as has the Birmingham athlete in lane 4. But I think Ellie here can just use the bank and jet. She takes the lead as they go into the bow. It's fairly quick through 25.2, quicker than we saw in the last heat, slightly slower than Steph was in the first heat, but this is where Ellie comes into her own normally. She can hold the strength, but it looks like Annabelle Howes of Birmingham putting on a good challenge as well, and maybe surprising a few.
Yeah, and she's the one who's improved this year here, 54.79 outright personal best indoors, which is always very, very impressive. But McIntosh continuing strongly, just as she did in the heat, not letting anyone have a sniff in the closing stages, and Groves does get there for second, and that could be important. 54.36 then, the fastest time so far.
And I think she'll be very happy with that. Obviously a slight disadvantage in these later heats, at these later semis, you don't have as much time to relax, but I think with the faster time it's just a confidence boost she can take into the final. So far, fastest qualifier as well, so should put her at the moment in a good lane with 1 heat left to go.
Yeah, so I think we've seen the 3 fastest athletes, certainly based on times, but we've still got Rachel Callan, Holly Pater to come. Let's have another look here, and particularly watch out for Natalie Groves timing this move right on Annabelle Howes. Yeah, textbook stuff really, saving something for those final few metres.
And I think getting that dip on the line might just be what she needs to possibly qualify on a non-automatic qualifier for the final now.
Jenna Breen, 54.89, so faster than Steph Okoro Of course, and she looks in a good position to hang on. What about Brooklyn Crooks? We know he's got at least a bronze medal, and we know that the two in front are so strong. Ball and Jackson, perfect records. So whatever happens here, he can be very, very proud. Third attempt, 2:06 for the Nottingham Trent students. Approaches from this right side. Bar comes off, unfortunately, but looks like he's destined to do it another day.
I think he's indicating he might have brought that down with his arm.
Yeah. I felt as though that was within his grasp. Okay, so we now know the top two. I wonder whether they will be separated at all.
Be good to see a jump off like Tamberi and Barshim.
Yeah, so of course could elect to share goal, but let's wait and see how things pan out. I mean, nothing to separate them. Luke Ball had that jump a moment ago where he had a huge amount of height, kind of Duplantis-esque in terms of the gap between him and the bar. And he certainly looks like a very cool, calm customer at this stage.
Yeah, I've spoken to Luke a few times for competitions. He tastes very, very relaxed before. I think that's good. He doesn't show too much emotion, so I think that will play into his advantage as it comes into these later heights.
So of course, bar going up to 2:09. Let's see if he'll take this jump before the fourth semi-final gets underway. Looks that'll be the case. Oh, and he brings the bar down for the first time. Not easy when there are other things going on in the stadium. Just have to have that tunnel vision towards your own jump. There's Holly Pater on the outside. On her inside, Olivia Bell, Rebecca Weeks, Rachel Callan, Alessia Gentilini and Amelia Hart. Fourth semi-final, just the winner going through to the final automatically. So real anticipation for this fourth semi. Looks like Jenna Breen and Natalie Groves are in the non-automatic qualifying positions, and 55:11 is the target time. But move being made here by Olivia Bell as we wait for the stagger to unwind.
She's gone out very hard. I think the advantage of knowing and seeing what the other semi-finals have run before, it knows it gives you an aim to run at, see the time you have to try and hit. Slightly slower through 200 though, 25.9. There's a big pack all forming up behind her.
Yes, Pater is there, Callan is too, Weeks a little further back, and then it's Gentilini. Pater now almost on the shoulder, and Bell pushes away once more. So this is crucial. I'm not sure this is going to be the fastest time, but let's have a look at the clock here. 55:11 the target for Pater, and she's going to be outside it, so it looks like it'll be just Bell going through to the final from this. Well, you can see sometimes when an athlete crosses the line, you can see they're trying to sink everything in from what has happened there. That'll be the case for Pater. Bell did a really good job there. Obviously, Pater, an athlete with a 54.5 outright best, a bronze medalist at the England Championships. Bell, very strong, both initially and to close out the race.
Yeah, she came out very strong. Obviously, being able to see what your other rivals have run beforehand gives that indication. You know exactly what you need to aim for. But I don't think that would change how she ran too much. But now I think it's just important for her to just take a minute, compose herself, job done, and then get mentally prepared and physically prepared for the final in a couple of hours.
Ball brings the bar down a second time at 2:09. Jackson has gone clear. Let's have a look here. Oh, fantastic stuff from Will Jackson. So it's advantage Loughborough.
Will jumped 2:12 in France last week, so I think we'll be looking forward to taking that momentum through with him.
So Ball with that one attempt remaining at this height. Looks like he's watching back the replay there. So the times all in. Asher Root closely matched with Eleanor McIntosh, the two fastest times. McIntosh 54.35 and Asher Root 54.5. Jenna Breen 54.89, third fastest overall, one of those time qualifiers. So she certainly did enough. Okoro, Bell and Groves, the others, to make it through to that final. So yeah, what will this period be now like for this these 6 athletes who qualified?
I think it's obviously not typical to what you're used to. It's a little bit chaotic, I think, especially if you're someone like Eleanor and you've come off and run a good season's best. You then got to realize you got to make sure you're mentally ready to go again. But I think when I did it a couple of years ago, I just sat there, had a jammy dodger, did a few strides before going back out again. And I think there's not much more you can do. Obviously, the 400 is very draining both physically and mentally. So it's just you're not going to do too much again in your warm-up. You're just got to keep the body ticking over.
Luke Ball, final attempt, 2:09. You can see Bath athletes down below us to our right applauding him. And pretty much everyone here inside the English Institute of Sport. So, Ball, third attempt, 2:09. This will be the decider. And it means that Jackson of Lapra is the high jump champion. Luke Ball applauds. It's a funny old competition the way it works, of course, waiting, given how confident they are and how high they can jump, waiting until many others are already out of the competition, and then the perfect record, but suddenly the heights climb higher, of course, up to 2:09. Will Jackson has won the competition and not failed at all throughout. 4 consecutive first-time clearances with 2 passes in there as well. So, you know, he's only jumped 4 times, will be still feeling fresh in relative terms.
Absolutely, and I think with 4 passes as well, your confidence has got to be sky high. So I wonder whether he'll ask, now he's the sole representative left in the competition, if he can go for a PB. I'm trying to say, it looks like they've gone for 2:13 there on the board now. Yeah, so it would be a 1 centimetre PB.
Okay, men's 400 metre semi-finals. Tom Abbott, believe it's his 21st birthday today.
Well, it'll be a good way of celebrating if you could get through to the final today.
Yes, a relay gold medalist in the 4x4 outdoors last year. Jamal St Watson of BCU, Nicholas Majakowski of Coventry, Robin Snedden of Edinburgh, just looking to see if he's definitely there, because he's also in the 200 semis. Wonder if he'll start that race.
That would be a tough turnaround, especially the 200 starting just after these semis are done.
Winter Cardiff Met, Francis of Aberdeen. Francis, who was in the relay last night. Aberdeen looked very strong in both women's and men's relays, and you can see a good start being made there by Winter and also by Majakowski.
I think Winter will be aware that Bradley Francis can close well with that 400 string, so he's definitely taking it to him, but Francis might be able to use the curve here to get in front of him, which he's just done, yeah.
Yeah, as I think you were saying yesterday, the 400 hurdlers often quite strong in closing, so 22-22 at the halfway stage. There are some screams and yells. The Aberdeen student leading the Cardiff Met man, Francis from Winter.
And what Jacob's got to do is just stick to Bradley, don't give him too much room, because if he can't automatically qualify, he's in a good position for a non-automatic qualifier.
Of which there's only one position. 48.14 from Bradley Francis. Strong time indoors there. So his 3rd race of this year's BUCS indoors, and he is through to a 4th in this final. Coming up,
I think he's got
10-3.
He's got that experience from last year. Obviously got a silver last year as well, so hopefully he can replicate something similar to that. He would definitely be wanting to go for gold, though, that's for sure.
Yeah, it looks like a decent Aberdeen team, as I'm saying, but quite used to winning medals in the past through several Scottish internationals like Kelsey Stewart and particularly Zoe Clark as well, one of very few athletes to win a BUCS title and a British title in the same year. So Will Jackson going for a personal best at 2:13 and gets it.
He's made that look very easy there. It's a good, strong clearance.
Yes, and yeah, beating a quality athlete like Luke Ball. So 2:12 in Husterbeck in Czechia recently, as I was saying.
Looks like it's up to 216 now for it would be a big PB for him.
Yeah, so going up by 3 centimetres here. I'll take a bit more time over this. The only athlete now left in the competition here. Championship record 2:22. It will be quite a climb, bit of a way to go there, but yeah, Jackson able to take his time before this next attempt.
Semi-final 2, the men's 400 metres. Up next on the inside from Birmingham, Finley William. In 3 from Stirling, Andrew Peters. In 4 from Harriet Watts, Evan Wilson. In 5 from Strathclyde, Ben Herring. Semi-final 2 of the men's 400 metres.
Semi-final 2 of the men's now just on track. In lane 1, Finn McGill of Birmingham. In lane 2, Luke Skates of Oxford. In lane 3, Andrew Peters of Stirling. Lane 4, Evan Wilson of Harriet Watt. Lane 5, Ben Heron, possibly the favourite of Strathclyde in 5. And in lane 6, Laurie van der Grift of Exeter, who also looked very strong in this heat. These semi-finals are very interesting, with this competition being so open this year. It's going to give a good indicator of who could be the favourite come the final.
First attempt, 2:16 for Jackson of Loughborough, already confirmed as the gold medalist. He'll have 2 more.
It looks like there's 2 DNSs in this. That's Van der Grift of Exeter and Luke Skates of Oxford, so there's only 4 in this semi-final. We hired for the athlete of Finn McGill in lane 1 to cut back out that person to run off Ben Heron, possibly the favourite going into this. And then the way it looks like Ben's got off very strongly, as has the athlete from Stirling in lane 3, Andrew Peters. It looks like Ben's taking this to them, trying to make a big enough gap as possible. Finn going well in lane 1 as well. But it looks like Ben's taking the gap here as they come off to the bank. Ben's taking a big lead. Finn challenging Andrew Peters for the 2nd place. It looks like he's got the Birmingham man. Finn now starting to close up to the back of Ben Heron as well. Ben's now going to just hold this strong. Ben going well as they come into the final 100. Finn and the Stirling athlete behind, and the Harriet Watt forming a good pack. But it looks like Ben could hold off should be holding off. So go to the final 50. Looks like Ben's got quite a commanding lead now, and he should take quite a good time. 48.59. It was a close battle for second there, but I don't believe any of the second place times will be fast enough on this heat to get through in a non-automatic qualifying position. But a good strong run there from Ben Heron of Strathclyde.
Yeah, I mean, without the context, it kind of it changes things really, because a faster time for Bradley Francis a moment ago by about 4.5 tenths. Jacob Winter was much closer behind, so he's in a very good spot, but there's only 1 time qualifying position available, and there are 5 semi-finals, which is quite unusual.
Yeah, that's very tough, and it just shows how hard it is to get into this final, with the nature of it only being 6 lanes indoors. So the good thing, they are running all 6 lanes for the final. They're not deciding to get rid of lane 1, but it's most likely, I'd imagine, the non-automatic qualifier goes in for lane 1, and that's a very hard task for the final.
Yeah, McGill, I think he was actually on the inside for the heat as well. He will feel that it's a bit of a shame. Obviously, you've got 2 DNSs. I mean, all the athletes, lane 6 is free, and I guess that would have been a pull-out fairly soon before the start of the competition. Well, they weren't able to reseed. Jackson going for his 2nd attempt shortly at 2:16 in the men's high jump. And he's been able to set the bar at a height of his choice.
I spoke to him before this competition. He felt confident. He felt like he had something big in the tank today, and hopefully he can show that. He's already done a PB once, but hopefully he can show that even more with this clearance here over here of 2:16.
Yes, he'd already matched his PB from outdoors last year with that 2:12, and now 1 centimetre higher. This will be 4 centimetres higher. And it may be a task too big today.
I think after getting that medal and the new PB, it might be quite hard to bring yourself to get the full energy again, but he's got one more attempt, so it'll be interesting to see how he goes in that final attempt at 2:16.
Yes, if anything, I think the first attempt might be slightly closer. So we've already seen Bradley Francis look strong. Ben Heron there of Strathclyde was around 6-7 tenths off his recent PB. Of course, another good hurdler. So 2 400-metre hurdlers by trade winning the first 2 of these semi-finals. We already know our women's finalists: McIntosh, Root, Brina, Corro, Bell and Groves. They're now off to get ready for those semis with not too much turnaround time. Ahead of that final. So women's final at 20-3, men's final 10-3 before the 200 finals, 800 finals, 1500 finals and the relays from 4:10.
It's a good day of watching when every race is almost a final.
Yeah, so I quite like it when people have their moments sort of earlier on through the weekend. They get their chance in the spotlight, but at least it means that it's action coming thick and fast, really. Yeah, you almost not much time to reflect. You're straight on with the next set of medals to be decided. So here we've got Nick Manka, Nottingham, Ati Nombeko of Trent, Adam Fox, Hull, Mandeepa Ishe Mamvura, Bath, Manmet's Nathaniel Dias, the main man here, Joshua Martin of St Mary's on the outside, all 6 athletes in their blocks. So at the moment, the one non-automatic qualifying spot going to Jacob Winter of Cardiff Met, 48.75 his time. Nathaniel Dias, again very experienced at BUCS, a bronze medalist last year, 48.47 his indoor best. He won the Northern Indoor silver medal already this year. Very close for that second spot. You can see there fighting is Mamvura of Bath.
St Mary's athlete tried to make a challenge there as well.
Yes, it's at Fox, Mamvura and Martin, but they're all behind Dias. Looks like he's going to have a nice clean semi-final run. 47.58 for Nathaniel Dias. Well, I make that an outright personal best in this semi-final.
He'll be really pleased with that. He looks a bit shocked as he crossed the line, but he looked so relaxed coming through that final 50, so definitely shows there's more in contention and possibly putting himself as the favourite so far for the final.
Well, we've already seen Latifa Akbaremi get the bronze and then the silver and then the gold in the triple jump final. Dias having to wait quite a while of sort of 5th and 6th place finishes, and then got himself a bronze indoors. Great chance of climbing higher, but we've still got talents like Onyeka Oko in the next semi-final, and then after that Stan Shivu, so it's going to be an almighty scrap.
We said these semi-finals would show who are the proper contenders, and I think Nathaniel Dias has put himself in a very good position there. Possibly shocked a few people, but he looked very happy with that, and I think that's a good, well-deserved run, especially as you said, the last couple of years he's had a lot of 5th and 6th place. He's got the bronze now, but maybe could upgrade to gold today.
Let's have a look at Will Jackson then. We know he had one attempt left at 2:16, will be a 4 centimetre lifetime best. So Jackson is over. Wow, what a performance then. Had a perfect record when it mattered, and the first failure came when he'd already won the competition. So adds 4 centimetres to his personal best. I wonder whether he'll call it a day now or if he'll continue jumping.
I've just noticed the board is saying 2:18, so he might go for another jump to keep that momentum swing.
Extraordinary stuff. Well, yes, it means he's 10 centimetres higher than anyone else. I don't think that tells the full story quite, because we know Luke Ball capable of 2:14.
He said he felt good and confident. I think he's definitely proving that with his performances today.
Yes, it's kind of unique feeling, really. The spotlight is on you, all the other athletes watching on there, officials, athletes in the stands, and sometimes you just got to be the athlete that relishes that moment with the eyes on you.
Especially, I think, if you can benefit from social facilitation and loving competing in front of the crowd, it's perfect when the entire spotlight is just on you, which he looks like he's doing today.
So live in the men's high jump, now at 2 meters 18.
Still 2 more semi-finals to come. Rather unusual. But yes, as I say, Jacob Winter in that spot at the moment, outside the winners of the other semis. 48.75 the target time for others outside the top 2. So looking here, we're going to see Onyeka Oko. We already know that he comes in decent form and set a good time in qualification as well in the heat yesterday. I wonder whether Nathaniel Dias has used up a little bit more energy than he maybe needed to there, given that quick turnaround.
Possibly. I mean, he looked fairly relaxed. He was coming into the final 50, so I mean, it was a very strong time regardless. And regardless of how much energy he's used up, it should still put him into a good lane for the final. I'd be quite surprised if we had maybe 1 or 2 athletes go quicker than 47.5. Usually, historically, for the semi-final of the 400, it tends to be around that kind of low 48, high 47. So he's done very well there.
So Alex Houchin alongside me, champion indoors here a couple of years ago, and this is his Loughborough teammate, Will Jackson, at 2:18 now. Can he continue this fabulous competition? Oh, that was so close. That was closer, I think, than his 2 failed attempts at 2:16.
I think he knows that's close. I think he thinks he might have that 2:18 still in the bag.
Let's have another look here. Really just the slightest of brushes off. I'll definitely go for that again. I wonder whether he might call it a day after 2:16, but not so. So, Harry Appleton, Bristol, Jordan Duncan, East London, Ollie Clark, Sheffield, DNS from Sproston of Southampton, then Ocean Parry, Bath, and Onyeka Oko of Loughborough. I think he'll be pretty pleased to have the outside lane there. 48.49 in qualification. Fastest athlete in all of the heats by some 0.4 of a second. So what can he produce then in the semi-final after that terrific run by Nathaniel Dias? Well, I think the least he'll expect is to come through cleanly and win this semi-final. Ollie Clark pushing on there for Sheffield. We, of course, have spoken to both of the top 2 in this race on commentary so far, both excited to do their best in this second round of their competition. Oko getting away here from Clark, head rocking from side to side, just wants to stick as close as possible to Oko. 48.75 the target time for those behind. Parry trying to push through though, running into lane 2 behind Oko, who has not flinched. 48.05 for Onyeka Oko. Oh wow, like clockwork he comes through again brilliantly for an indoor personal best.
I think he'll be very happy with that. I think seeing Nathaniel go 47.5 would definitely have motivated him. He looked like he was running very strongly there. I don't think he let too much up before the line, but he looked very strong, especially in that second lap. I've been training with him all year round, and his endurance ability, the sprint endurance, is just phenomenal this year. Definitely a big improvement from the last couple of years. I think he'll be very confident going into that final.
Yeah, I think this is the best he's looked in a while, which is fantastic to see. A great move there by Parry, running wide and coming past Clark, having sat just behind him for a while. So we're keeping an eye to see next attempt for Jackson at 2:18 now, trying to be 12 centimetres better than anyone else in this competition. In the pole vault B final, it looked like Kurt Gilbert was best of all with 4:53. So that competition concluding the A final coming up later at 2 o'clock. So everyone really impressed with Jackson here. 2:18. Really made this his stage. And he had it within his reach with the first attempt, which was closer.
Looking to go fourth in the UK list this year. Might make 2:18 in the second attempt. One more to go.
So Jackson, one more go at 2:18. Well, I mean, both of those attempts suggest that it's very possible for him. Just it'll whether it'll be today or at one other point in the future, I'm sure soon.
Semi-final 5 of the men's 400 metres happening. In lane 1, Henry Parker of Nottingham Trent. Lane 2, Cameron Scott of UCLan. Lane 3, Hayden Christian of Birmingham. Lane 4, Liam Roberts, St Mary's. Lane 5, Stan Chavou of Loughborough. And lane 6, Thomas Hockley. Interestingly enough, the two fastest on paper overall from outdoors are both in this heat, Stan and Tom. Both representing GB last year, Stan at the under-20 level and Thomas at the under-23 level. Be interesting to see how this race goes. I'm sure that Stan can use Tom as a rabbit there, but there's also not to rule out some of the other athletes like Liam Roberts and Hayden Christian inside them.
Yes, Parry's time was 49.32 there. Unfortunately won't be enough to progress in that previous semi, despite that great overtake for second place. 48.75 remains the target for the athlete outside the top spot.
And I think Jacob will be watching this race quite tentatively, because I think if there was a potential for another race to challenge for that non-automatic qualifier, I think on paper you would have to be this heat with two athletes also going sub 47 outdoors last year.
Yeah, that's the thing that stands out really. Two athletes sub 47 makes this incredibly tough.
The only interesting factor is neither Stan or Tom have raced too much out indoors this year. Stan twice and Tom first time yesterday. So once again, Parker in 1, Scott in 2, Christian in 3, Roberts in 4, Chavou in 5 and Hockley in 6. On paper, Stan Chavou the possible favourite with a PB of 46.48. The gun goes and they're underway. It looks like Stan's attacked that hard over the first 50. Looks like he's trying to make up that gap to Tom Hockley over the first 100 metres. Tom's gone out very well as well, as has Roberts of St Mary's in lane 4. But Stan at the moment looking like he's working that bend well, just getting a lead on to Hockley. Whether Hockley can use the bank to overtake him. These two battling for the line. Looks like it's going to be Hockley taking it through the first 200. 22.46. Oh, there's a shove there from Stan as he shoves Hockley as they go round through 250. Hockley taking the lead. Whether that's not to take anything out of Stan, I'm not sure. Hayden Christian of Birmingham working well, but it looks like it's Tom Hockley going well of West London. Stan needs to just compose himself now to see if he can get a non-automatic qualifier position, but Tom Hockley, the man who ran 46.82 last summer, looks like he's going very strong and taking the bid lead. Stan looks like he's tired now, but Tom Hockley crossed the line in 47.62, the second fastest semi-final we've seen, faster than a lot of semi-finals we've seen in previous years, just behind Nathaniel Diaz, who's ran 47.58. It was a bit scrappy there from 200 to 250, but I'm sure Tom will be very happy with how that race has gone. And I think Stan and Tom are showing the nature of indoor running not being typical to what you see outdoors. Just getting caught up there as you both trying to challenge for that bow. I think that pole position in this indoor semi-final is so important, and Tom just managed to hold it a little bit better. It looks like Stan's momentum might have been slightly taken out by that push there.
But only slightly.
Yeah.
I think, I get the feeling he'll have to accept that that's just indoor running, similar to what you said there.
I think so. It doesn't look like anyone was really to blame there. It looks like it's possibly more of a racing incident from the replay that was just shown there.
Yeah, and of course there's only 6 lanes in the final.
say Stan just looked to have slightly, almost not given up, but just looked quite tired going into that final 50 as he allowed Hayden to pass him. So I think, yes, he would have been disappointed with that. But I think Tom's showing there again he's a possible favourite. It looks like Nathaniel Diaz and Yaka Oko and Tom Hockley possibly the favourites in the medals off the semi-finals. But again, there'll be a fantastic race. And I think that pole position on the first lap is going to be vital.
So final attempt, 2:18. Will Jackson of Loughborough. One of the performances of the weekend so far, certainly. So here comes Jackson and comes off early with his hand, I think. First attempt, I think, was better than the two others. Marginally better than the second. But still, we've got a 100% record in terms of gold medal winning athletes today, setting PBs in doing so. That'd be quite something if we can keep that up.
But it may be cold outside, but the track's quite hot today, it seems then.
Yeah, and you know, that's quite dramatic really to see Stan Chivu finish in third place there. It means that he won't make the final, and the result will always say that he was third in the semi, of course, and won't necessarily tell the full story. But we'll have to wait and see what happens outdoors really for him.
Yeah, I think so. I think he was a late addition to the Loughborough team this week because another Loughborough athlete, Harry Bradley, decided to focus on the British Championship. So possibly he wasn't planning on racing again this indoor. So I think he can still use the momentum. He ran well through to 200. Obviously, the nature of indoor running had the collision, but I think he'll focus up on outdoors now. I'll be training with him from this week again, and I'm sure he'll be looking forward to having a good strong outdoors. He's normally more of an outdoor runner anyway, and hoping to break 46 seconds this year.
Brilliant. Well, you're going to join us for the 400 finals, aren't you? So coming up at 20 to 3. So I'll see you then.
Brilliant. Thank you very much for having me.
Semi-finals in the women's 200 metres up next. First athlete will automatically qualify and two time-based qualifiers. In semi-final 1, lane 1 from Cardiff, Imogen Pugh. In 2 from Chester, Amy Christian. In 3 from Nottingham Trent, Flora Benji. In 4 from Swansea, Christina Paulson. In 5 from Birmingham, Evie Humphrey. On the outside, in lane 6 from Loughborough, Ava Freeman. Semi-final 1 of the women's 200 metres.
So the women's 200 metre semi-finals now. And Imogen Pugh of Cardiff, Amy Christian of Chester, Furuma Bengi of Trent, Christina Paulson, Swansea, Evie Humphrey of Birmingham, Ava Freeman of Loughborough. And Freeman has that nice lane 6. She's fresh for this semi as well, just concentrating on the 200. Humphrey and Paulson doubling up, and Paulson also doing the relay as well. So very tough qualifying conditions though, just the leader going through automatically. And just one lap of this track here, but Humphrey pushing all the way with Freeman. So who's going to have this? Down the home straight. Oh no! Freeman falls and Humphrey takes this semi-final. Oh, dramatic stuff there. And joining me is Bria Cook, who was in that 60 hurdles final, of course, on Friday. Today is a really dramatic day, isn't it, with all of these finals to come, and we've just seen a piece of drama there. First of all, how are you though? You've had a busy weekend.
Yeah, I'm good, thanks for having me. Yeah, busy weekend, hurdles final on the Friday, and then yesterday ended up down at British as well in Birmingham, and then back for the heats of the relay as well yesterday, so a busy day, but no, it's been really enjoyable so far.
You qualified, of course, for the relay final,
yes.
So good chance potentially of a medal there for Aberdeen. Let's watch first though what happens here. So Ava Freeman was on the outside. It's a really close battle. Yeah. We do sometimes see falls like that indoors.
Yeah.
I think she just lost her balance there.
Just looked like her footing sort of went from underneath her. Hopefully she's okay though. She's upstanding.
Yeah, it's her BUCS debut. I think it will be the shock more than anything, won't it, initially? Yeah. But yeah, these 200 metre races, it's very, very tough to qualify. Just the top athlete going through, and then 2 others on time. Really tough, isn't it?
Yeah, to go from 4 semis down to a final is really tough, and they'll be feeling the pressure of that as well, knowing that you're only really safe if you're first is a lot of pressure. So those second place runners are going to be running for their times, for sure.
You obviously made the final, which you've seen your teammate and possibly former housemate Jane Davidson.
Yeah,
is that right? Yeah.
Yes. We lived
She's
together.
medalled in the past, hasn't she?
Yeah, she has. She's now left uni, and I'm still here. But a few years ago we lived together for 3 or 4 years, I believe. I might be getting the numbers wrong, but yeah, all through COVID as well. So it was nice to have a housemate that I could also train with. We were on our own wee bubble over COVID, which was great. So yeah, it was really nice. And she's obviously had her Achilles injury and back sprinting as well, which has been great. So.
Yes, but you kind of taken up the baton in a couple of ways and making it through to the final, which is quite a tough final to make. There's often international heptathletes in those finals.
Yes.
But how did you feel the competition went? Because it's on the first day, so everyone else has to sort of wait and watch your competition while you go.
Yeah, I mean, my aim was to make the final. I knew, sort of looking at the start list and stuff, that was a reasonable goal. The 10-hour journey the day before is obviously always a consideration for us coming from Aberdeen. But no, great to make the final. Would have liked to run a little bit quicker, but I mean, the goal was the final, and then it's championship racing. It's not always about the times. So pleased with the day. Yeah, it's good.
We're going to see 2 of your teammates in the 3rd and 4th semi-final, and I know that Eve, at least, possibly both of them ran in the relay with you.
Yes, they did, yeah. Innocent ran first for us, and then Eve ran our 3rd leg. And Eve in the 200s actually are alternate, so she's done fantastic to get to the semi-finals today.
There's Rachel McCann, Irish international. Concentrating on the 200 metres here, we've got Latonia Samuels of Wolverhampton, Gabrielle Johnson of Swansea, Caroline McConnell of Glasgow, Kyra Stone, St Mary's, Catherine Reynolds of Sheffield, also stepping down to the 200, and then McCann of Queen's. Part of Ireland's Olympic team last year. Again, so tough with just the winner going through. Still McCann with her 200 speed, the favourite to do just that, so she's on the outside there. We've already seen Humphrey go through in the red of Birmingham. Can here representing Queens. So Rachel McCann from Cat Reynolds, and then Kyra Stone in the blue and white of St Mary's. So 24:10 there. 10th or so faster than Humphrey. Yeah, and interesting. So perhaps doing some speed work, or she could have done the 400 metres and may well have been the favourite there, but deciding to do something else. I mean, you're relatively versatile yourself, and we've seen you compete in the long jump, haven't we, here?
Yeah. Last year I was in the long jump as well. Had to sacrifice it this year for a trip down to British, but it's part of it. It's a good new experience to go down to British anyway. So would have liked to be joining the girls for long jump though today as well.
Yeah, you talked about the long travel time as a consideration, but it's something that you're probably getting used to.
Yeah, this is my 4th BUCS, so it's been good. Yeah, I mean, the travel is always a consideration for us. We left at 8:30 on Thursday morning and got here at 6:30 at night. So, but we've got a great team. There's 15 of us down actually, and we're all insured on the minivans and the cars. So we took it in turns, kept each other awake. So we're all sort of used to it now, and we've got some youngsters coming through as well. So they're getting used to the journeys and things as well. So it's been good. Definitely a consideration. There's a lot more involved in the recovery side of things in between days, because our legs are definitely a wee bit tighter than they might like, but it's definitely something we're used to now.
Yeah, I know Sarah Tate, who's obviously previously represented Stirling at BUCS, was saying that I think finding somewhere that they could stop en route, she could have like a sort of shakeout run, or at least as soon as she arrived would be able to go somewhere where she had her own space, like away from even the warm-up area, in order to do that. Just sort of was part of the planning.
Yeah.
And but by the same token, yeah, a long way to go. But even like, I was commentating with your mum, Rona McLeod, of course, at the Scottish Championships a few years ago.
Yeah.
And she was saying, don't forget that the athletes that come from like Shetland and such, the travel they get to the Scottish Championships.
I know.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, even to get for us, so that all the indoor competitions in Scotland are at the Emirates Arena, and we're still 3 hours away from that in Aberdeen. I'm fortunate where my hometown is Glasgow, so if I'm home I get to sleep in my own bed the night before competitions. But yeah, there's the Shetland athletes have to get ferries and things, and they have, if a ferry doesn't run because of the weather, they don't make the competition. So there's a lot of considerations for them, out with just the terms of length of travel. There's also a lot of logistics in terms of ferries and things for them to deal with as well. So it's a big commitment, but everyone's very good and supportive of each other and helping them get down.
So looking at this third semi-final then, Adebola of Leeds, Walton of Leeds Beckett, Folorunso of Northumbria, another who's doubled up, and then Ibanesebo of Aberdeen, Wigley of Cardiff, and Fraser of Glasgow. And well, there have been some terrific Scottish sprinting performances this year. Lucy Fraser, one of those. Sophie Thomas, I think, just beat her the other day. So it's going to be tight to make that Commonwealth team that they're hoping to make in the relay, of course, on home soil in Glasgow, like you're saying, your hometown.
I know, yeah. There's a lot of up and coming sprinters in Scotland. The youngsters are doing great, and they're definitely pushing the seniors as well. So to make that team is going to be tough. But Lucy Fraser's definitely one that's got their eyes on that. She's actually my teammate when I'm training at home as well. So hoping she goes well here as well.
Yes, big improvement over 60, 7:78 to 7:45 this year, and then outright 200 PB, 23:65. The race in which she was just beaten by the youngster Sophie Thomas. So Fraser on the outside, even though she has these 60 races in her legs, expecting her to come through cleanly here. So Wigley of Cardiff, one on her inside in the red. Noise is massive here. Great atmosphere, listen to that. Lucy Fraser then down the home straight. 23:96 in this semi-final. Fastest qualifier as things stand, with one more semi to come. And that was the sort of great run that we were expecting, because we know she's in great form.
Yeah, she's doing great, and I think a lot of the time the Scottish competitions are all on the same day. So Lucy's used to running 6 or so races in one day. For our Scottish universities, we've got the 60s on the same day as the 2. So it's a lot of runs for her, but at least they're spaced out over 3 days rather than the 1 day for us. So she'll be used to those tired legs.
Yeah, absolutely. And this was a pretty strong performance. There are 2 time qualifying positions available. Just going to have a look to see that who might have a chance of still making it through then. It was a good battle. It was Wigley against Folorunso. So your teammate there, Innocent Ibanesebo, she looks to be out of the 200 metres, but has the relay still to come.
Yeah, and she'll be really pleased with making a semi. She's actually fairly new to athletics. She's actually an amazing netball player, and has previously been on sort of age group Scotland teams for netball. So she's fairly new to sprinting actually, and sort of the last 2 years or so been taking it really seriously. So for her to be making a semi at BUCS is unbelievable, and she's been a great addition to our relay team as well. So she's really pleased today even just to make the semi, so she'll be really pleased with that.
Medal ceremony there in men's high jump. Brooklyn Crooks with the bronze, Luke Ball with the silver, and Will Jackson with the gold medal, and got a PB as well. 2:16. Well, Luke Ball matching him with a perfect record until 3 failures at 2:09. What events do you most enjoy watching within athletics? What gets you excited?
I do. I'm a long jumper myself, obviously, but I do enjoy watching the men's long jump. I think it's something to watch it on sort of television and things, but to see the men's long jump in person, the distances they actually go are quite impressive when you realise how far it is. I mean, most people will walk across their kitchen and realise that it's actually not as far as some of these guys can go. So I would say that, and then the high jump's also just so impressive as well, I'd say. I enjoy the field events. I think it's a great way of building tension as well, and it's athlete against athlete in a way, you know. So I do enjoy the field events for sure.
I like the idea that you've measured out your kitchen. That's not something you've... Maybe that was during COVID, you know, nowhere else to train.
Yeah.
So this semi-final that's coming up next, the last of the 4, and we're going to see Eve Gary of Aberdeen go in this. I understand, by the way, that around half of your team are all medics. Is that right?
Yeah, so we've got 15 down, and 7 of them are medics. So Innocent, that we just saw in the last heat, she's I want to say second-year medic. I apologise to her if I'm getting that wrong. She's second or third-year medicine. And then our other athlete that should have been going in this, Charlotte Bevan, who unfortunately had a bit of an adductor injury in the 60s. She's also studying medicine. Bradley Francis that we saw win his 400, he's a fourth-year medic. And then we've had a couple boys in the sprints as well as the high jump and things, also medics. And then I'm a fifth-year medic myself. So we've got busy lives, but we've got each other to lean on. And I'm the oldest of the medics, so I'm sort of giving them words of wisdom where I can and telling them how to sort of manage things. I know Charlotte has exams in the next coming months, so this is sort of the end of her indoor season and then straight into studying. So yeah, it's great. It's a great supportive team.
Yeah, well, it is a tough time of year, especially.
Yeah.
We do sometimes see people revising, especially during BUCS outdoors in particular.
Yeah.
There is a sort of like, if there's any sort of like cafe area, you will see people studying there, possibly in between rounds or on their days between competition.
Yeah, definitely. I actually ended up not competing at BUCS Outdoors this past year because I was studying for my medical school finals. So there is sacrifice in it. Thankfully my exams went quite well, so I'm happy, obviously, with the decision. But you're at home and everyone else is down south running, so it's about the small sacrifices. But in the long run, they're worth making.
Manchester for you is down south.
Yes, that is down south.
That's brilliant.
Yes.
Okay, Eve Gary of Aberdeen, Isabel White of Man Met, Lara Vieira Milton of Birmingham, Sophie Evans, University of the West of Scotland, Zainab El Touni of Bath, Millie King of Lapra, again seated on the outside here, fastest qualifier from the heats. So King, 24 flat, fastest of anyone by 0.5 seconds, but of course Fraser has just gone faster. So eventually underway, just this one lap of the track. Target time for those outside the top position is 24.95, a spot held by Kat Reynolds of Sheffield, but King floating her way round into this top bend. And El Touni and Wigley among those fighting behind. So Millie King so dominant here and faster than Fraser. So they're really going for lane draw as well with these the fast times, trying to give everything in a semi-final, I guess.
Yeah, they'll definitely be wanting to. I mean, everyone will have their preferred lanes. I think they prefer the outside lanes for sure. I don't think anyone wants to get stuck with lane 1 or 2. So yeah, they'll be going for times as well to make sure they've got that top spot going into the final.
Yeah, we've seen lots of these gold medals in the 200 won from the outside in lane 6. As Ollie Clark was saying, it's a net downhill.
Yeah.
It was describing as. So I quite like that description.
Yeah, definitely. We had our Scottish universities last week, and we were in lane 6 for the relay, and I ran second. So coming to when you're cutting down off that bend, using the downhills is a big advantage to have. It definitely surges you on a bit. So they'll be looking for those outside lanes.
Have to remember, of course, it was more in the men's 200, 400. We saw a lot of lane infringements. Some people given warnings. So yeah, hopefully that isn't the case. But there was a lot of that going on yesterday. I mean, part of it is some of the athletes just haven't run much indoors at all, so they won't be used to that.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously different tracks have different bankings as well, so if you're just not quite used to the steepness of Sheffield, I don't know what it's like compared to other tracks, but if you're sort of just forced downwards a little bit more than you're expecting, those lanes infringements will come. So it's just about being aware of where your footing is.
Have you run on the oval here, or just the 60?
We ran the relay heats yesterday, we were in lane 4, and no lane infringements from us, thankfully. I believe 2 of the teams above us had some, but not anything that was worth DQing or that affected the race at all. So yeah.
Well, it's interesting because there was an athlete who went over the line 3-4 times on the outside, but he didn't affect anyone else's race, and I think that was one of the reasons why he remained in.
Yeah.
But also people carrying that through the rounds. Sheffield, I think they had a relay heat warning, and then that meant they were DQ'd when they did the same in the final. So that's quite cruel. Yeah.
Okay, I wasn't aware that they carries through.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Good to be aware of.
Definitely good to be aware of that. So yes, those women's semi-finals over quite quickly, and the men's coming up in a few moments' time. We've seen 2 Aberdeen athletes there. Bradley Francis, I think, though, one of your main medal hopes, though, in the 400.
Absolutely, yeah. He medalled last year in the 4 indoors, so he's definitely got his eyes on some silverware for sure. But so far, it's looking pretty good for him. I think he felt quite comfortable in his seat, and then we spoke to him after his semi as well, and he got pushed a bit to 2, but I think he managed to hold his own quite well. So I think he's feeling quite good.
So just looking here, it's going to be a busy time in the field. Women's long jump final, men's triple jump final. So looks like men's triple jump has just got underway in this first round. Have you done triple jump as well as long jump at any point?
No, and I'm scared my knees might not be able to handle it. It might be one that we're trying to get a lot of people involved in our Scottish Unis outdoors. So who knows, if we need to make up some numbers, I might give it a go for 1 or 2 jumps. But no, I think I've got some sensitive feet and knees, so we'll see. We'll avoid it until we have to.
Yeah, we did see an athlete with heavy strapping on her knee in the women's triple jump final, but yeah, this should be a close one because you've got quite a few athletes around the sort of high 14, low 15 metres. Shira Letso of East London, Alajiki of Loughborough. So looking here at Alex Gray of Bath. It was a great triple jump final. I don't know if you were here for that or you've arrived more recently since then, but yeah, all the top 3 getting personal bests, and Gray of Bath, who got the bronze medal, if I remember rightly, she was 4th actually, but she'd waited 3 years for a personal best.
Oh wow! I think I arrived during their medal presentation, so
Yeah.
I saw their final distances. It looked like the top 3 were pretty close as well, so I'm sure it would be a really good competition.
Yeah, no, close, but then 25 centimetres, we've seen even closer than that sometimes, yeah. And it's nice that there was just an hour and a half of just field action to be able to focus on that.
Yeah, definitely. I think that it's great when the field events can kind of get the primary focus as well. I mean, the track events are so loud around the outside with everybody screaming, but getting a clap going is the best feeling when you've got everyone joining in and you're not having to sort of fight over a race
Yeah.
to get the crowd's attention. And it definitely, the claps definitely spur you on to big jumps. So no, it's great that there was some downtime on the track to get the main focus on the field for sure.
Yeah, well, some people aren't used to the idea of getting a clap going because they're not used to a crowd with a decent atmosphere. So some people can be a bit shy, but they see other people doing it.
Yeah, I've definitely been in competitions where I've done a clap. I mean, I've been doing long jump for long enough now where I'll kind of do it wherever, but I have had some girls I've clapped and then they've gone, oh, you've done it, so I'll do it now. And it's, we've sort of got it all going between us, so it's been good like that.
You've never been left hanging, have you? Tried to start a clap and no one responds? Because I just think that would be the most awkward thing.
I have had it a couple of times actually. I think it was Scottish Unis. There was a race going on, and in my head I just was going for the clap, and then I think it was just my few friends that clapped. It was a bit deflating, but
thought that counts.
I appreciate the support when it's there for sure. Yeah.
15.72 from Shira Letso with his opening jump here. Are you someone who tends to start off the competition strongly, or are you able to, pull out crouch jump in the last round, or does it vary?
It varies. I found this season anyway, my first jump has been my biggest. I've had a lot of competitions where I've either just come straight from a hurdles, or in last week's case I came straight from the 60s. So I tend to be someone that sort of uses the adrenaline of the hurdles or the sprints to then sort of give me a couple big jumps at the start. And then whether I tire or I don't know what, but I seem to start off strong. But outdoors last season I was actually the opposite. I got better as I went. So don't really know. It varies. But indoors the competition seems to be a lot more condensed. So I think I use sort of the energy from one event and bring it into the next.
It does seem as though the Scottish universities generally are quite strong this year. We've seen, obviously, Heriot Watts, Adam Hull has already got a medal in the hurdles. Was also part of the shot put final. So yeah, a few people doing multiple events. University of the West of Scotland, I feel like I've seen more of their vests than have previously. I know Stirling have got a few medal hopes. Yeah. And I think it's typically said that the Scottish unis do try and support each other.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, at Scottish unis, you know, that's where we sort of all become rivals for the day because we're only fighting against ourselves. But I think definitely when we come down to BUCS, I mean, Scotland's a small place, you know, even if people are at different universities, almost all the Glasgow unis, based unis, train in the same place. And a lot of the Strathclyde and Glasgow athletes are my teammates when I'm training at home. So we're definitely shouting for each other. Especially in Aberdeen as well. This is our biggest team we've ever brought to BUCS. We had 26 for Scottish unis indoors as well.
Oh, right.
A lot of the focus, I was a track captain 2 years ago, and a lot of the focus for us has been getting people involved in the actual competitions. We've got a lot of students that come to the weekly training, and they've not really been exposed to that much competition, so we're trying to get them exposed and sort of say to them, you know, it's not this big scary thing. Like, at the end of the day, it's a fun day, it's a fun weekend. So our main focus for the past couple of years has really been on bringing up our numbers. So we've got a lot of first-time competitors at Scottish unis and at BUCS. So we've just seen the numbers climb, and I think other unis have sort of followed suit, or we followed them, you know. But I think a lot of people have been trying to encourage the actual numbers to increase, and through that we've seen some great performances as well, so it's been really good.
Yeah, I mean, some of the best performances from Aberdeen have come from like Scottish internationals and GB internationals. Kelsey Stewart won medals for Aberdeen. Zoe Clark, another athlete who you know, was saying a little earlier, she won a BUCS title and a British title in the same year.
She did,
And so I think she at various points would have won medals across 60 and 200 and 400.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, no, and it's great because everyone in Aberdeen, including Robert Gordon, so I think Struan Linton is also going in these 200 semis. He trains in Aberdeen as well. So Robert Gordon is also in. They actually train with us. We join for uni training. But the likes of Kelsey and Zoe, they're training at the same time as us in the same place. So it's really good to see them still around, still training, and I think it really inspires a lot of the uni students as well. Yeah,
well, funny because Will Hawker, who's in the 60, the flat for Cardiff, he was saying having Jeremiah Azu in Wales is inspiring to other Welsh sprinters. So it'd be the same absolutely for the likes of Zoe Clark, inspiring others. She's had her own injury issues, but you know, her achievements are very, very much still there. Her medals have still been won, including silver medal at London 2017 World Championships in the relay. You've got people on the treadmill. I feel like their view is slightly blocked, but maybe they can see from the other side. So, first semi-final men's 200. Freddie Steele, Kasper Matuziak, Thomas Brooks, Simon Okiti, Adam Pearson and Sejan Jacobs. And all six look to be there. So Freddie Steele, one of those that's doubled up, and he now finds himself with the inside lane. Very, very tough once again. Just the winner going through. And then one-time qualifier across 5 semi-finals. So we'll see how they go here. This is Adam Pearson of Loughborough. Again, I'm looking for their feet. Oh no, not another fall. But coming through there, the Loughborough man Pearson, it was Jacobs on the outside there. I wonder whether it's anything to do with the outside lane or it's just a coincidence.
Yeah, because they've both been on that outside lane now.
And you had another athlete in the heat losing his balance as he tried to correct his feet placement, being over the line. I suppose you have just come off the bend, haven't you?
Yeah, I wonder, was that Simon Okiti from Glasgow that...
So is it Jacobs that fell of St Mary's on the outside? Let's have another look here at this race then. So you've got Jacobs in the blue and white on the outside, Pearson then one inside him, and then Okiti. Relatively similar to the Freeman incident.
Yeah. Hopefully he's okay as well.
Yeah, just looking around to see Freeman got straight back up on her feet, and Jacobs looks to have left that area of the track for now anyway. So, men's triple jump. So this is Nabi Ode of Cardiff, and we look to be still in the first round. So Shirelezzo 15.72 leading the way, Matthew Cox second 14.45, Calon Neke in third place 14.27. So you're going to go away and prepare for this relay, of course, later on, but you've got some time to watch on your teammates.
Yes, definitely. Yeah. The relays aren't until, I believe, 4:05. So still plenty of time, and it means our girls that have just run in the 200, they've got plenty of rest time as well before the relay. And our other relay runner, Grace Brennan, she's also got nothing else on today apart from the relay. So hopefully a nice, well-rested team for this afternoon.
Yeah, in the tight indoor arena, there's not the biggest amount of space to warm up for a relay, of course, but I'm sure you'll make the best of it.
Yeah. At least by that time of the day, there's only 6 relay teams warming up, so hopefully a quieter warm-up area than yesterday. But yeah, still not a whole bunch of space.
Michael Alajiki of Loughborough, one of the gold medal contenders here. Look close there on the board. Maintained decent momentum through, though. Yes, I mean, there just aren't that many chances to run a 4x200 metre relay, but it's so dramatic and chaotic.
That's part of the fun as well, though.
It is. No, I was saying it's often, though, the women's teams just seem to get the baton round cleaner than the men, who sometimes all over the place.
Yeah, it seems to be that way. I mean, we've had some hard luck in the past with some DQs and stuff, but you know, both our men's team are actually through to the final as well this year. So we've had a much more positive year with our relays this time, and we thankfully had Scottish Unis last weekend, so we've had a bit of a run out in a practice with our teams as well.
So they have 4x2 there as well?
Yeah, we have 4x2.
Yeah. Won a few opportunities, yeah.
It is a straight final for us in Scotland, but our relay team was we were lucky enough to win our Scottish Unis last week, sorry.
Yeah, that will be a competitive straight final then.
Yeah.
Strathclyde, of course, winning 3 years ago. It was a very close final, that one. Kelsey Stewart was involved. I think Erin Campbell, Rachel Callan still involved were in that one. But
yeah.
Certainly Strathclyde have got medals in the past.
Yeah, I think their team was spread across British and BUCS this year, so no team for them. But we'll try fill their shoes if we can.
Edward Looker of Man Met, Aled James, Liverpool John Moore, Struan Linton of Robert Gordon. You mentioned trains in Aberdeen. Leeds Jonathan of Seaway, Ross Duffin of Strathclyde, Thomas O'Sullivan of Brunel. Second semi-final of the men's 200 metres here. The final coming up at 3:10. So watch out for O'Sullivan of Brunel. Looked very strong in the heats yesterday. He was at 7th outdoors last year. A former Swiss under-23 silver medalist, and almost the length of the screen separating there. But Linton pushing his way through now. O'Sullivan from Struan Linton, and then it's Ross Duffin of Strathclyde. Now Brunel seem to be at least hoping for the bragging rights in the sprints, but do seem to be strong also. Joel Houslin looked impressive yesterday, and he goes in the third semi-final. So just having a look at this race, well, even though it's that blind lane where you can't see anyone else in the race, you just hope to have that the way it stays.
Yeah, you just hope you never end up seeing anybody.
Yeah.
I've never had to run on the outside lane, so I don't know how I'd feel about it, but sometimes I like a chase. So don't know how I'd feel about lane 6, but it seems to work for him.
So that's Bria Cook, who's alongside me, who was in the 60 hurdles final, then went to Birmingham to be part of the UK Indoor Championships, and then came back here for the relay. So, I mean, it's the sort of thing that some people say, oh, I did 6 races in however many days. I'm not sure I'd do it again, but yeah. What would you say of the experience of this weekend overall?
I mean, I think it's that exactly. This weekend for me was about experience. I mean, I've had sort of competitive goals at BUCS, and then British for me, that was my first ever British champs. So it doesn't really time well with BUCS, but for me, it was about going, enjoying the day, experiencing the call room, being amongst those, you know, sort of high-class athletes, and just having a good day, really. So it maybe wasn't the best, you know. Going back and forth like that is not always ideal, and I'm sure no coach would recommend it. But it's been a weekend of experience for me, and I've had a great time, and I did what I wanted to do in the final for the hurdles, and we managed to get our relay team through to the final as well.
Exactly. There were lots of things to be gained for you from both. First UK champs, and also the opportunity to do better than you've done at BUCS. So yeah, and still we'll be cheering you on when it comes. Won't be shouting and clapping, because that was kind of like not what you normally do on commentary, but no, been great to have you with us, and wish you all the best for that final.
Thank you very much for having me. Thank you.
Semi-final 3 of the men's 200 metres. On the inside from Surrey, Nicholas Kamara. Into from Lancaster, Matthew Webster.
So, men's triple jump final in the second round. 15.71 for Shirelezzo. Started off the competition very strongly. That's just 1 centimetre off what he did in the first round. He leads by 90 centimetres from Nabi O'Day. Third semi-final of the men's 200 metres, and we had former winner Alex Houchin of the 400, and now we've got former winner Dave Chapman watching on these 200 semis. And I was just saying how tough are the qualifying conditions, David, but you're saying it's the exact same for you, so they have no reason to complain.
Yep, absolutely. Exact same for the last 3 years that I've done it, and I'm expecting, like I expected, it hasn't changed at all.
Joel Houslin on the outside, so he's just seen O'Sullivan go through, the other Brunel sprinter. DNS though for Bramble, one inside him, then Pablo Cox-Sonora, Chinozo Afondu, Matthew Webster and Nicholas Kamara, but surely looking at Houslin, shouldn't have too much trouble here. He won the Southern Indoor Silver recently, and he's gone off very strongly here for Brunel. Cox-Sonora in the lighter blue vest, and then it's Afondu of Newcastle. So Houslin, again, watch the foot placement though, looked pretty clean there. A win there, 21.45. Arm in the air, clearly enjoyed that run, and that's exactly what you would have expected from him. The turnaround time is tough for 400 runners, but again, should be fine for the 200 between now. We're on about 1:15, the final coming up at 3:10. Well, Brunel looking strong. We've just seen 2 heat wins for their sprinters. From a Leeds Beckett point of view, I'm just wondering who their medal contenders might be this weekend.
So you're looking towards now most of the field. So we've got William Reid in the long jump, who's jumping pretty good this year, to be fair. Got through to the final. That's all he needs to do the other day. So yeah, he's looking really, really good. I really, really hope he medals, because he's been one of them that always come fourth. Yeah. So I'm really hoping it's his year this year. To at least just get on the podium. You know, any medal at BUCS is a good medal, so it's all that matters. And we've got Callie Coates in the high jump as well, who's our outdoor champion for the high jump from last year. I think she also medalled indoors last year as well, or I could be wrong for that one. But I know she's been really, really consistent when it comes to BUCS as well.
Yeah, absolutely has. So looking here at Alex Gray of Bath in this men's triple jump final. 13.33 for 11th place at the moment. We're into the second round, as I mentioned, but just a few jumps so far in it. Now, these semi-finals much tougher than the heats, of which there were more than 10. What was your kind of tip for negotiating the rounds safely, particularly the semi-finals when that competition just heats up?
So I was unfortunate and quite lucky at the same time. So in my first 2 years, in 2023 and 2024, all 3 rounds were on the same day. So that was a really, really difficult challenge, trying to navigate it all and trying to go through the heat, semis and finals and all on the same day, and then considering about the relays as well at the end of the day. But on my last year in 2025, thankfully it changed back to a heat on the Saturday and then the 2 other rounds on a Sunday, so that became so much easier. When it comes to the heat, you've just got to get through. You know, you've got to win that race to get a good lane in the semi-final. Because the final gets won in the semi-final. You know, you get to see who's going to win. You get to see which lane they get in the final. And obviously, for the 200 metres indoors, that position in the final, in terms of the lane, is so key. It's so important.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of gold medals won from the outside lane in lane 6. We talk about the net downhill and the advantages that we can gain there. We've seen a couple of falls, actually. I don't know if you caught it, but
yes.
One in the women's, one in the men's. Just a simple case of losing footing. We do sometimes see it indoors, particularly.
Yeah. I think it's so difficult because there's so little indoor tracks in the UK where you can actually come and run it, and I think Sheffield's quite different compared to the ones in Birmingham and Lee Valley and Glasgow. In terms of actually getting that banking right, and I think I've experienced it from my time running where you'll go down that banking in lane 6 lane 6, you're not really experience it in lane 5 because it's not as steep, and you'll start losing your balance and falling backwards or forwards, or just one bad thought will be the difference, and it can also mess up your race. Not only can you fall over from that position, you could also take 1 foot out of lane, in front of you, to the left, to the right, and that's messed up your entire last 50 metres.
Yes, it happened in the same spot, just coming off the bend from the athlete on the outside. It was Ava Freeman of Lapra and then Sejan Jacobs of St Mary's, and both seemed to be all right.
Yeah.
We're saying the shock more than anything. Right then, Jacob Thomas of Cardiff, Zohan Giraud of Edgehill, Jack and Duba, Nottingham, Tyler Foles, Sheffield Hallam, Rush Carter of Liverpool John Moores, and Owen Murphy, University of the West of Scotland. So one that's doubled up here on the outside, which is different to the likes of O'Sullivan and Houslin, but gone off very strongly here.
Great start.
And Ter trying to chase him down, and just the top athlete qualifying for the final. Feel as though they're now closing in. Watch here, closely down the home straight. Ter fighting his way through, but Murphy does get it. So certainly the closest of the semis that we've seen so far. It looks like a real improver this year for the University of the West of Scotland, and showing as another personal best. Of course, 6th place in the 60-metre final, and he's got himself into a 6th race of the weekend.
Yeah, congratulations to him. I think when you're a youngster coming into this kind of competition and having a personal best for around 22 dead, you can surprise people. I know I've experienced it where there's people where they'll come into this competition and they won't have ran particularly that well leading up to it, and they go and smash it out the park. And I really, really hope that Owen Murphy's done that this year. He's just got to keep himself calm now and ready for the final.
So it looks to me like Simon Akiti, 22.14, holding on to that non-automatic spot, but that's before this particular result has come through. That is the 3rd fastest heat winning time so far. Houslin 21.44 from Pearson 21.61. Do you think we're learning too much about who the gold medal favourite might be? I don't think it's that clear, really.
I can tell you who the 2 front people will be, but I couldn't tell you who the winner is. I think it's been really, really tight, and I think it depends all about the lane draw, who's going to get which one. I know in previous years I always prefer to go in lane 6. I know people prefer to be in lane 5. All just depends where they're confident, and of course it's all the BUCS final is a mentality competition. It's not a running competition when it comes to it, especially for the 200 metres indoors, because it's just over so quickly. Obviously not compared to the 60 metres.
Let's have a look at some of the results that we've already seen so far on finals day. So women's triple jump, fantastic this was. All of the top 4 getting personal bests, led by Latifa Agbaremi completing her BUCS medal set with 12.99. From Yelekwe went up from 4th to 2nd in the last round. Booth and Gray, that PB she'd waited 3 years for, in 4th place. Men's high jump then. What a victory this was for Loughborough's Will Jackson, 2:16, 10 centimetres higher than anyone else. But Ball did have a perfect record right up until 2 and 9, 3 failures there. And Jackson left on his own to clear a PB. That's 4 centimetres higher than he's ever gone before. Crooks 3 centimetres higher in terms of his PB. This is the B final of the pole vault, led by Gilbert of Cardiff Met. Okay, a very small chance that when producing an aggregate result after the A final, he could get a medal, but some decent contenders to come in that A final at 2 o'clock. Ambulant men's long jump, Will Bishop and Neil Rem. These are the distances that they got. Sean Delaney as well. And of course calculated on point scores, different classifications of these athletes. Women's ambulant long jump as well today. Rebecca Scott, who we also saw in the 60 metres, and Elizabeth Dodd, both of Loughborough. Next on track, the last of the semi-finals of this men's 200 metres. And I can't believe this, David Chapman, but Robin Snedden, after that 400 semi, he's now doing the 200 semi. So, you know, he raced around an hour ago in the 400 metres and he's doing this 200.
Yeah, 4 rounds. And both, 800 in total for 400 metres and then another 400 for 200 metres. I could never have done that. Fair play to him.
Didn't necessarily expect to see him in both semi-finals, certainly in both heats. But, well, I don't mean in terms of qualification, I meant whether he'd actually start. Maybe he'd see how the competition goes. So Snedden and then Regis Edwards, Levchenko, Berger, and then Lagatianos and Nariman, who was on the outside in his heat. Had a foot across the line 3 or 4 times, just lost his balance and managed to correct himself. Didn't interfere with anyone else's race and was a clear victor in any case. So let's see if he can qualify cleanly for this semi-final. Through from this semi-final, I should say. And then Berger battling with him. Nariman against Berger. Wow, that's close across the line. 21.70. So both of them really quick there. Following that 21.71 victory of Murphy, very close to that. So that was the closest of the semis that we've seen so far. Remind that 21.79 the target time for any athlete in second place. So I think we're going to see both of the top 2 go through from this.
Yeah, you'd have thought so. That's a fantastic run from lane 4 there for Berger.
Yeah, it came in as 21.90, showing as his personal best. Nariman looking good here. Just having a look to see who actually wins this across the line. Looks, I think, like Nariman, but
yeah. I think Berger just losing his form towards the end of that race there, but that's expected from that tight lane 4, especially when you've got the competing athlete in lane 6 who's got that wide bend and that downhill bit to actually propel you forward.
So I think that would knock out Liverpool John Moore's tear there. So Houslin, Pearson, Murphy, O'Sullivan, and then Nariman and Berger, as things stand, look like being our finalists.
Coming through on the board there is 21.7 for Berger on the main board in the stadium. 21.70.
Yeah, all the results available on Roster Athletics website and app. So men's triple jump final continues here. Shiraletsu still leading 15.71. Looks like Michael Alajiki has retired at the end of the second round. We're now going into the third.
We'd just like to highlight some of our sponsors. Remind you that there's a chance to win a £100 Amazon voucher and feedback by heading to the website or by scanning the QR codes around the venue. So make sure you do that. But I'm proud to be promoting the Milk Every Moment campaign to showcase how Milk's nutritional values can support student athletes in preparation for their events or with their recovery. Head to look every moment stand just at the top of the stand and company for a chance to win a £100 voucher of your choice. Prizes to be won with Subway 2. Then Subway Fresh Boost Challenge.
Ambulance shots. Looks like 6 athletes involved. Elizabeth Dodds, Mia Lloyd, Amy Thompson, Abigail Birch, Freya Howgate and Rebecca Scott. This is Freya Howgate. F37 athletes. PB showing as 8:20. Well, it's a fascinating set of men's 200 metre semi-finals. And yeah, by the end of things, Joe Houslin with the fastest qualifying time. Berger does indeed make it in with that 21.70. So really behind the time of Houslin, you've got 4 athletes within 0.09 of each other. O'Sullivan 21.74. That's going to be a fascinating final.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's very open at the moment, especially towards second, third, fourth, fifth and sixth.
Yeah.
I think Houslin's on paper's pulled away, but obviously he's got to replicate that again in the final. We'll just wait and see what the lane draw comes back as.
Yeah, I mean, as someone who's won finals like in this past, I mean, you've had some great battles. I think it was Harry Taylor who's one of your rivals.
Yes.
What would be your advice be then for the men going into this final who would fancy their chances?
Well, it depends who it is. I'd say, you know, get your head down, get running. That's all you can do. You can't change anything now. So keep yourself fresh for the next couple, for next, how long's left now?
10 past
3. Right. So you've got another hour until, you know, call room. So just keeping yourself fresh and not overdoing it with your drills. You know, actually getting some sort of recovery in no matter what it is. Just try and get something down. And when you step on the start line, actually embrace the whole environment that you're there with. I know that in previous years when I've been here and I've been, you know, nervous, I've had that back into the Beckett crowd and the other people in the stadium, whether they're on my side or not. And that's really propelled me forward to actually go for it. So, yeah, I suggest just get your head down and get running again. That's all you can do.
Alex Gray in the men's triple jump. So this is obviously his 3rd attempt. Had been in 11th place last time we looked, now finds himself in 10th after improving to 13.56. Shiraletso, Ode and Cox the top 3. Sadiku just outside, and then Alajiki retiring from the competition, currently in 5th place. But that obviously could well change. 13.10. Have you had any field event experience in your time?
In the past, yes, I did.
Way back?
Yes, way back when. 2018 was my last time I did a proper field event. That was the high jump.
I see. Well, you're quite tall, yeah. Maybe not as tall as Will Jackson, who won gold today.
Oh, no, absolutely not. I walked past him in the hall and I had to look up at him.
Brilliant. So I think Josh Kerr did the high jump at one point.
Did he?
Yeah, so it's like an under 17 or something like that, you know. Many athletes have started out doing many events and not specialised for a while.
Yeah. I can say I was definitely one of them that had to wait a while to come and find his event. But I'd say I'm pretty set in my event now.
Yeah, it does seem that way, doesn't it? What are you looking for this season then? Anything in particular?
Just to run fast again. Last year I didn't end up breaking the 20-point barrier in the 200 metres, so that's an added motivation for me, I think. And then looking towards doing some 400 metres as well. So that's be the first time since 2022 I've run an outdoor 400 metres. So see what that's like.
Is that something your coach has suggested, or?
Yes.
Yes, it's often that way, isn't it? Yes.
Yeah, it's not a suggestion that I've made.
Brilliant.
Well, it's Matthew Cox shortly being on the runway. Currently in the bronze medal position with his 2nd round jump on 15 metres 02. Very nice.
So wearing 2.22, this is Matthew Cox of Birmingham in 3rd place, 15.02 at the moment. Birmingham have been strong in getting medals in the triple jump, particularly indoors. Lawrence Davis, a previous gold medalist. Quiver King on the women's side. There's Amy Ware just getting ready for this long jump final. I think they're also in the first round now as well. Ruby Jurgis, another of her medal contenders, just sat down there looking quite relaxed. So Cox on this runway for Birmingham in the red. He's only 1 centimetre behind second place 15.03 Nabi O'Day, and 70 centimetres behind the lead of Shirelezzo, who's been very strong until this point. Look close on the board, but good flow through the 3 phases there. Gets that green indicator. Little shake of the head though. Bit of a break in the track action, maybe a little bit behind schedule, but Mascot races coming up next. I did see a man in a bear suit walk past me, so either I was dreaming or the Mascot race is about to start. Have you ever been asked to take on the Mascot race? To be honest, I think you've had other things. You had other priorities, haven't you, normally?
I've definitely volunteered, but we've not been able to get the Beckett Bear costume, so that's our problem.
Oh, so what's the issue? Is it at the dry cleaners or something? Or?
Yeah, I think so.
Right, okay.
I want to say there's only one costume, and a lot of other sports want that costume. But absolutely, if the opportunity arises, I will be down there in that Beckett Bear suit. I might have to fight a lot of the other teammates for it, though. Oh, I say teammates. Not teammates anymore. Still good friends, though.
Brilliant.
This year in aid of the Danny Porter Foundation. Dan Porter, MBE, was an inspirational individual who championed sport at Sheffield Hallam University and across the country as a strong advocate for BUCS nationals. So we're delighted to be able to provide donations from this race towards that foundation.
So we've got a very excited Panda on the inside for Edinburgh. Warwick there in the middle. We've got a Lion from Newcastle, and then a very impatient looking Dinosaur from Brunel.
Yeah, I'd say Dinosaur.
Brunel are the kings of the sprints, but this is a very different battle here. I mean, I'm expecting 200 metres.
Yeah, me too. I don't think it'd be very fair if they get the hurdles out for him.
So Hector the Panda, George the Griffin. Izzy the Dinosaur has not got off to a good start here, and they're all holding on to their heads. The Lion on the outside, it's like he can't believe that he's winning this race. Panda rocking from side to side. The choice of footwear also proving important here. Mostly trainers on show. So here comes Percy the Lion. And be somewhat thankful that the bell doesn't sound and it's just one lap of the race. And his head hasn't fallen off. Well, David Chapman, when you came and were going to watch these 200 metres, you didn't expect probably that there'd be Mascot 200 metres as well as the actual semi-finals.
No, I did also. I did kind of forget that they were on. But I have helped out people trying to put on the Mascot before.
So it's a team effort?
I'd say so, yeah. It was before I came to university, I helped out with the Oxford team trying to put the Dinosaur costume on for him in 2022. That was also quite fun.
Yeah, well, getting the costume off might be a challenge as well. Rather embarrassed looking Izzy the dinosaur.
They must be sweaty in there.
Well, I'm glad the other animals had more life in them.
I don't think Izzy knows what day it is.
So Liverbird going for Liverpool here. The results all come through.
Any of the beloved animals.
So Thor of Loughborough in this, Duck Norris, Lenny the Liverbird, Trent the Tiger, and Rory the Lion. I think there are actually two Rory the Lions, but one of them for Birmingham in this particular heat. And Rory with rapid speed motoring down the back straight here, roaring his way through. Now you'd imagine that the Thor costume, not as aerodynamic, but still rather clean in terms of rigidity. 24.77. Lenny the Liverbird falling across the line. And here comes Duck Norris. The duck comes bottom of the bill. Well, I mean, this is all part of the kind of atmospheric fun that BUCS gives us that is pretty unique, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the Liverbird trying to fly across the finish line there. It's also a good opportunity for the athletics teams and the clubs to actually show off their characters, their mascots, isn't it? And give them something to shout for.
Yeah, and usually for someone who's not qualified for the team to actually get a run out and be part of the action.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, the Mascot race, typically in aid of the Danny Porter Foundation. Dan Porter MB was an inspirational individual who championed sport at Sheffield Hallam University here and across the country, and was an advocate for the BUCS Nationals events. And for 2 decades he was the driving force for development of sport at Sheffield Hallam, and an inspirational figure. He passed away after a battle with cancer, and that is a reason since then we have held this Mascot race. Edge Hill Bill on the outside here, Brian the Lion, Agnes the Bull, and Wessex Saurus also involved. Pompey the Crocodile struggling quite significantly here with the body flex of the costume. I think this is Agnes the Bull from Edge Hill Bill. And this is the fastest of the ducks, as he comes quacking round the bend with ferocious speed to win Edge Hill Bill. What a treat that was. It's quite a bit slower though than Brian the Lion.
Would athletes 6, 7, 8 from the men's 400 metres please go immediately to the BUCS admin office.
And you can tell the exhaustion on the face of that cow. What a finish though from Edge Hill Bill.
Oh, absolutely. If you can make that move, then make it.
With 591, Hannah Wallace in second place, 583.
So what are things like then inside the Leeds Beckett camp generally at these kind of championships?
In previous years, they're incredibly calm. Yeah, we're just here to enjoy it, to be honest. I think it's, if people aren't competing, they always come down, and we've got quite a lot coming down now. Obviously, I'm not involved as much as I was last year and the previous years, so I don't really know who's competed or hasn't competed, but there's still quite a big bunch of us up here.
It says something that you want to be back and watch, though.
Yes, absolutely. I won't miss it unless there was British champs.
Yeah, women's long jump final here. So Ruby Judges, Hannah Wallace, Hannah Waller, Amy Ware among the top competitors that we're expecting to battle for the medal positions. This is Matilda Perry of Cardiff Met. A reminder that the 200 and 400 finals, we've just seen athletes qualify just the 6 lanes, of course, indoors. Those finals from 2:40 until around about 3:15. Before that, the finals of the 3,000 metres coming up in around 20 minutes' time. So 8:09, that's Georgia Baker of Birmingham. Ruby Jurgis was very strong in qualification with 5:88, bettered only by Amy Ware, 5:96, who's chosen just to focus on the long jump this year, and Hannah Warner, the American from Loughborough, with 6:12. She's very strong at this level to be over 6 metres. Amy Ware is over 6 metres in this final, 6:07 for her. So she has the lead as things stand. Coming to the end of the second round, Hannah Waller second, 5:79. Hannah Wallace third, 5:83. And then Ruby Judges also on 5:83, but second best jump is 29 centimetres less than Wallace. 8:38, Sophie Doherty of Sheffield. Looked like she had some space to spare there on the board. Men's triple jump final, looks like we've come to the end of the third round there. Shirelezzo from Mode from Cox has remained the top 3. So women's long jump just a little behind there, and it's about to go into the third round. Millie Hardy was a DNS after qualifying. Sophie Doherty, 4:98. Third round coming up next. Well, this Sheffield venue has been a great host for BUCS indoors over the years. I mean, it's home to, I guess, some of your best memories in athletics.
Yeah, absolutely. I think even not in BUCS, in general. I started my athletics career here. In my very first day in a very wet and windy day in 2012 was the first time I ever came to the IS.
So what was that event? Was that a YDL or club competition?
It was like a taster day for the City of Sheffield club. I don't know if they still do it now, but it was quite a good opportunity for me to come down and get the youth of Sheffield to actually come and do some sort of athletics and try it out. And that's, ever since then, I've always just stayed here. It was a very big driving factor for the IS for me, and for my parents as well, to actually come here and be part of City of Sheffield. Just because of the facilities they've got here being indoors, especially during those cold nights in the winter.
Yeah, no, compared to other areas of the north, this is a brilliant facility, and people come from much further afield, than you do to actually train here. And among other things, I think it's one of the homes of pole vault, with Trevor Fox coaching Adam Haig, among others.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's a lot that happens here. You've got the John Henson's group, of course, yeah?
Yeah, the Henson Heroes with Lee Thompson. Hakan Dalbow just made the 400 metre final in Birmingham, so I do wish him the best of luck. That'll be coming up around the time of the 200 metre final today.
Yeah. Both of them, of course, City of Sheffield athletes club-wise. It's nice because they're one of the training groups with an Instagram page now, so it's good to bring that into athletics. I think M11 done that also, but
and they've definitely stepped up their I don't know what the word is, but
their presence or the quality of what they're putting out.
Yeah, it's only stepped up over the last couple of weeks out of nowhere, but you know, fair play to them.
Yeah, doing a professional job, as a lot of the uni clubs do, because you wouldn't normally see, I don't think, on social media going a few years back, like a team announcement on social media, really. It's kind of more done by the uni itself.
Yeah.
Maybe on a website somewhere, but I think that's really good because it gives people a boost just seeing who the team is and making it look like everyone's an elite athlete.
Yeah, I agree fully on board with it. I think Team Thomas, the group that I'm up in Leeds still with, they've got their Instagram account, and obviously not as big as Henson Heroes at the moment with the quality of Lee Thompson in it. You know, working towards it. Slowly but surely we're working towards a bigger group.
So, triple jump final continuing. We're now into this fourth round. So, Wilfred Williams of Southampton, looks like a personal best for him in qualification. Finds himself in 7th place. In the women's long jump, this looks like Hannah Wallace competing for UCL, the Scottish athlete. She finds herself in 5th place in this 3rd round. So Amy Ware, our leader, 6:07. Ruby Jurgis just improving to 5:96. 5:91, Hannah Waller. And then Wallace. 8 centimetres off the podium as things stand. We're talking about the strong Scottish sprinters, particularly on the female side, that are all here. Some that represented their country at the Commonwealth Games and others who aspire to this year. Hannah Wallace, one of Scotland's best long jumpers, 5:82 there, 1 centimetre off what she did previously and then in the 2nd round, and then 5:80 in the 3rd. So all 3 jumps within 3 centimetres. This then is the Sussex athlete, I believe, here, Calon Neke. Finds himself in 6th place, 14:27 in the 1st round is his best. One of the most explosive events in track and field, great to watch. So I guess you're most looking forward to the 200-metre final now. Anything else? I guess the relays as well?
I say I'm looking forward more to the relays because I'm currently on my countdown of being the BUCS champion. Obviously completing its cycle now. I'm kind of dreading that last hour.
I see.
So
Okay,
I'm holding on to it still, one
Brilliant.
more hour. But no, absolutely, that 200-metre final is going to be incredible to watch. And I think, along with the 400-metre final, I always enjoy watching that and actually seeing and trying to make believe how I would compete in it. The 60 metres is gone and done. That was on Friday, so that's one of the events that I do like watching, but obviously can't watch that today. But the field events with the Beckett athletes, the long jump and the high jump, they're definitely ones that we'll be watching and cheering for up here.
Interesting, Michael Alajiki was listed as having retired from the competition and back out there jumping, so he didn't look completely in full flow, but all credit to him if that is the case. There was a similar situation with Alistair Brown in the shot put, had a medic attend to him and then was back out there going. Hannah Waller, though, in the long jump, in 3rd place, and gets the green light this time. Yeah, it's fascinating what you're saying about dreading the last hour or so. You do sometimes hear of it. People don't really want their records broken, trying to hang on to it and kind of shaking watching it, but hopefully it won't be too agonising for you.
No, I'm sure not. I'm sure it won't be. I do wish all the lads the best in that race.
I know you do, yeah.
Yeah.
6:08 for Hannah Waller, goes into the lead by 1 centimetre. Amy Ware, chance to respond straight away. So Ware consistently on the podium, and that looks like a good jump there. Athlete coached by Keith Fleming gets the red light though this time around. She was a silver medalist indoors and out in the triple jump last year. We've just been handed the start list, by the way, for the 200 final, so we can see that Adam Pearson has been given lane 6 and Houslin 5, which is interesting.
Yeah, very interesting. See how that plays out. I think if Joel can actually get out and use that bend that he's been doing, last couple of rounds he's been powering around this second bend, and that's allowing him to come flying off onto the home straight. If he can do that again, there's no reason why he shouldn't be the BUCS champion today. But obviously he's never set in stone in this competition, is it? He's surrounded by Loughborough in lane 6 and lane 4. Just needs to keep his head down and get going.
Fourth round of the men's triple jump. Matthew Cox there. Let's have a look. Is that 14.59 for Cox? Has been in third place for much of this competition. 15.02 is best so far. 2 more attempts to go. Waller Ware Jurges top 3 in the women's long jump. So on the runway there in the women's competition, you can see Georgia Baker of Birmingham. It looks like jumping before her will be Nabi Ode in second place. 69 centimetres off the lead of Shirlezzo. So he'll keep on accelerating. You'll watch that foot placement, may have been over the line there. I think he knew that. Must be hard really to follow through the phases where you're aware of what's just happened there, but it's kind of good for practice through the rounds to continue anyway.
Like you mentioned earlier about the triple jump being such a rough event and so taxing on the body, if you know that you've fouled going onto that board, you can always just pull out rather than actually putting yourself through that and getting a foul anyway.
Baker in 11th place. I'll just moved up to 8, sorry. Now I refresh the page. 5:49 so far. I think there's only one other athlete that can push her out of the top 8 if she doesn't improve. 7th and 8th actually have the same best jump. 5:20 there, no improvements. So Sophie Doherty will be last to go here out of the 11 athletes, Millie Hardy DNS. You're watching live coverage of the 2026 BUCS Indoor Athletics Championships. 2 field finals we're watching here. Just been handing a start list for the men's 400 final. This is also a very exciting one because they've all looked great in the semi-finals. Onyeka Oko, Bradley Francis and Ben Heron, all great hurdlers. And we've come to, they seem to have great closing speed, do the hurdlers.
Yeah, absolutely. It's that strength for them, though, to actually get over the hurdles. Not only run 400 metres, but get over the hurdles at the same time.
Yeah, that'll be a very, very tough one to call. Sophie Doherty with a foul there in the 3rd round, unfortunately exits the competition at this stage. Still 4th round of the men's, and it looks like Shirlezzo, who's leading the competition, is shown as retired. So maybe he's carrying an injury and he's going to hope to hang on here, which he may well do. This is Wilfred Williams of Southampton. In 7th place, 14-14 to this point. Williams in the 5th round, just waiting for his measurement. (13.05). So yes, he's already jumped a metre further than that.
Well,
I've seen the start list now.
We've reached the important point. It's finals time at the BUCS Short Course Championships 2026. It's time to get behind your teams.
Men's pole vault getting underway soon. Well, Dave Chapman, it's been great to have you on, and just kind of, I feel like you're really savouring the moment of remembering what this atmosphere is like. It was one of the reasons I come back every year. Just you don't see many events like this in athletics, do you? And you're just trying to, sink in every last drop, really.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I think I really do miss it now, doing it, and just hearing over the tannoy now. It's a lot different not actually competing and actually being able to actually sit and watch it rather than, going through the nerves and all that stuff. I think it's been years since I've had a Sunday BUCS where I've not actually had to worry about anything.
Yeah, it's funny, like looking around, I can see people have won gold already around us, and I can see people just sort of, nervously jittering about, getting ready for their finals later, and just getting those last bits of advice.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the nicest part about it, though, because you're part of your team. You're able to actually go and support together, and it doesn't really matter who it is, running or jumping or throwing. You can all, if they wear your vest, you go and support them no matter what. And unfortunately, I don't think that happens that often when it comes to athletics in the UK, especially when it comes to unless it's like a national league and stuff like that. But yeah, I think BUCS is such a good opportunity where you can actually sit and be within that environment.
Yeah, you can access you can see the processes up close of international athletes.
Yeah.
Even if you are a club level athlete or doing this sort of thing for your first time, or this might be your biggest part of the sport that you're involved in, and just seen Abigail Paula and Onyeka Oko come past. So no, thanks very much for chatting on commentary for the last sort of 45 minutes or so, and I'll let you enjoy the rest of your Sunday and enjoy that 200 metre final especially.
Yes, thanks for having me.
Shot put women's final, long jump men, high jump women, pole vault men, and men's and women's shot put, as well as these ongoing triple jump and long jump finals, all on the way for you in the remainder of the BUCS Indoor Championships. Final time starts here.
Alajiki in this triple jump in the 5th round. Well, maybe that was an error that he was shown as retired earlier. But in any case, good to see him still out there.
Got injured on the second. Narbione's in second with a best of 15.03, just ahead of Matthew Cott, who's lifetime best 15.02. Destiny Siddiqui 4th, Michael Alajiki in 5th, Alan Aniki 6th, Wilfred Williams 7th, Dante Bailey in 8th. That's your men's triple jump final. The women's long jump. Alongside it, Hannah Waller, your leader, 6 metres and 8 centimetres. Amy Ware in second, 6.07 ahead of Ruby Jurges, 5.96. Anna Wallace, Ashante Graham, Matilda Perry, Amelia Watley, and Georgia Baker, your other athletes still going in the top 8.
women's ambulance shot, Amy Thompson, Liverpool John Moores, 8:43. Freya Howgate, Loughborough, 8:40. Becca Scott, Loughborough, 7 metres 08. Abby Birch, Marchon, 4:90. Lizzie Dodds, 4:83, and Mia Lloyd, 3:87. Remember, this is a multi-category para event, like the others, so it will be decided on razor points.
So the women's 3,000 metre finals kicks off the final period of the BUCS Indoor Championships. Starts in 2 minutes time. Big field, 12 athletes, all qualified. We'll look through the lineup when it gets underway. We want to watch is Emily Parker of Loughborough. Fastest on paper with 9 minutes 6.89. Wearing hip number 7. It's time for the women's 3,000 metre final.
You're watching live coverage of the 2026 BUCS Indoor Athletics Championships, and this is the final of the women's 3,000 metres, and it's finals all the way here on in. And you can see Emily Parker has very much gone off like she means business here. And would you expect anything less from an athlete who won a medal at the World University Games, of course, last year, just after the European Under-23s, where she finished in 5th place in the steeplechase. But here strong on the flat as well, like we were saying about the 400 metre runners. Obviously no opportunity for steeplechase indoors. You wouldn't dream of it along the banking. The unsteady barriers. Don't think that's an innovation we'll ever see, but maybe it's been done somewhere. In any case, Emily Parker, I think she might be going for a championship record. 9 minutes 6 is what she'd be looking for. We've been seeing some good battles over the last few years in the 3,000 metres. Likes of Saskia Millard involved, Elsa Palmer, Alex Millard against Almi Nerurka was another favourite. But yes, that record 9:06.33. So obviously it would require kilometres of 3:02 if even. So we've also got Sean Duval of University of the West of England, Jess Hyland of Cardiff, Ava Ledbetter of Newcastle, Evie Powell of Birmingham, Emma Powell of Cardiff, Freya Murdoch of Birmingham, Hannah Clark, St Mary's, Abby Smith, Liverpool, Jenny Leggett, Exeter, Erin Wells, Loughborough, Isabel Mansley of Edinburgh. So decently paced here, a couple of minutes into the race. Looks like Emma Powell at the front of this group. And Parker already into the top bend now. Powell in second place there. And that's wearing 8.99 is Evie Powell behind her. Then the other Birmingham athlete, Freya Murdoch. So Emily Parker, 9:06.89, her personal best outright. And she needs to be just a fraction quicker. There's Hannah Wallace in the long jump. She's still in 4th place with 5:83 from the first round. It's still Waller, Ware and Jurges. 6:08, 6:07, 5:96. So this will be very interesting. Emily Parker, by the way, coming up to 1 kilometre, 3:03. She's just outside what she needs, but very much capable of upping that pace and running her own way to a championship record. We'll keep tabs on that because it's very clear she's not just trying to win this race. Powell from Powell in second and third. Emma from Evie. So Emma Powell recently winning the Welsh indoor 3,000 metre title, actually held in December. Personal best of 9:33. Third ranked athlete in terms of PB, so that's why we expected this sort of gap to Emily Parker. We did see the heats that Parker led it out very strongly, but was still able to coast round. Not too much surprise there. Emma Powell ahead of Evie Powell, as I say, who was fourth at English schools last year. 2:08 for 800 metres, so should have a good kick if needed.
Just 3 metres behind Amy Ware, who is in second place. And then that's a second metre separates second and first, Amy Ware and Hannah Watson. Here's that chasing through, coming through the Emma Parker, women's 3,000 metre final.
I can tell you that Ruby Jurgis has gone out to 6:04 in the long jump, still in third place, but medal is separated by 4 centimetres in the fourth round. So it looks like, barring some sort of unfathomable calamity, Emily Parker on her way to gold, but will it be a championship record? This looks to be the battle over the other medals. And you can see they're moving into second place is Hannah Clark of St Mary's, second in this group, third overall. Clark, who was 8th in this race last year, 9:37 at best outright. That came in Wimbledon in June. So Emily Parker now with 6 laps to go. So very shortly we'll get an idea of that 2 kilometre mark. 100 metres away from it, and won't be too long before she'll start lapping athletes. Emma Powell, who was at University of Exeter and went out to Lamar University in Texas and has come back to the UK. So pace has slipped a little bit there. 6:09.03, though a 3:06 kilometre. Parker's got to dig deep here. Still on course for a very strong time. Parker looking like it's hurting a little bit at this key phase of the race, and may spur her on to have those runners that she's soon to lap. 37-second lap that time around. 4 to go now. Past the subway banner and onto the back straight. There's been a bit of a breakaway behind. And Powell has been leading the chasing group for a while, but just dropping back as they came through. 4 laps to go for them. Cox in the triple jump. Has been in third place for much of the competition. 7:25, 3 laps to go for Parker meanwhile, for Lapra. Already a winner of BUCS Gold, indoors and out last year. And one of the best steeplechasers that BUCS has ever seen, along with the likes of Emily Moyes and Amy Pratt. So you can see there, Powell just content to lead this group, working pretty hard there. Murdoch is with her, it looks like. Decent athletes being lapped here. That's Abby Smith and Sean Duval. 8:04 on the clock. So Powell still working hard, leading the chasing group, but you can see just how far the gap is behind. Good 100 metres. Well, Parker's going to come through this time with 1 lap to go. And she just might be glad for it. 1 lap away from gold. Just has to keep driving here and keep up her form. Powell has been overtaken. And this is a good battle now over silver and bronze. Hannah Clark in second. And Freya Murdoch in that bronze spot at the moment. The Northern Indoor champion last year is Murdoch. 9:34 at best. So Loughborough St Mary's in Birmingham, quite often on the podium in distance races, but at the front, Parker, Loughborough, gold, 9:19.48, retains her 3,000 metre title. And what a breakaway this is, a great finish of the race from Hannah Clark of St Mary's. Her teammate just ran out of things at the end of the heats, but Clark does get the silver medal. There were 2 Birmingham athletes fighting in this one. Murdoch gets the bronze, has to hold on. Powell leading the chasing group for so long and drifts back towards the end of the race. Parker looking tired there, but other athletes behind her exhausted. I think she was going for the championship record there, or just as fast as she could. We saw Tommy Bridger do a solo run outdoors, of course, for that competition best performance last year. The Parker of Loughborough is the champion, and roll on the finals here on in. Waller, Ware and Jurges top 3 at the moment in the women's long jump in the 5th round. They've not had their jumps just yet. Men's triple, Shirlitzer, who's retired at the end of the 3rd, O'Day and Cox.
Looks to be the gold medalist with that 15 metres 72. Will be retired with that what looked like an ankle injury. In the silver medal position, now the O'Day and Cox with that very, very good personal best of 15:48. And in 3rd place is Birmingham's Matthew Cox, also with a personal best, the first time over 15 metres for him. We await though the official results before we go to the medal ceremony for that event. Next on track, unsurprisingly, after the women's 3,000, the men's 3,000, due in approximately 5 minutes' time.
In the women's long jump, 5th attempt for the athlete in 3rd, Ruby Jurges of Loughborough, who asks for your support. 6:07, needed to move up from bronze medal position.
Crucial stage of this women's long jump. Ruby Jurges, she's been a bronze medalist before, she wants better this time. Part of an excellent Loughborough jumping team, time and again. A close friend of Molly Palmer, who's won the title in the past. $6.07 for Ruby Jurges, up into 2nd place on countback from maybe Ware. Goes to those 2nd best jumps, 6:04 for Jurges and 5:93 for Ware. And just like when she was pushed down into 2nd by Hannah Waller, now into 3rd, she has an immediate chance to reply. Placement there just blocked by the official, but looks like that's the green indicator.
And so they're now for this 3,000 metre final.
But Ware and Judge is very, very consistent at these BUCS competitions. Ware also a UK indoor medalist in the past in the triple jump.
Bristol's going, then Alex Gruen of Oxford. Exeter's Jamie McDonald. Representing Loughborough, Alex Malloy. Leeds University's Harry Gill.
6:06 there for Ware. Well, I make it that means that her second best jump is now further than Judge's. Goodness me. So on second best jumps, only 2 centimetres between them, and the same best overall as 6:07, just 1 centimetre behind Waller. So, gosh, it really could not be closer. 1 centimetre between all 3 medalists. Hannah Waller, her 6:08 came in round number 3. So now the men's 3,000 metre final underway. In this one, Rowan Mill-Ingram of Loughborough, Joe English of Bristol, Alex Gruen of Oxford, Jamie McDonald of Exeter, Alex Malloy of Loughborough, Harry Hewitt of Leeds, Quinn Mill-Ingram of Birmingham, Dion Griffith of Cardiff Met, Max Selby of Nottingham, Malik Roustai of Cardiff, Sam Hopkins of Birmingham, and Jamie Connor of the University of the West of Scotland, who, similar to Owen Murphy in the 60-200, have a young charger who we've not really seen do so well at BUCS before, that could perhaps contend. I was very impressed though with Max Selby in qualification, because his personal best was nothing like those in front of him, but very astutely he came through and qualified. It was a 1 second personal best to win in that heat. We very rarely see personal bests in 3,000 metre heats at BUCS, or not that often anyway. 8:33.46 obviously compares to the likes of Rowan Mill-Ingram's 7:57. But no one's quite doing an Emily Parker at this stage, and that's because, well, they are closely matched, and it would be a very, very daring move in order to do that. 9:19, of course, the winning time for Parker, and she was 14 seconds clear of the rest. By the way, Hannah Waller, 6:07 in the 5th round, and so we're continually seeing these jumps over 6 metres. All 3 of the medalists have done it in the last few moments. 6:07, 6:06, 6:07, and yeah, nothing to separate them really, just that 1 centimetre that Waller is clear of the rest. So we'll play out the final round as well, as we see these opening stages of the men's 3,000 metres here. So really exciting to have track and field finals happening at the same time. Well, Mill-Ingram, we mentioned in the heats, impressive time from him, 7:57.08. That was for an outright personal best in Glasgow, improving this year from 8:06. Crucially, he beat Alex Malloy. Malloy, who in 2021 was a European under-20 bronze medalist over this distance outdoors, where they run the 3,000 and 5,000 at that age group at the Europeans, before moving up to 3,000, moving up to 5 and 10k, I should say, under 23s. Malloy also with a personal best. That was here on the 18th of January at the British Milers Club meet, 8:01.85. So Malloy started off his heat in the back of the pack and then gradually moved forward, happy to sit on the outside there. But this is very much a Sunday stroll. That's in contrast to sprinting down the runway comes Georgia Baker of Birmingham just there. And her teammate then, Amelia Watling. In 8th place. 5:48, no improvement. So, leading them out here is Malik Roustai. Interestingly, he was 5th in his heat last year and wasn't able to progress. Has this time around. He's got a personal best of 8:19.70. He was 2nd at the Scottish Open recently. but does look to be an improving athlete, and maybe that time on paper doesn't tell the full story, similar to Max Selby. I also saw a great kick in the heats from Harry Hewitt to make it through. He had a Steel Cup win here. 8:24.76 his time. I think it may have been an indoor debut, at least according to the Revamped Para 10 website. Jamie Connor on the outside I mentioned, personal best for 19-year-old outdoors in Watford last summer at the BMC 8:17. So quite a few athletes are closely matched, and Mill Ingram, as Rowan Mill Ingram of Loughborough and Alex Malloy, just a little bit of a cut above, but you just wonder how it'll pan out if we've got a big group of athletes waiting until the latter stage to make a move.
Alex Brewer, the Oxford student, in 5th place as they go down the back straight. Harry Hewitt leads in the top 5 or 6.
Final few jumps in the women's long jump. Hannah Wallace, 4th place on 5:83, needs 6:07 or better. Has jumped sort of distance before. What can she do? Hannah Wallace, the Scottish athlete representing University College London here. Consistently around the 5:60, 5:80 sort of mark, and needs better to get on the podium. 5:63, so we now know who our medalists will be, and they're separated by just 1 centimetre. So an extraordinary conclusion to the women's long jump. We see Max Selby, yes, on paper maybe unfancied, but looking very strong here as they come through with 4 laps to go. Ruby Gergis, 4 times a BUCS bronze medalist before improving to silver last year. So here comes Gergis. It looked like a solid effort there for the Loughborough students. Looked like the red indicator came up though. Her teammates Mill Ingram and Malloy in this lead group. Joe English of Bristol also going well. Another, I think, who set a PB in qualification. Selby and Gruen have dropped off. Roostai also, along with man who did so well in qualification, Dion Griffith. Well off the back of this group now. 2 to go. Is it going to be a Loughborough 1-2? Mill, Ingram, Malloy and English of Bristol behind them. Medals not yet certain just yet though. Like they are in the long jump. Foul for Gergis. Amy Ware, 1 chance to take the lead, only 1 centimetre behind, but they're hitting the bell though. Alex Malloy from Mill Ingram and from English, and it's the inter-team rivalry now, and Malloy, the European under-20 medalist, is pushing away and Mill Ingram is hurting. So it's going to be a reverse result of the BMC here. And this time, a title is on the line. The 2 Loughborough men, 1st and 2nd, headed by Malloy from Mill Ingram, 8:18.64. A thrilling end to this 3,000 metres. English gets the bronze. Gruen beats the battle of the rest. Well, they left it late, but the 2 Loughborough men seemingly had a plan. Malloy on top in the end, though. We saw that last round jump though in the split screen for Amy Ware, and I'm hearing that the measurement was 6:25. So it's great that we could get that jump in the closing stage of the competition, in which the top three were separated by 1 centimetre. Malloy, you can see the sweat on the back of his neck. Beautiful sight. But he won't care. He's the champion. He's helping the others up. He was the strongest man on the track on the day. So 1 jump remaining, and the women's long jump competition can tell you the triple jump finished with the same top 3 throughout pretty much all of the competition. Chirilezzo, Ode, Cox, 15.72 from 48 from 02. Women's high jump is underway, as you can see, bar 165, but this is the last jump of the women's competition here. Still no official result for Amy Ware. I wonder whether there's any dispute there at all. 6:25 has now been confirmed. So, wow, this is so tough. What a position for Hannah Waller to be put in. Was leading the competition, but by the narrowest of margins. She would have known that things could change at any point. What a finish to this competition. Ruby Gergis, I think, having her 5th BUCS bronze medal. It's a Lapra double podium. Can they get another top step in a matter of moments? Track to field. Malloy from Mill Ingram, and here it's Waller from Gergis, 2 and 3. Amy Ware, though, what a great story for her. She has doubled up in the long and triple in the past. She has been on podiums, but it looks like she has got a gold. A big cheer from the Brunel support. Amy Ware with a gold medal. 6:25 in the final round. Waller 6:13. So she produces her best at the end. But what an amazing conclusion, just when you thought the women's triple jump was hard to top. Oh, fantastic jumping, and great from our director to get straight from track to field to get that in. A gold medal winning jump from Amy Ware at Brunel. I wonder where the next gold's going to come for Brunel. Will it be in the men's 200 metres where they've got those 2 contenders? Chirilezzo here, retired, and maybe that's why he's moving gingerly here. But yeah, another of those experienced athletes, and an international one as well, originally from Botswana. Shake of the head from Cox. Maybe he had eyes on being higher up the podium. Ode, silver for Cardiff, and Chirilezzo gets the gold there. Great to see you back here in 2026. So East London taking that title. So this whole spate of finals began with the women's 3,000 metres. Emily Parker, 9:19.47. 14 seconds and change clear of Hannah Clark at St Mary's. Freya Murdoch, Birmingham, a real battle behind. And they were the best of the rest. It was a Loughborough 1-2 in the men's race. Malloy from Rowan Mill Ingram, and Joe English doing very well there. 8:21.41 for him, after an impressive showing in the heat. And what was quite a hard race to call going in, but looks to be a Another personal best there for English, really bringing out his best when it mattered. In the women's high jump, looks like we're going through second attempts there at 165, just moving up to third attempts in fact. So this is the pole vault A final. Holly Jupp winning gold in the women's competition, of course, already. Kurt Gilbert winning the men's B final with 4:53. And no one is yet over at 4:53, but we will get there, I'm sure. So I can tell you in this final, Will Lane is yet to enter, who would be one of the gold medal contenders. Adam Houle, unfortunately no heighted, but we'll let him off because I think it's at least his third event of the weekend. Still at 4:43. Blake Mackay, bowling are all clear then.
The silver medalist from the front, Elizabeth Dodds. The gold medalist, also from the front, Becca Scott. Your medalist for the women's para-ambulant long jump.
Mark Herbert Ruiz. We saw Sarah, of course, for Strathclyde in the women's pole vault competition. And see Bar clattering off there at this height of 4:43. Karen Kappa-Walton of Manmet with the failure before. So that's going on. Women's high jump also. Bar 165 third attempts. So, to the final of the women's 400 metres, and quite dramatically, Steph Okoro, who won her semi-final and would have been one of the gold medal contenders, a silver medalist last year at DNS.
Yeah, it's the nature of these hard championships. It's a massive shame for Steph, because I think she could have been a great medal contender there, but still good race on. But I think she was definitely one of the favourites for a medal, who's obviously a big shock that she's not starting now.
I guess it's a shame no one else comes in.
Yeah, it is, and I think it'd be hard to tell someone. I don't know how last minute she pulled out to get someone to warm up, but yeah, big shame she's not competing, but still a good quality field.
That's the voice of Alex Houchin, 2024 BUCS indoor champion on the men's side, of course. But wow, this one we've seen some real good battles. It was tough qualification, but David Chapman was saying, why are you complaining? You know, he did it, he got through the rounds, you did the same. Two very, very strong Loughborough athletes now, a chance of another one too, of course. So Jenna Breen on the inside, Natalie Groves, silver medalist outdoors. Olivia Bell did very well to make it through and win her semi. Eleanor McIntosh, previous English schools champion, and Asher Root, one of the more experienced athletes here. Again, a medalist indoors last year with the bronze behind Okoro, the DNS. Well, Asher Root ran very astutely to come back through on the second lap. But just as we thought, McIntosh, there's been no let-up in her momentum through the rounds. Her teammate Breen has the tight inside line, and that's what was making it difficult.
Yeah, Ellie's come through and absolutely stormed through 200. Jenna having to work the hard bend, but Ellie's built up a big lead, 25-2 through the bow.
Well, McIntosh, what a lead this is. It's Bell in second, Root in third for Canterbury Christchurch, and then Breen, and then Groves is going to have to make a late overtake, as she did in the semi-final, which was crucial. But look at this, McIntosh beginning to tire. Is Root going to come past once again, as she did earlier on? The gap just about closing. McIntosh has enough for gold. Oh, that was agonising watching that last 50 metres. She just had to hold her form, and she knows that was tough. She went out hard, and she managed to hang on, Alex.
Yeah, I mean, she looked very strong, especially through 250. Asheroot came back incredibly well. But Ellie, I said before, Ellie has fantastic strength, especially in those last 100 metres, and she just did enough to hold on, looking like a very dominant victory for a first-year BUCS competitor.
Exactly. Adding her name to the great Loughborough athletes who've won here, like Jess Astill, and like Emily Newnham, of course, the championship record holder. You know, Loughborough have been supreme over the last few years, and women's 400 metre running particularly.
Absolutely, I think it just shows the strength and depth we have in the squad. There's many good training groups over at the Loughborough campus, and Ellie's just another representative for Loughborough doing what we do best, and that's winning.
Are you worried though? Are you worried inside these last 50 metres?
Absolutely, especially if you're running blind. I think that's hard. It's hard to gauge it. She might have just heard Asheroot come up from behind her, and that you can see her kick a little bit again with 25 metres to go. But absolutely, but she's held that very well, putting out the arms before she crossed the finish line. I think she knew she had that with 5 to go.
Phew, it was just the pain on the face, wasn't it, coming down that home straight. Looks like Ava Freeman, of course, had that unfortunate fall in her 200 semi. Another BUCS debutant, though, so, well, delight for one and disappointment for another. Mel Coxon there, BUCS medalist in the past, congratulating Eleanor McIntosh, who may be a name to watch for the future.
Absolutely, it's good to see the girls from our group, Green Team Track, congratulating her. I think I saw her do a little flick of her hair just as she went out the block, so clearly was ready to race, though. She did incredibly well there, and it's good to see her embracing friends and family as well.
100%. You can see Asheroot there in the back. Well, she'll know that she gave everything, really. She ran intelligently, just as she did in the semi-final earlier, to wait to make a move. And it's quite a feeling everywhere. You're really at full pace at the end of a 400 metres, and the gap isn't closing. It's painful.
Absolutely. I've had it before when I've had to close someone down, and they can if they're just holding it well, if you let too much go at the start, then it's just incredibly hard to make that gap up. Asheroot ran like she did in the semis when she tried to close down that 200, but I think Ellie put too much of a gap from about the start to 250, and then she managed to hold on incredibly well to hold off Asheroot.
Yeah, you can just feel the pain, and you can hear the heavy breathing as well.
Absolutely, especially you can sometimes hear the footsteps come behind you, and that feels like you're being run down. That's not a great feeling.
In the end, McIntosh held on for Loughborough. Root, Canterbury, Christchurch. Not often they get on the podium. Root, the former Newcastle athlete, of course, and then Bell for Keele University. Yes, again, not often they get a medal, and it's not belittling, but it's really giving a shout out to all of the universities. And not everyone's a powerhouse like Loughborough, but in quick succession on the track, we saw a 1-2 a moment ago. Don't get too many 1-2s, given obviously there are only 2 athletes, so that was great in the 3000 as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was a brilliant finish. It's great to see kind of the 1-2 and seeing domination from a couple of unis, but it's also nice to see, like you had here in the 400, where you see unis who don't often pop up. I think also you had Tom Hockley in the 400 representing East London, I think, or West London, and it's another university you don't see too often. So it's nice to see smaller unis represent as well, not showing you don't just have to go to a Loughborough or a Bath or a Birmingham to compete.
Men's triple jump a moment ago, won by Thalasang Shiraletse of East London, and he retired at the end of the 3rd round, so maybe a bit nervous for him, but maybe confident because he had a 70-metre gap that was cut down somewhat by Ode and then Cox in 3rd. Women's long jump was so close. It was another Loughborough double podium, but both Waller and Burgess would have wanted gold. I think Ruby Burgess has now got 5 bronze medals, and there was 1 centimetre in it going into the last round. Amy wears 6.25. That result is far from telling the full story of that competition, but that was thrilling. 1 centimetre between 3 medalists going into the final round.
I guess it's the nature of these championships, though, especially in a long jump. If you can produce the 1 good jump, doesn't matter how good your other 5 were. If you've got the furthest on the final 1, that ultimately what counts. But I'm sure another bronze medal for Ruby and a silver for Hannah. It shows the depth of their group, and they've also got the likes of Molly Palmer and Melissa Booth as well. But I'm sure Ruby will use that for motivation going into outdoors now.
Yeah, definitely. It was that silver medal that she got outdoors, which is her best ever BUCS row, and that was 6.22, which is really, again, another really strong jump at BUCS level. Women's high jump, 170 second attempts. Looks to me like Evelyn Fontaine of Bath and Christy Snyerman of Loughborough are over. And that's a bar that comes crashing down. That's Danelle Aralandanum of Nottingham.
And the 2026 BUCS champion, the gold medalist, representing the local John Laws, Amy Thompson.
So another clearance this time around at this height of 170 we're continuing with. I think that was Catherine Fowler, looked like an Aberdeen vest. Well, this is the big gold medal hope for Leeds Beckett, as mentioned by David Chapman, who was on commentary a little earlier, the former BUCS 200-metre winner. Mentioning Calicotes in this high jump, has always been very strong through the age groups. So she, having seemingly passed, I think, maybe, or maybe the result just hasn't updated. But anyway, going at 170 and bring the bar down second attempt. So not having the best day. One athlete is yet to enter, and this is an athlete very excited to see, because World Under-20 champion Carmen Bruce. So don't often get that sort of quality at these events, to have actually a gold medal winner, not just someone who's represented, for example, Great Britain, but the Estonian World Under-20 champion.
Yeah, it's nice to see someone with not just British international but Estonian as well, and to see a world junior champion. I think it's happened a couple of times before with Jonah Efaloka running the 200 back in the day.
True.
But yeah, you don't see it too often. Sometimes you see somebody like Onyeka, for example, who made the semi-finals, but see an actual gold medalist that won it. It's brilliant to see here at BUCS.
There's Gracie Wall of Birmingham, the latest there at 170. So going through third attempts now. Another bar brought down, unfortunately, there for Mabel Rose Scales of Loughborough. So 155 was needed in qualification, and we're now 15 centimetres higher. So I make it we have 7 athletes left in the competition, but that could change because 4 of them have third attempts now to come at 170. Last chance to stay in. Donnell Aralandanam. You know, a lot of the Nottingham Trent and Notts University of Nottingham athletes train together in the same city. Bring the bar down, so make it down to 6 athletes there. Fontaine and Snyerman have cleared. Catherine Fowler next to go for Aberdeen. Fortunately, Fowler exiting the competition too. Well, this is what we like. Cut back to the track. Finals, here we go. Men's 400 metres. Jacob Winter of Cardiff Met, Stan Chivu of Loughborough, Ben Heron Strathclyde, Bradley Francis Aberdeen, Nathaniel Diasman Met, Onyeka Oko of Loughborough. Now, Thomas Hockley won his semi-final, but just quickly, we then did see a disqualification.
Yeah, it's incredibly sad to see someone who I think possibly could have gone on to win it, definitely medalled, to be disqualified. The reasons why I'm not too sure, but it's a shame to see. I think it brings in another athlete, Stan, into the final, who is obviously incredibly strong on paper and obviously had that incident with Tom. But yeah, it's a shame not to see who Tom raced, but it's going to be a good final nonetheless.
McIntosh, a BUCS debutant, 1 gold in the women's 400. What about Chevu then here? Given that reprieve, a little bit of contact we saw in the semi. Onyeka Oko has that outside lane and seems to be in great form. But what about Nathaniel Dias as well? So experienced and got on the podium indoors last year after waiting and waiting to be in the top 3. But what about Bradley Francis? He's producing his best for Aberdeen. And the silver medalist behind Alex Cooper last year, who of course doesn't return. So Francis, a fantastic opening lap for an athlete who is so strong when closing. Jacob Winter in second, who squeezed through as the only time qualifier. Francis of Aberdeen, Oko into second. No blinking from him through the heat and semi, and he wants gold now. Francis trying to hold on like McIntosh did. Oko still fighting. Dias is still there. Still Nathaniel Dias, but Francis for Aberdeen with gold from Dias, and Oko gets the bronze. 47.92. So Bradley Francis had to give everything in the final. He went out hard, and like McIntosh, he did have strength in the final 50 metres.
Absolutely, I think the nature of the runners in this final, there was no out-and-out speed favourite to the bow, so I think it was whoever pushed the front at the start of the 200 had the best chance of maybe holding it on. You can see Onyeka trying to close. Nathaniel Dias maybe didn't go up as hard as he would have liked. He closed incredibly well. 20 more metres, who knows, he might have been able to win. But Bradley Francis, it shows that you don't have to be the quickest on paper to win this race. The nature of the semi-finals being very close to the final, and he did exactly what he needed to do to get the victory.
But it was absolutely breathless stuff. There was exciting action everywhere you looked, and looks like Chevu was just caught a little bit there, just lost his balance, and that was maybe why he was further back than we expected.
Yeah, definitely. I saw Stan trying to come back as well. Jacob Winter went out very hard. That's what you have to do in lane one. You can see Onyeka coming. Nathaniel Dias decided to click in for about 300 to 100, and I think he nearly got there, but Bradley just managed to hold it. He did exactly what he needed to do, and he did a very good job. It's so hard trying to do the semi-finals and the finals so close together, and I think all of them did well. And Onyeka, Bradley and Nathaniel all did well, and Bradley just did the best of them all and managed to come away with a victory.
Yeah, victory for Aberdeen, emulating the likes of Zoe Clark, who went on to UK gold, of course. And that is just fantastic from Bradley Francis, being congratulated by Aberdeen teammates. Well, they will be so happy with that, and I'm sure plenty watching in Aberdeen as well. Women's high jump final. So bars moved up to 175. Christy Sneerman, only athlete that had gone clear for Loughborough. So this looks like Carmen Bruce of Estonia. So she won the World Under-20 title in Cali in Colombia, and Onyeka Oko was also at those championships. She won it at such a young age that she was able to come back 2 years later and then get a bronze medal. But yeah, amazingly, she did the quadruple in terms of 4 tournaments that year. I think I said it was 3, yes, it was actually 4. She did European Under-18s, World Championships, World Under-20s and Europeans, all in the same summer.
I guess if you have the opportunity to do them, you might as well make the most of it, especially age groups, because you can, if you're a talented athlete as she is, you can do the senior championships throughout, but you never get the opportunity to win Under-18s and Under-20s. I know you sometimes see athletes decide not to do or decline to do an age group championships. I mean, 4 championships in the summer. I bet she had a nice rest from going into winter, but that is phenomenal work.
Well, let's have a look at some of the latest results then from the races we've just seen. Bradley Francis, it was a 10th of the second in the end. I wonder whether Nathaniel Dias, just coming from too far back there, wasn't he? But all credit to Francis for eking out that gap. Oko in 3rd place. I wonder how he'll feel about that, because he'll be pleased to get on the podium, especially in the 400 flat, but he'll know he was in amazing form. Yeah, absolutely. I think he'll be happy to be back into this decent spell of form he's had. Last year, obviously, he didn't make out the semi-finals. He's come back and run well. The 400 here is hard. It's championship running. I think he'll be happy to get that practice in again. I think he was hoping to go 47, but I think the nature of it, the final's never going to be as quick as the semi-finals often. I think it hasn't been like that for a while. So I think he'll be happy. I think he would have maybe preferred to get silver or bronze, but Bradley and Nathaniel did incredibly well. And I think I hope to understand that they just managed to get him on the day. But I'm sure coming up to 4 hurdles outdoors, him and Bradley, along with Ben Heron who came in 4th, that's going to be a good rivalry to watch going into outdoor BUCS. This was a thrilling women's long jump final. It was 6:08 from 6:07 from 6:07 going into the final round. Amy Ware, she'd twice been pushed down, and then she managed to pull out 6:25 at the end of the competition. Incredible stuff right at the end to take gold for Brunel. Delightful result for an athlete who, yeah, she'd got silver medals in the past, including indoors here in the triple jump a couple of years ago, just concentrating on the long jump this time around and beating Hannah Waller and Ruby Burgess there. Ambulance shot put concluding earlier. Thompson, Liverpool, John Moores on top, 8.51. Adam Rutter, Loughborough, 12.88 on top for the men. Looks to me like we have now decided the medalists in the women's high jump. So Evelyn Fontaine of Bath, we saw a moment ago, bring the bar down at 175, and Bruce and Snyerman left in. So bar up to 178, a similar battle as what we saw with Will Jackson and Luke Ball that you were watching earlier.
Yeah, it was a good battle. Will obviously came in with a good higher season's best, and he extended that to 216, which I think is very happy. But I think Luke Ball's done very well, and there was another PB as well for third place. He also jumped 203, so hopefully you can see something similar happen in the women's.
Yeah, Brooklyn Crooks it was.
13 metres 15. They are the top three currently. And we congratulate Abby on her performance in the 60-metre hurdles yesterday at the UK Championships, where she bettered her own Welsh record in the heat.
So I'm quite glad to have this moment to catch my breath. Bar at 178 in the high jump, but yeah, those two 400-metre finals, I mean, a chance to reflect more on them, but you've got a BUCS debutant in Eleanor McIntosh doing exactly what she needed to do, even if it was a nervy wait to see if she would bring home the gold in the end.
Yeah, absolutely. I think before it all started, I might be a bit biased because I trained with her, but I think Eleanor was my pre-race favourite. I think she trains so well in the speed endurance and the endurance throughout long reps, so I thought she could manage it. Despite being her debut, I thought she could do the semi-finals in the final, that tight schedule well. And it was a close race after that as well. Asher Root looked very, very strong. And then in the men's, obviously a bit of drama before the race off the track, but to see Bradley come through and upgrade from his silver last year and his silver outdoors in the 4 hurdles as well, it's good to see him get a gold. And I think Nathaniel Diaz will be happy with the overall time he ran in the semi-finals and a silver medal. And again in Yaker, I'm sure will be very happy to go back into form and come back with a bronze. And I'm sure all of them can use it through. And even Tom Hockley, who unfortunately wasn't able to race in the final, ran incredibly well in the semi-finals. I'm sure he can use that momentum going into outdoors as well.
Christy Snyman of Loughborough, the South African athlete, over 178. Carmen Bruce, the Estonian, will go next. It was interesting about that incredible season she had is that I think she was just 16 years of age, or 17 years of age, and yeah, she finished 7th at the European Under-18s, and then she was also 7th at the World Championships. So I guess when you do 4 top competitions, you're not going to have been in top form for all of them.
No, and I guess you can race yourself into fitness. I'm sure you can jump yourself into fitness, but unless the under-18 quality was incredible, it's slightly surprising to see someone come 7th for under-18 Europeans and then go on to come 7th for the World Championships as well.
Women's 200-metre final then. So Isabella Wigley of Cardiff, Zainab El Tooney of Bath, Evie Humphrey of Birmingham, Rachel McCann of Queens, Millie King of Loughborough, and Lucy Fraser of Glasgow, who's had such an incredible season so far, but very impressed with the times that King has been producing as well. Final often won from the outside. Fraser, one of a group of great Scottish athletes here, but you've also got the Irish international Rachel McCann. The battle here between Fraser of Glasgow and King of Loughborough. Humphrey and McCann battling behind, but this looks to be a straight shootout. Millie King, watch for the inside and the foot placement here. King from Fraser, gold again for Loughborough. Women's 2 and 4 lockout, and McCann in that bronze medal spot in her second favourite event. Fantastic though from Millie King, 23.43. Had to lower those times after she was fastest in the heats and Fraser fastest in the semi-final. King back on top.
Absolutely, and I think that's an overall PB for her as well. It's great to see her back in some fantastic form. She looked good. She looked good in the summer of last season, and looking astounding and coming into the indoors now as well. So 23.4 is very, very quick to have, and I'm sure she'll be pleased with that. She'll definitely move that momentum into the outdoors now.
and maybe into the relay.
Oh yeah, it's always good to have another strong athlete for the 4x2 as well. It's lucky at Loughborough you have the depth, but if she wants to do it, I'm sure she'll be a fantastic addition to the 4x2 relay as well. I think she was lucky. She was happy. I'm sure she would have been happy to have lane 5 and have the athlete on the outside down to chase as well, who also made a great comeback over the final 50 because you came off the top bank. But Millie did enough to hold on and win with a fantastic time.
Yeah, I wonder who you put in that relay because you're spoilt for choice. You know, I guess you could bring down some of the 4 athletes, McIntosh, Breen, King. We saw Datey in the 60 final, 60 hurdlers as well, so there's plenty of choice.
Yeah, there's also the likes of Ava Freeman as well, who won under 20 gold.
That would be a good choice because obviously she had maybe 1 race less than she was expecting to.
Yeah, and I'm sure if she's up to it, she'd love to go out and get another gold or another medal potentially, and to add to the momentum she gained last week from winning under 20 gold. But yeah, it's lucky at Loughborough you have the choice of being able to pick it from great quality athletes.
It's all right. The bronze medalist.
Carmen Bruce there, having a strong competition, but up against a top athlete in Kirsty Snyman as well. Kirsty Snyman and Carmen Bruce, these two, bar up to 184.
The bronze medalist, representing Loughborough, Sean Delaney. I do apologise, but if you read the list I've got, you'd know why. The silver medalist, representing Edge Hill, Paul Greenway. And the 2026 champion, the gold medalist, representing Loughborough, Adam Rutter. The medalist in the ambulant men's shot put.
Carmen Bruce, the Estonian athlete for London South Bank. Yasmin Miller, a former gold medalist for them in the sprint hurdles. Bruce clear at 187. This is Christy Snyman going toe-to-toe with her for the moment. Also clear, so no blinking at the moment. So, yeah, Bruce has 4 consecutive first-time clearances. And Snyman also, but carrying 1 failure, so that's how they're separated now. Just having a look at the result of the women's 200 metres, won by Millie King from Lucy Fraser. A great battle. Rachel McCann got the bronze. Joining me is another of our gold medalists across the weekend, Ariana McGee of Bath. And, well, what a victory that was for you. You've kind of been improving over the last few years. You've been near challenging for that gold in the past, but to really cap it off, it must have been such a special moment.
Honestly, it's such a surreal moment. I feel like I'm still kind of processing that win right now. I mean, when I ran through the heats, I didn't need to, you know, Onyeka was on the commentary with you here, I didn't need to gas it as much as I did, and I said to my coach I was going to ease off, but it felt so good, it felt so fluid, and wow, what clearance!
187 for Snyman. And we have, of course, just these 2 athletes left in the competition. So that, I believe, equals the championship best performance as well, and we could see 2 athletes break it here. So, yeah, we'll get back to talk about your competition in just a second. That championship record has been equalled, but I get the feeling it's going to be broken outright. Both of these athletes looking strong. Carmen Bruce has so much international experience from when she was kind of 16, 17 years of age, making the world final in Eugene. And Bruce approaching here, and she brings the bar down. So that's the first time that she's done that. So another of our finals earlier, men's 3,000 metres. English with the bronze for Bristol, Mill Ingram silver for Loughborough, ahead of his teammate Malloy. So a Loughborough 1-2 there. But yes, we were saying Ariana McGee alongside me, and we've seen some great sprint hurdlers up against you over the past couple of years. It's just been great battles, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I think the past couple of years I've really come into my own, and some of the girls that run here at BUCS, the championship records set in the past, it's insane. So to kind of be up there with the best is amazing.
Yeah, Abigail Paula, who I think just doing the shot put this weekend, so maybe you're quite pleased that she was just doing the shot put.
Yeah, no, we saw each other earlier, and she's been back and forth for British champs and whatnot this weekend. 8:05 yesterday is insane, so she's smashing it.
Yeah, I mean, you've had some great improvements over the last couple of years. What's that been down to? Is it the fact that you've just been more committed to athletics than ever before?
I mean, yeah, my coach at Bath is just incredible. I came to uni in my first year, and I was trying to still do the multi-events, and since then I specialised in the hurdles, and I think I just really come into my own with my coach, one of the best coaches I've had, Julie Alexander. So I kind of put it down to her, but she's given me tons of confidence over the hurdles in the past few years.
Yeah, so you'll have an appreciation for what these high jumpers are doing then, the battle between the two of them as a former multi-eventer, I guess?
Yeah, I mean, back to my high jump days, I think my best was about 165 back in my prime. And that's kind of the height that they come in at. I mean, Evelyn down there, she's coming at 160, she's from Bath, and, you know, that's my best height on a good day.
You were, however, in the relay heat, weren't you?
Yes. That's my first indoor relay I've ever done, actually.
Oh, right.
I got my split time about 24.5 today, so I was really happy with that. It was really, really good fun. The atmosphere for the relay is unlike anything else, you know. My heart was pounding all the way around there, but it was really good fun. I think we had a really nice team. It was nice to get Bath out there. We don't always have a relay team, so it was really good to get some representation. It was good fun, just missing out on the final, which was a bit gutting, but I think nonetheless it was good to get us out there.
Yeah, I mean, Bath have won a few relay gold medals in their time. Don't know how far that you would know back before your time at uni, but Cameron Chalmers certainly, I think he got a hat-trick of relay gold medals and some incredible comebacks from like 100 metres back. So, and then the women's side, they had some great athletes as well. So
yeah, we've got that men's team later on in the final, hopefully. I think they were 4 fastest qualifiers, 4th, 5th, so hopefully they can bring home one of the last medals of the day. That would be great way to top off the weekend.
So we're going to watch this men's 200 metre final next, and we've got Wojtek Berger of Portsmouth, Thomas O'Sullivan of Brunel, Owen Murphy, University of the West of Scotland, Parzan Naraman of Loughborough, Joel Houslin of Brunel, Adam Pearson of Loughborough. Well, this is another really, really tight one to call. You've got 2 Brunel athletes involved and 2 Loughborough. And then Owen Murphy, an athlete who's done the 60 and the 200 metres, so he's got a lot of races in his legs. A couple of hours ago were the semi-finals, but he still looked full of energy. But we've seen so many of these titles won from the outside in lane 6, Millie King doing it from lane 5. I'm sure we'll have another good battle here. Of course, Brunel would quite like these 2 athletes in their relay team come the final.
Adam Pearson, the final of the men's 200 metres.
Looking there at Adam Pearson, he's been given that outside lane. Athletes relatively closely matched. Joel Houslin came through as the fastest. Finds himself in lane 5, the same lane from which King won a few moments ago. Is that going to pay dividends here? 21.44 it was earlier. We've got Berger, O'Sullivan, Murphy, Naraman, Houslin and Pearson. Final of the men's 200 metres. So Houslin from 5 looks solid out of the blocks, but very even at this point. Pearson going blind, but driving hard. And look at the face of Narriman gritting his teeth, so determined. But Houslin comes through. Watch his feet on the inside here. But here comes Pearson for Loughborough. So men's and women's 200 gold for those in African Violet. 21:38 across the line. Oh, that was a good battle on the outside, wasn't it? A great race.
That was insane. That was mental to watch. I mean, Joel coming into that as the fastest qualifier, and then for him to come through at the end, that was amazing.
Just had that strength on the outside. And yeah, it's another title won from lane 6, as we've seen others do, like Brooke Ironside last year. Just having another look here. Not much to separate them early on. But these do definitely seem to be the favoured lanes, 5 and 6. And obviously it's the first across the line, just having a look at feet there. Houslin was relatively close to the inside, but Pearson, fantastic final 10 metres or so. And yeah, Houslin, he didn't have a response. So, given you're someone who's done quite a few events, what do you enjoy watching in track and field?
I love the 800s. I think the 800s are brilliant. I think there's so much involved with tactics there, and I'm really, really excited to watch those finals later. I mean, I remember doing 800s back in the day, multis, and it was death. It's hard because you don't know how hard they're going to go out, and you don't know who you're going to be on the shoulder of. I think they're brilliant.
So, Snyderman at 190 now. Let's see what she can do. Brings the bar down here. This is for an outright championship best performance. Carmen Bruce bringing the bar down 3 times at 187, the Estonian. And this is what happened a moment ago. Just took it off with her feet there. Agonising for her, but yeah, battle between 2 international athletes in this final. Looks like they have the same coach, actually, these 2 high jumpers competing together. So Snyderman, the gold medalist, and has a chance for an outright championship best performance. Well, yeah, Loughborough are just so strong, aren't they? We've seen track and field gold medals in quick succession. And yeah, for the likes of Bath, you're looking for people to win points here and there to try and just get high up the standings.
I mean, it's a sea of purple, isn't it?
Yeah.
it's nice to see the bits of blue in there. I'm track and field captain this year, and it's just been great to have a really. We've had a solid team out this year. I think it's probably one of the biggest, strongest teams I've seen since I've been at Bath. So it's amazing. And our Doc Norris has had quite a lot of screen time this weekend as well. It's always good to see.
Who was running that? Do we know?
That was the chairman.
Right, okay.
Yeah. That was kind of his deal. If you can only be chair if you run as the mascot.
Oh wow! Okay.
It's a heavy costume.
Yeah, I think Edgehill Bill was the best of the ducks on this occasion.
Yeah, definitely.
So that's Will Lane in the pole vault, and after clearing 493, saw him there look good at 503. Just looking how many are left in the pole vaults. And looks like he's confirmed as the gold medalist as well. So yeah, 4 gold medals for Loughborough in quick succession. So what does she do here, Snyderman? We saw the men's high jump winner 10 centimetres higher than anyone else, add 4 centimetres to his PB and just keep going and going. That was an extraordinary championship record, though, of 2:22 that was impossible for this day. Snyderman brings the bar down at 190. She'll have 1 more attempt. Ariana McGee alongside me for Bath. What's it like when you've done your kind of main event? Are you just able to relax mostly?
Yeah, I mean, I'm always glad that the hurdles are on the first day, and I don't have too long to think about it. Get it out of the way. I mean, this year I had to focus on the relay, so that was a bit different for me. But this year, kind of weighing up BUCS and British champs, that was the main one for me, as they fell on the same weekend. My coach said, "Let's focus on BUCS, no British champs for you this year." So after Friday, I was pretty relaxed. It was nice.
Bell-Rutan McIntosh here on the top step. And what year are you in? Are you in your second or third?
I'm in my third.
Yes.
Yeah. This is my last indoors, unfortunately.
But you really capitalised on it. Obviously.
I'm over the moon with that. I just thought I've completed it now.
Let's have a look at the result of the men's 200 metres then. Adam Pearson, you can see there, well, look very close across the line. That's a decent margin there from Houslin and Narriman. Another Loughborough double podium there. Well, yeah, Ariana, just reflecting on your races. I mean, it was the semi-final really in which you kind of proved yourself, and it just looked like, I think that you're the favourite now, even though before that it'd been so hard to say.
Yeah, I mean, coming into it, I knew where I was seated. I knew it was close between me and Etienne, and, you know, over the past season or so, it's always been head-to-head, kind of one person beats the other, so I knew what I was coming into, and I feel like I really did put down a mark in the heats, which I wasn't expecting to do. I was going to ease off, like I said, but, you know, I went with that, and it filled me with loads of confidence going into the final, and I just knew it was mine to take, so... yeah, I was over the moon with that. You know, I'd say in the final my start wasn't even the best that it was. I think my heat start was a lot better, so I'm glad that I pulled it through, and 2 rounds, 2 PBs, great way to end the season.
What are you studying then in your third year?
I do sport management and coaching, yeah.
So you potentially have ambitions on coaching in future?
Yeah, definitely. I love inspiring. I think it's great to inspire the younger generation, and I love seeing all these, you know, I feel like it's my time to pass on the baton to all these youngsters at BUCS now, so I've loved it. I think BUCS is amazing, but I think it's my time to pass on to the next generation now.
Well, before you do that, you can watch this women's 800 final, and yeah, you said this is one of your favourite events to watch.
Yeah.
For me, the same indoors. We just see so many changes of lead sometimes, and obviously these athletes, you know, they've come through the rounds, and that in itself is really good experience, particularly on over 800 metres, to have the 3 rounds. This is a hard one to call. Lucy Armitage got a silver medal last year over 1500 metres. You got Sophia Vidak, who's a brilliant 4 and 200 runner compared to the others here. And she's improved to 2:05 this year. Lucy Armitage to 2:02 indoors. You had some great athletes who didn't even qualify for this final. So this should be brilliant. Valentina Costa of Loughborough, Jess Norcott of Sheffield Hallam, Katie Johnson of Birmingham, Maddie Casey of Bath, then Sophia Vedek of Stirling, and Lucy Armitage of Manchester Met. So 4 laps of the track here for these women. Yeah, once again, some great stories within this. Sophia Vidak got a bronze medal last year behind a famous Oxford 1-2 that was a brilliant moment for them. But who will be crowned the champion this year? Vidak against Armitage, 2 athletes who are very versatile. Armitage perhaps often running longer distance races compared to Vidak, who was a great talent coming through the Scottish age groups and now wants to win another medal for Stirling. But we talk about Manchester Met and how their scholarship programme has grown and grown, tutored by Steve Green, the Jamaican 1500 metre record holder, and it's incredible. These 2 clear of the rest at this point.
I mean, I'm just trying to bite my tongue here. All I want to do is scream for Maddie Casey of Bath here. She's been so close to a medal in the past, so I think, you know, to see her get a medal in this would be amazing.
Yes, so she's in 4th place, just behind Katie Johnson in the red of Birmingham at the moment, and that's around 50 metres behind at this stage. But Armitage looking metronomic at the front, and there you can see the gap. Johnson in 3rd place.
Lucy Armitage looks so strong coming down here.
And she's done so much work since last year, right across from 400 to the 10k outdoors. Everything she's touched has turned to gold, it seems. The silver last year, she tried to make a move on Ty Brockley-Langford. Brockley-Langford turned on the afterburners and went past. But this gap is surely too big between her and Sophia Vidak. It's great in third place. You can see that it looks like Casey now for Bath in third place. So that's a tremendous battle to be resumed down the home straight. But gold is going to go the way of Manchester Met and Lucy Armitage. 2:03.06. What a run here. Vidak and then Johnson just ahead of Casey, third and fourth.
Oh, what race.
Well, extraordinary for Lucy Armitage. And you know that she's capable of doing things in races without a pacemaker. That's what we've seen at events like the National Athletics League and others. And she has beaten a championship record of 2:05.32, and you so rarely see championship records at these events. You know, the likes of Abigail Ives and Isabel Boffey that we've seen been trying to break championship records, but Lucy Armitage has been pretty much doing it here all by herself in 2026. That's amazing.
And the time for 2:03.06.
Yeah, 2:03.06 officially at this level is incredible. You were talking about doing that at the end of a heptathlon.
Oh my gosh, not even close to that kind of time. That's insane. Was that a championship record by 2 seconds?
Yeah,
was it?
yeah.
Wow.
And so maybe you're triggered slightly by watching the 100 metres. But that is extraordinary for Armitage. I mean, she improved last year from 2:08 to 2 minutes flat outdoors.
Yeah, World Junior Games appearance as well there too.
So let's have a look at that result. 2:03.06 from Sophia Vidak, who herself is only a 10th off the old championship record. Katie Johnson from Maddie Casey, that was a good battle behind, and of Valentina Costa and Jess Norkett. Well, hats off to Lucy Armitage, and she's not too far away from her personal best at 2:02. This was the men's 400 final. Bradley Francis on the top step for Aberdeen from Manchester Met's Dias and Oko of Loughborough. So men's 800 final coming up in a moment, and you have an athlete in that as well, which is Tobias Cheeseborough.
Yeah, he's come in this year to Bath. He's a first year. He's absolutely smashing it. He looked really, really strong in the heats, kind of easing off there. So I think he's got a really strong chance of a medal here today.
Leads with 7 surging narrowly. He leads by 2 centimetres.
So what's the atmosphere then been inside the Bath camp? I'm sure they're all inspired by you.
I think that we're a small but mighty team. I think that we're always loud. I think that I'm particularly loud, but I think that everyone's been so supportive of each other. We're always a small but mighty team. That's what we always say. So it's always nice to inspire.
So Will Lane winning the pole vault gold for Loughborough. You can see here men's long jump final underway, women's shot put as well. In the shot just at the moment is Annabelle Amadin of UCLan leading with 14.07 by 2 centimetres from Olivia Dobson of Brunel. Abby Paula of Birmingham now, previously representing Loughborough, but now in the colours of Birmingham, 13.61 for third. Our previous silver and gold medalist here.
The medal ceremony.
Just looking at the men's long jump, Sammy Locke, who was strong in qualification, leading the way 7.13. Again, 2 centimetre gap to Benjamin Parker, 7.11. Addie Akambi Mortimer in third, 6.98 as things stand. In the women's high jump, Sneerman equalled the championship record for Loughborough, 187. Bruce, London South Bank, 184. Fontaine of Bath, 170. So a medal there for your university, Ariana.
Yeah, I mean, I think she'll be happy with that. It's consistent. She jumped to 176 a couple of weeks ago, but you know, coming into this, she knew that those girls were 190 jumpers. So she was aware that she was going to have to fight for those medals today.
The medals in the women's 200 metres.
On the track inside the men's 800 metre final.
So men's long jump final continuing in this second round here. Looks like Alfie Ward of Newcastle, 6.74 in qualification, finds himself in 7th place with 6.56. Have you done other events, Ariana, at BUCS apart from the hurdles? You typically concentrate on just that, haven't you?
I mean, it's funny you say that. Actually, in first year, when I did a long jump, I did a shot put. It wasn't very good in first year, but I did a post on Instagram the other day, and like I said, I barely scraped a semi-final in my first year, and in my last year, I've come away with a gold medal. Honestly, the progress has been insane.
Do you think experience has been part of that, or just kind of the natural development?
No, definitely experience. I mean, I've spoken to some of the first years here at BUCS this year, and I said it will come. The atmosphere, it gets easier each time. But BUCS is always a high-level competition, big national competition, and there's so many talented university students here that go on to represent internationally.
It's the atmosphere that's making a big difference, though, really. Athletes roared all the way around. It's kind of an intimate environment compared to the larger outdoor lap. Well, here we go then, on to the men's 800-metre final. Two Loughborough athletes, Tom Waterworth, Will Rabjohns. They were at the European Under-20s together, of course. Luca Hamblin, St Mary's. Jack Organ, Oxford. Adrian Engsler, Sheffield. Tobias Cheeseborough of Bath. And this is another very, very tough one to call. Adrian Engsler hasn't put a foot wrong so far, and Ollie Clark was saying that he was a big hope in terms of a gold. A German athlete, 5th at the German Championships last year, and he qualified in a heat in which he beat Organ and Rabjohns, so maybe no surprise that he's leading this one out. Jack Organ had been the fastest heat winner with 1:54.3. He was 4th outdoors last year. Will Rabjohns comes in with great junior pedigree. He was also a World Under-20 semi-finalist in this event, a personal best outright of 1:45.4, and he was another heat winner before being beaten in the semi. Luca Hamblin, initially DQ'd, but then reinstated for this final. Looks like Tobias, your teammate, just making a move there on the outside.
Yeah, I mean, I saw he had a little stumble there, a couple of elbows out, but he's making his move now.
That's voice of Ariane McGee, the 60 hurdles gold medalist on Friday, now able to just relax and watch as these men push on round this bend. Adrian Engsler of Sheffield on home soil from Jack Organ of Oxford. Tobias Cheeseborough looking menacing here. He got England Under-20 bronze already in his locker. But is Engsler going to get anyone past in this final? Organ looking round. Does he have enough here? Is he weighing up whether he can manage this gap and come past? Engsler, is he suffering towards the end of this 800? Still coming. Rabjohns and Waterworth too far back, but Organ is not. Oxford get the gold from Sheffield's Engsler. 1:51.30 on the clock in the end. Oh, I just wondered whether he was working out the last 100 metres. Wasn't sure if he was deciding that he was too far back and was going to hold on for silver. Oh no, he knew that he had it in the closing stages to get the gold. What a great move. Let's have another look here then. So you've got the two Loughborough athletes, two quality athletes. One of them a European medalist at under-20 level. And they're fighting over bronze medal. Organ from Engsler, and does get another medal for Bath then. So high jump for the women and 800 for the men.
It's brilliant to see. That fighting all the way to the end there. Honestly, I don't know how they have it left in the locker.
Yeah, lovely to see the two separate battles there. Gold versus silver and bronze versus the rest. I think Bath also got a bronze medal last year with Basil Rock getting third place a year ago. So keeping themselves on the men's 800 podium. Another brilliant final that was. Also follows Oxford getting the 1-2, Charlotte Buckley, Annabelle Hedge in last year's event. So they're always comparative storylines year on year. And of course, yeah, yourself, Ariana, you know, a bronze medalist in the past behind Etienne Morn. And then I think you'd been sort of, 5th or 6th in the past, again behind Morn, getting gold or silver. But yeah, overturning that psychologically must have meant something.
Honestly, I had no words for it. I still don't have any words for it. Coming from 6th in my first 2 finals to a bronze medal in outdoors, I think I am historically stronger over the 100-metre hurdles, and I think I proved actually, you know what, 60-metre hurdles, I can turn that bronze into a gold.
Yeah, so it was so short that you make any sort of mistake that you pay for it. Right, so continuing with this long jump final then, looks like we're in the 3rd round now. Leading the way, Sammy Locke from Benjamin Parker from Adi Akanbi Mortimer. Looks like Wojtek Berger, who was in the men's 200-metre final, I'm going to say, is also in this long jump final, so that's pretty impressive.
Olivia Dobbs at 14.05 in round 1.
Have you ever had that in your multi-eventing days that you've had to cross between? Well, I guess I don't just mean the turnaround between the natural heptathlon, but you've had to switch between events very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, in the younger age groups, kind of they don't give you that time in between events. It's kind of running from maybe shot put to a track event, and you've got 2 different pairs of shoes for that. You've got your flats and into your spikes, and off you go. There's no time to think.
Results of the men's 800. Organ from Oxford, 1:51.29, just ahead of Engsler of Sheffield. Didn't put a foot wrong, and really didn't until the end. He was just overcome by Jack Organ in the final few metres. Cheeseborough gets the bronze for Bath. Hashtag milk every moment. Okay, so latest podium, women's high jump. Fontaine of Bath getting the bronze. Carmen Bruce, the Estonian here for London South Bank, getting the silver, and Christy Sneyman of South Africa getting the gold for Lapra.
The gold medalist with an equal championship record of 1:87, representing Lapra, Christy Sneyman.
So an equal championship record of 1:87.
The medalists in the women's high jump.
Yes, great battles in both the men's and the women's high jump. This looks to me like Alistair Mackay of Strathclyde. So let's have a look. He finds himself in 6th place in this 3rd round, 6:67 so far, 6:98 needed to get on the podium. Ariana McGee alongside me. What was it that really decided for you that you were going to specialise in the sprint hurdles?
I mean, coming into uni my first year, I suffered a tear in my ankle, my ligament in my ankle, and that kind of put me out of the jumping completely. And I kind of went to my coach, look, I don't know what I should specialise in. Where do I even start? So we started off with the hurdles. She's a hurdle specialist coach, and we went from there. In my first year, the progress was very minimal. I kind of came into it more in my 2nd year. I went in first of all. I wanted to do 400-metre hurdles. My coach was like, "Are you absolutely insane?"
Well, never say never.
After that 200, maybe not.
So just to update you on the women's shot put, Olivia Dobson of Brunel now in the lead, 14.76, another heptathlete. And then Annabelle Amadin, UCLan, 14.40, Abigail Paulert, Birmingham, 14.08. Men's long jump we're watching here, still in the 3rd round. Sammy Locke, 7.13, Benjamin Parker, 7.11, Adi Akanbi Mortimer, 6.98.
And the American Conference pentathlon bronze.
Wilf Lavalette of Warwick.
Good to see you back.
He's in 9th place. I think, unfortunately for him, he's going to exit the competition, having not been able to improve just there. So 4.15, that's Will Reid of Leeds Beckett. Another medal contender picked out by David Chapman when he was on a little earlier. Looked like he had a bit of space to spare there. And decent flight. So the Leeds Beckett man finds himself in 4th place, 3 centimetres off the medals.
The silver medalist from Brunel, Joel Housley.
So let's have a look here for this measurement. 6.85, no improvements.
The gold medalist and the men's 200 metres champion from Loughborough.
7.06 for Will Reid, up into third place. Narriman for Loughborough, bronze medal. Housley Brunel, silver. And Pearson of Loughborough getting the gold. I think you can see the faces tell a bit of the story there.
Faces on each of the medalists, so you know.
Okay, continuing with this final here. So Loughborough have two athletes, Ben Parker and Sammy Locke, both involved. So this is Sammy Locke leading the way with 7.13, just 2 centimetres ahead of Ben Parker on 7.11. Other corner shops are available. 7.15 for Locke, so extends that advantage to 4 centimetres now.
This is about the women's 800 metre medalists to go to presentation.
So men's long jump final continuing. Ariana McGee, it's been great to have you on, and I feel like there's only great things to come for you outdoors as well.
Yeah, no, I'm really excited for the outdoors. Bring on outdoor BUCS, beginning of May. It comes around so quick. So I'm really excited to see what I can do in the 100 metre hurdles this season.
This is Abigail Paula in the final round, and she has done big things. She's snatched gold in the final round in the past, now competing in the colours of Birmingham. She trains in Loughborough though.
As a multi-eventer, getting that gold in the shot put is some feat.
Yeah, it was extraordinary. I think she beat Jess Hopkins with the final attempt. It's a foul though, unfortunately, so, but she knows she will get a bronze medal. It's always a bit of a shock when someone has represented one union for so long, so suddenly you see them in different colours.
I was just about to say that seeing her in the colours of Birmingham is so strange.
It's weird. Yeah. Well, Aaron, it's been great to have you on, and congratulations once again on your indoor gold, and look forward to you hopefully going well again at outdoors.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Women's 1500 metre final coming up now. I'll keep you up to date on the results in the field as well. Dobson, no improvement, leading the way in the shot. One last attempt from Amadin coming up. So that crisp, beautiful sound of the gun. We've already seen Lucy Armitage win a great battle in the women's 800 metres, having stepped down from the 15. She was in this final last year. It was won by Ty Brockley Langford of Loughborough. It was a nervy finish. She produced a fast kick and then fell right before the line in dramatic fashion. That I know then Tom Wilcock, who was commentating with me at the time, we had our hearts in our mouth. And yeah, Ty's mum was also watching on, was nervous. We've got a Loughborough athlete at the front once again. And it looks like Kira Brady-Jones. So Laura Chance is also in this. She ran a fantastic personal best, outright PB in a semi-final at BUCS, 4:35.5 to make it through. Lottie McLaren of St Mary's also in this, in the middle of the pack. Zoe Hunter of Birmingham, experienced athlete who got a bronze 2 years ago. Then Brady-Jones, as mentioned, English schools champion 3.5 years ago. Alice Jones of Stirling, obviously she saw Sophia Vidak get a medal in that 800. Jasmine Palmer of Bath, again a massive PB in terms of indoor 1500 times, although she hadn't run too many of them. 4:36.33 to qualify. Abby McAndrew, who seemed very confident front running in the semi-final. an athlete who has represented GB at under 20 level, but so has Molly Canham. Great to see her at her first BUCS. And she's been strong through the rounds as well. Lily Oakenfull, the 18-year-old of Cardiff, outright PB also in the semi-final, 4:36.39. This is her second year of 1500 metre running. And then Lola Sutton of St Mary's, also tucked in that middle of the pack. But we're starting to see a bit of a breakaway by Brady Jones and McAndrew. Don't forget, Loughborough already with a 1-2 in the men's 3000. And that was Malloy from Mill Ingram. So 2 minutes and 6 seconds through. They have 4 laps to go now. Sarah Calvert winning outdoor gold last year. It's part of a great summer for her. So maybe someone is going to use this as a springboard. Some fantastic stories through the years in this event as well. Alex Shipley winning gold 2 years ago for Oxford. They've already tasted gold through Jack Organ. But I think the pattern here is going to be Loughborough dominance, 200 metres, 400 metres, pole vault, high jump, as we see Jones edge into contention in third place in terms of that battle over bronze. And that's all it looks to be. I'll say all, but they're still going very nicely as Zoe Hunter then makes a move. So an inter-team battle in a distance race. Fascinating stuff. Who will blink first? 2 to go. Brady Jones, been 6th in the past a couple of years ago, and on for a significant improvement here. McAndrew sticking to her like glue. Nothing to choose those behind, and it may be a late move there and a bit of a burn up between the 4 athletes involved that I can see there. 3:52.61 at the bell. A real tete-a-tete between the pair in African Violet. Kira Brady-Jones upping the pace. McAndrew trying to respond. 2 great 1500 metre runners in the colours of Loughborough. Puffing the cheeks is Brady Jones, and now McAndrew winds up to strike. So what do they have left? McAndrew into lane 2. Brady Jones still at the front and holds on for glory for Loughborough. Another 1-2 today. Zoe Hunter gets the bronze medal like she did 2 years ago. But Kira Brady-Jones on the top step of the podium, rubber stamping her talent, coming through the age groups and coming through racing at this track, just like McAndrew has done. And even though she hadn't won a BUCS title before like this, still knowing what it's like here indoors in the way that others maybe have shown a lack of experience of the specifics of this track and the banking, and we know the challenge it can pose. McAndrew, well, she tried her best, hugs her teammate, lovely to see, just like Malloy and Mill Ingram. A kind of look of resignation. She was winding up, just like Asher Root was, thinking, I can do this, I can get this gold, it's within reach. But just too strong was Kira Brady-Jones. Great to see another medal as well for Zoe Hunter, and it wouldn't be a 1500 podium if it wasn't shared between Birmingham and Loughborough. And just have to say again how fantastic it is to see Molly Canham fit and firing and getting close to her best at her first BUCS, outside the medals. But she's a real winner in terms of what she's overcome, being a great talent at under 17, under 20 level, representing GB, being very honest about her story and raising awareness. So many athletes with so many great stories. Men's long jump final then, going into the 4th round. I'm just going to bring you the result though of the women's shot put. No change in that final round really. Well, Hayley Diamond moved up to 5th place, but Dobson, Amadin and Paulett, the top 3 in the end. Will Lane receiving his gold medal in that men's pole vault A final. Alfie Ward, you can see there, over 6 meters and 70. Wojtek Berger, already been in that 200-meter final, very impressive. Having these events back to back, of course, 2 races today as well. 22.28 for 6th place. So driving hard. Wojtek Berger, nice flight there. He's in 5th place, 6.92.
The bronze medalist from Birmingham, Katie Johnson. The silver medalist from Stirling, Sevilla Vidak. The gold medalist, the BUCS women's 800-meter champion. From Manchester Metropolitan, a new championship record time, it's Lucy Armitage.
So Lucy Armitage then breaking the championship record and taking gold for Manchester Met. Jamie Webb did that previously in the same orange and blue colours. Sophia Vidak and also Katie Johnson on the podium. Women's 1500 then, Kira Brady-Jones leading that Lupra 1-2 by 0.2 of a second from Zoe Hunter. So continuing with this 4th round of the men's long jump, Will Reid of Leeds Beckett. This is sort of levitating his way along as though he likes that.
The medal ceremony is coming thick and fast. To the ceremony for the women's shot put.
Women's shot put. Abigail Paulett, yet another BUCS medal for her, of course, a championship record holder. And also won the UK Championships in Birmingham this very weekend. Olivia Dobson, though, on top, another heptathlete for Brunel. Annabelle Amadin in second place, ahead of the GB heptathlete Paulett. So that's the women's shot put there concluded. And I think the men's long jump is the only field action still to be concluded.
The medals in the women's shot put.
So flying high here. Let's have a look at how things stand in the long jump. Still Sammy Locke. He did double his advantage, 7:15 to 7:11. Had been 2 centimetres, now 4. Yes, Olivia Dobson, another athlete who's represented GB at European Championships in the past. I think it was the European under-20s, I'm going to say, in Borås in Sweden 2019. Should remember I was there. 6:91 the jump for Locke, being coached there by Lukas Javila. But Paulett, yes, breaking the Welsh record, breaking her own Welsh record in the sprint hurdles at the UK Championships. So, yeah, not too many have done it, but some athletes have been back and forth from Birmingham to compete at the UK Indoor Champs. So Lockberger and Reed, the top 3 here.
Could our men's 800 metre medalists for the presentation, please? Men's 800 metre medalists for presentation.
We'll take you through the lineup for this 1500 metres. Well, after the race gets underway, and not before these bits of the shot put gauge disappear from the track.
Have you seen the race?
Sammy Locke improving to 7:30, so suddenly just that little bit more comfortable. Of course, we had a change of lead with the final round. Amy Ware taking the gold, 6:25 for Brunel. Pipping Anna Waller. On to the men's 1500 metres. So the last of the middle distance battles. Can't believe we got through them so quickly. And we have some busy sprinters preparing for the relay finals. You can see Ava Freeman in the background, of course, had that nasty fall in her semi. The BUCS debutant. Looks like it might be Jess Astle there along with her, if I'm not mistaken, last year's indoor champion. Will Hawker watching on. Someone who'd be desperate to be part of the relay, but Cardiff Met don't have a team this year, unfortunately. At least twice a medalist, though, he has been. What about these athletes in this men's 1500 metre final then? Well, another one that you can't really call. Yeah, they were very closely matched in the 3000, weren't they? Mill Ingram and Malloy. And Malloy had been beaten recently here at the BMC, but result reversed. Lupra 1-2, just as it was a moment ago in the women's race. Brady Jones taking the gold from McAndrew. One Lupra athlete in this is Zachary Dunn, who starts here on the outside. And he has plenty of company. Archie Parkinson is Birmingham's big contender, you would have thought here. Will Strictly, though, also involved, and is just behind him, so maybe there's an inter-team battle at play. Archie Parkinson already looking round and wondering where everyone else is. Franklin Shepherd of St Mary's. Elliot Savage of Manchester Met. Watch out for him, a great kick which helped him win a bronze medal last year in a brilliant race. Ryan Martin of Stirling, though, suddenly finds a jetpack, and he's a medal hope for them. Very, very strong through the rounds. Richie Gardner of Cardiff, James Bowen of St Mary's, very impressive to produce his best ever, 4:04 personal best in the heat, don't often see that. And Jason Heyman of Sheffield and Adam Eade of Cardiff Met DNF in the final last year, but normally quite consistent. Best of 7th a couple of years ago. Would dearly like to be higher, I'm sure. He's just making his way up from the back. But Ryan Martin of Stirling, yeah, similar to Sarah Culver, was one of those who, around BUCS, he kind of looked strong and set a brilliant time, and then eventually worked his way to European representation as a Scottish university athlete, and they got him to the European Under-23 Championships in Bergen, where other BUCS winners were as well, like Joy Eze. But Martin, he's really stepped up a gear and in class this year, so flying the flag for the Scottish universities. Martin of Stirling in the green, then Parkinson of Birmingham, Strictly, who was 6th outdoors last year, has a personal best indoors of a 3:51, compares to Martin of 3:46, Parkinson 3:52, but as we know, not fully representative, both in terms of opportunities to run indoors and also in championship conditions. Pushing his way through there is Zachary Dunn. Logan Patete also involved. So 3 laps to go here. Elliot Savage wants to be within striking distance, knowing his great kick. But they're being strung out here by Ryan Martin. 4th place last year, same position outdoors. He wants to be higher. What a battle it was between Henry Jonas, Tyler Billiard, Sam Charig and him in Sports City. Different kettle of fish indoors though. Zachary Dunn with his mouth open, making all the expressions as he pushes. We've got this group of 5, and is Savage too far back to strike? Looks to be the case. So Scotland's eyes are on Ryan Martin. Birmingham looking at Archie Parkinson, a 2nd place behind Fisher. A few years ago, he had the fastest heat win, and he's the one making the move down the back straight. This is the goal that he feels that he's earned. But Martin, watch out, he's working those arms hard. Hair flapping about for Parkinson, and Martin, oh, the Scottish athlete gets it on the line. 3:46.96. Parkinson had given everything. And Martin, well, he would have known that 100% had been passed, giving every sinew. And he may have been happy with silver after that 4th place. But the way he has run this competition just showed he felt he'd improved that much and he could get gold. And that's what he did in the closing stages. Parkinson made the move, Martin fought back. 3:46.96. What an explosive piece of middle distance running, and so competitive in the closing stages. It was a group of 5, but then, yes, Zach Dunn among those just caught out by that burst of pace. Martin and Parkinson. It's not far away from the championship best performance. Unfortunately for Parkinson, just ran out of form. Did well to hold on to his balance. He would have rather that the race would have been 1,498 metres. Yes, not too far away from the championship performance. 3:46.12, 3:46.96 showing trackside here. Relay finals coming up in the next 10 minutes. Ben Parker celebrating 7:37 in the 5th round, so Well, I said Sami Locke was a little bit more comfortable, but suddenly all change. He's eclipsed by 7 centimetres. So another inter-team battle between the Loughborough athletes. And then Will Reid of Leeds Beckett in 3rd place. Sami Locke. Oh, another jump that looks strong. Green indicator is given. Looks like something out of Star Wars, though. There's a lightsaber hanging off the top. Maybe someone should have combined that and used Darth Vader as a mascot. Sami with the potential unlocked. 7:30 in the 4th round. Benjamin Parker out to 7:37. Men's 800 medal ceremony though. Jack Organ singing from his own hymn sheet there to take the gold medal. Let's have a look. Men's 1500 metres. Those two, Ryan Martin of Stirling, Archie Parkinson of Birmingham, fighting at the very sharp end of the closing stages. Will Strictly made it a double podium for Birmingham. And Zach Dunn just squeezed out along with Richie Gardner. Relays coming up in a few moments' time.
An update on the times of our final 2 finals.
Bit of research.
So Jack Gibbs joining me, who was a relay gold medalist last year, and the relays are coming up, so must be filling you with a bit of excitement, I guess?
Yeah, exactly that. Excitement, enjoy, love to see the thrill of it. Everyone's here already. I'm hearing a great crowd, so I'm looking forward to what's to come. And yeah, it's going to be fun. It's going to be great. I'm sure with the big contenders, we might see some upsets, but I look forward to see what there is.
Yeah, so that's all that remains on the track while we watch the conclusion of this men's long jump final. They're in the last round here. This is Alistair Mackay, who's in 6th place with 6.83. Yes, the women's final coming up first in terms of the relays. Unfortunately, no Sheffield Hallam teams, though, I noticed this year, so maybe a bit of disappointment from you on that part.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's so much going on with Hallam at the moment. We've just seen now, if you're tuning in at all at the UK champs, Corey, Neil and Richardson achieving a bronze medal in the 200 metres final. Nice. But yeah, we're just very sparse and spread out through, again, just competing elsewhere. But the team, we've had a chat and we're all looking for what's next for Hallam, and that is outdoors. So just preparing ourselves for the big bang outdoors, really.
Yeah, I know you have the home advantage here as well, and yeah, you've had some medal contenders, but it's been such a day of thick and fast action. It's been thrilling to watch, hasn't it?
Yes, me being here all day, it's been so much excitement, so much to go on, and again, as you just said, so thrilling what's out there at the moment.
So Wojtek Berger, final round of long jump. He's in 5th place. No improvement, by the way, from Mackay. Matches 5th round effort. 7:07 needed for the podium. Berger already has the 200 metres. 2 rounds of that in his legs. Looks strong there, though. Leapt out long. Gets the lightsaber. So using that good sprint speed to great effect. Climbing up nice and high, beautiful vertical acceleration there. Waiting for this measurement to come up. And then we'll just have 4 final jumps. 7:07. But 3 athletes now on 7:07, and he's third of them on countback. That's outrageous. So third, fourth and fifth, all on the same distance here, and yeah, a bit of luck involved there for the likes of Akambi Mortimer. So Will Reed is in by the fact that he's backed up the 7:07 with 7:06. Resisting the urge to clap here in the commentary box. Adi Akambi Mortimer of Cardiff Met. This is his last chance to be among the medalists. So he's going to keep on accelerating all the way. I don't think that was quite as strong as Berger. Certainly Berger was able to climb up nice and high. Maybe looking like he's in a bit of pain there. It's the final round, so if there's a time to pull up having given everything, well, could be close. Of course, he would only need second best jump, so 7:06, and then it would go down to third best jumps. It's 7:02. Goodness me. So he only needed 4 more centimetres. And then it would have gone down to third best jumps, and his is 6:98. So we now know who our medalists are. 2 for Lupper, 1 for Leeds Beckett. So great atmosphere here. Will Reed looking to take full advantage. 7:30 the target for silver, 7:37 for gold. Now Reed looks solid on the board, little bit of space to spare there. Green indicator. A look of resignation though. Yeah, not too many medals today for Leeds Beckett, so yes, he would have been one of their big hopes, particularly as we get ready to close these championships. This is the final piece of field action. So he gets the bronze medal. I think this is the third time today when we've seen a great battle between 2 Loughborough athletes, at least the third time today. Men's 3000, women's 1500. Battles between 2 Loughborough athletes at the sharp end at other stages of the competition as well, including women's long jump. So here we go, last 2 jumps of the competition. Parker goes first because he had been in second at the end of the third round. A foul, so he's going to have to try and hold on here, and it's Sammy Locke with the opportunity to respond. He crashes down onto the high jump mat. Definitely empathise. Well, what mentality you've got to have to try and snatch the gold medal back with the final jump.
So we know the distance needed for gold, 7 metres 37, 7 centimetres removing for Sammy Locke. You'll ask for your support. It's a lot more to and there to go. Sammy Locke to close out the men's long jump final.
Sammy Locke, final jump of the competition, needs 7:37, and he thinks he might have done something special here, just waiting for this light on the top of the desk.
Well, you hear that reaction as the replay of this footage show. Light hasn't turned on yet, and it goes green.
And so it does go green. Oh, that was a long wait. 7:37 is needed, and he can match it because his second best jump is further with 7:30, which had been the lead until the end of the 5th round. So what is this? 7:45. Oh, Sammy Locke. What a way to finish this long jump competition and beat his Loughborough teammate, who is somewhat devastated on the ground. And that is why it's great when we have these moments where there's just the field action. You never know when the best piece of drama might come, but you hope it will be at the very end. And huge credit to the athletes involved. Jack Gibbs alongside me, last year's BUCS gold medalist in the relay. I mean, that was a thrilling battle. To do it at the end, that's great mentality shown.
Yeah, it was a great way to go out. Again, the resilience it took from the team and the emotion that came out throughout the last end. And I can really empathise with this guy now, what he's just achieved in the long jump final. Again, having the emotion to hold that through and carry it through for that long. Wow. Like, what an achievement.
Yeah, and the whole stadium's eyes were pretty much on him, so he must have obviously relished that bit of pressure.
See, he's taking it all in now.
Let's have a look at that result. Sammy Locke, 7:45 for Loughborough from Benjamin Parker. His teammate Will Reid does get that medal, but just look, that's incredible. 7:07, all three behind the top two. Just waiting for the athletes to come out then for the first of our relay finals. This is the medal ceremony for the women's 1500. Zoe Hunter, well, it was a really fierce battle behind for that bronze medal, and yeah, looking pretty pleased with that. Medals presented by Angelica Operinde, former Stirling University Athletics Club leader. Abby McAndrew the silver, Kira Brady-Johns the gold. And Loughborough have been so dominant, particularly today, which has obviously been where most of the gold medals have been won. Looks like it was very close to being a foul for Sammy Locke, and yeah, I think that's why there was the long hold. So I can see a queue of athletes waiting to come out. Jack, you were in this position last year for Sheffield Hallam. What's it like at this moment?
Nerves, just dealing with nerves. Again, you see the crowd, you see what you want to achieve. It's just honing in your skills and waiting until that gun goes off, and when that gun goes off you put everything into it, as I'm sure all of these athletes that are about to head out are about to absolutely grasp for everything they can get hold of today.
So we're going to see Nottingham, Sheffield, Aberdeen, Birmingham, Loughborough and Swansea all involved in this final. Looks like Millie King, the individual 200-metre champion, can see there. Bria Cook, who was on with us earlier, who competed at both the UK Indoor Championships and BUCS, making the final of 60 hurdles, going down to Birmingham to do that. And then running the relay last night and then doing the final as well. So heroic stuff after the journey from Aberdeen. Her teammate Eve Gary, I think it is, they're behind. Ava Freeman also involved. She had a fall in her semi-final, so could make amends in some ways by winning gold here. Don't know if you caught the couple of falls a little earlier, but it was some really dramatic stuff. A sorry sight to see.
Yeah, from both men's and women's as well. In particular, I don't want to mention any names, as don't want to call anyone out for what they've done, but again, that feeling of when you've fallen over, again, this is the chance to prove yourself. This is the chance for you to go out there and give it your all, as you've said.
Both relay finals coming up after this.
Proud to be supporting the Milk Every Moment campaign, highlighting the nutritional value of milk and how it can support students in their sporting performance.
To showcase how milk's nutritional values can support student athletes in prep for their event or with recovery.
We're here today to promote some nutritional benefits of milk. You want to have 5 shots to try and hook a vitamin or a mineral.
I hit phosphorus.
And phosphorus is used for the maintenance of bones and teeth.
Winners of the BUCS Super Rugby Milk Championship.
You're watching live coverage of the BUCS Indoor Athletics Championships. Final pieces of action here for the 2026 indoors in Sheffield, and this should be thrilling stuff. Now, the teams we've mentioned: Nottingham, Sheffield, Aberdeen, Birmingham, Loughborough and Swansea. Birmingham, Loughborough typically very, very strong in these situations, but anything can happen in a relay. The Sheffield team, often very well drilled, of course, have won medals in the women's relay here in the past indoors. They won the 4x4 outdoors on the men's side after that roly-poly indoors, making it some season. Various reasons, various different types of headlines. That was an extraordinary viral clip. I'm sure you will have seen it because about 200,000 people have.
Yeah, absolutely extraordinary to go on as well. Brilliant. As you said, went viral, went everywhere. Everyone's seen it and everyone knows what it feels like, especially as we just talked about earlier, about falling over, getting back up and able to just completely finish the race. It's great sight to see.
Well, Loughborough's team, I think, is going to be strong to beat here. You've got Stojanovic, who was good in that 60 hurdles final. You've got Millie King, individual gold medalist. Interesting that they put her on the second leg. I guess they would hope to build a significant enough advantage that they'll be out of sight. That would be the target for them. And then Ava Freeman, who's a terrific relay runner, ran at the National Relays and National Athletics League for Birchfield Harriers. And particularly in the 4x4s has looked brilliant, and it was a real shame for her that she had that fall in the 200 metres. And then Jess Astle, who of course has run for Great Britain at European Under-18s, part of the squad that won gold on that occasion and has had further representation and has been a sort of talismanic figure last year for BUCS, even if she hasn't competed individually here. So they look to be the team to beat, but as I say, anything can happen. So Nottingham right on the inside, expecting to have Cossegard Oldfield, Marty, Amuna and Gillespie. And then Sheffield starting off with 400 finalist Holly Pater. Aberdeen with Innocent Ibanez-Egbor, Bria Cook, Eve Gary and Grace Brennan. We've all seen across the weekend Grace Brennan, who I think was in the pole vault. And Bria Cook, seen her in the long jump in the past, but busy enough weekend with the hurdles back and forth with the UK champs. And then Birmingham, Loughborough and Swansea, the three teams on the outside. Led off by Abigail Charles Ojo, the Welsh team. So, eventually now underway. Listen to that roar. And Abigail Charles Ojo, who has had a great competition, an improving athlete this year, running blind on the outside. But look at this. That looks like Evie Humphrey for Birmingham. Also has been very strong through the 200 metres. And she's going to hand over here to Annabelle Howes, who just missed out on her final. So Millie King, the individual champion, this is where Loughborough will hope to make a move. So, look at this, Birmingham against Loughborough. King trying to give everything. We saw that time, mid-23 seconds as she hands over in front to Ava Freeman, ahead of Amelie McGurk. And now Freeman, that great baton speed that she has, now pushes on. Well, this is her big, big opportunity after that. What had been a really shocking fall in that final. It would have really stunned her at the time. Aberdeen in third place though, looking good with Eve Gary just ahead of Nottingham. And look at the determined face of Jess Astle though, picking it up for Loughborough. Big gap to Lara Vieira Milton, another of those with races in her legs. The speed of Kat Reynolds will hope to bring Sheffield into medal contention. But still, behind is Aberdeen and Nottingham fighting. In front though, for gold, Loughborough from Birmingham. And look at this battle here. Aberdeen do hold on. Grace Brennan, after being the pole vault, gets that medal for Aberdeen and making it all worthwhile, including the exploits of Bria Cook from Aberdeen to Sheffield, to Birmingham, back to Sheffield to be part of the relay. And Jess Astle from Birmingham to Sheffield to join Millie King, an individual gold medal winner. And although you knew it was a relay and anything could happen, was it ever in doubt? Loughborough so strong again, Jack.
100%, kicking their legs out, just so comfortable when they come round the straight, and just holding that form to the finish line just makes it look so easy.
Yeah, delight for the Loughborough team. Birmingham, yes, ought to be pretty pleased win silver when you've got such a strong Loughborough quartet with you. Particularly in the women's relay, where Loughborough have been strong over the last few years, but we've also seen Strathclyde and Cardiff Met win golds in the last few seasons, and neither of them were in the final. But look at the celebrations there for the Aberdeen team to get on the podium as well, to get a Scottish team on there. Bray Cook, who was on commentary a little earlier, being congratulated, and Innocent Ibn Ezebor, Eve Gary, Grace Brennan, the others. So they'll be on the podium. And Humphrey, Howes, McGurk, Vieira Milton for Birmingham. In front of them all, Stojanovic, King, Freeman and Astle, we believe, for Loughborough, getting the gold there. So the men's relay then coming up very shortly. Let's have a look at this women's result. Loughborough, Birmingham, Aberdeen, Nottingham, Sheffield and Swansea. Now, of course, I should of course stress that occasionally we do see first three across the line and then subsequent changes. Hopefully that won't be the case here, but always good to remind that that can happen, Jack. We've seen it happen. We've seen people arguing with each other, with the officials. You never know.
Yeah, we've seen battles, we've seen wars left, right and centre with the officials. But at the end of the day, it's the passion that people have for the sport, and it's the passion that people believe in to go and get what they want. Yeah.
So there was disqualification, but it didn't affect the top three, at least as things stand. Sheffield, 6th place.
Yeah, it was unfortunate for the Sheffield on the second changeover. I think they just got caught with each other and just dropped down, unfortunately, but finished the race strong, and that's all you can ask for at that point in the race.
Yeah, so there we have it. Strictly, Parkinson and Martin with the medals there in the men's 1500 metres. The men's relay, the last piece of action. Athletes just coming out. We'll have that relay after this.
Welcome to the Subway and BUCS store.
Subway is partnering with BUCS to help the next generation of students live active lifestyles.
Watch this space.
Last race of the competition, the men's 4x200 metres relay. Some of the athletes are out. Jack Gibbs, who is part of the quartet that won last year. And one of the most extraordinary things about that, obviously it was great on home soil, as Sheffield Hallam had won in the past actually, they had been the championship record holders. And your teammate Joshan Venkatasamy had done something like 9 races, 4 rounds of the 60. It was something we mentioned twice earlier this weekend. He had a run-off because there was a dead heat in terms of time for the 60. I don't know how he got through that, 9 races across the weekend.
He is completely built different, as you saw through the whole season. I think he ran at least 60 times through indoors and outdoors. It's completely madness. Had a bit of a break from my understanding. Opened up recently here in Sheffield, but that's his only indoor competition, whereas last year I think this might have been at least double figures we're talking about here by this point. But yeah, to go on, and as well he had the 60 metre, the race off.
Yeah, 25 minutes before the final, something like that, which was absolutely crazy. And I've been asking athletes whether they would choose to do that or whether they would have their names drawn out of a hat, which is, well, you can't influence that really. So you can influence the 60 final, well, that sort of 60 extra race, but it would disadvantage the final. Yeah, so it was you, Joshan, Joel, Burgess and Ben. Ben was it? Yeah.
Ben Fogden, yeah. Again, we saw Joel yesterday.
We did.
Unfortunately, he wasn't able to run in the semis due to disqualification. But I'm sure he would have loved to have a great crack at that final. It's been looking strong all the indoor season. Just wasn't able to go and execute that today.
Okay, so just having a look along these teams, very interesting. We've got 2 gold medalists, it looks like, and at least the initial teams have been given, on the first leg. So Bradley Francis, gold in the 400 metres. I can see him warming up there with the baton. Goes on the first leg to try and keep Aberdeen, I guess, in touch with some of the other big hitters. Adam Pearson, though, the individual champion on the first leg for Loughborough, which is quite interesting because obviously they have the depth. So yes, you want to pull away, but that possibly be a little bit top heavy. We'll see. Brunel have strength right across because they've got Thomas O'Sullivan, 200 metre finalist. Then they've got Joel Herslin, 200 metre silver medalist, who will certainly want a gold this time, and Matt Ajay on the final leg, 60 metre silver medalist. And in between them, Jamie Haydock-Wilson, who's had big improvements over the last 12 months or so. Of course, younger brother of Alex, who's represented Team GB so astutely in the relays over the last few years, and one to give great advice as well. So if he's got that Haydock-Wilson calibre, that sort of big confidence, then I'm sure that he'll do well also. So you'd have to say Brunel looking strong. Brunel like to think of themselves as the sprint kings, especially on the men's side. But of course, Hallam winning last year. That's why we brought Jack Gibbs, who won the title, with me in the commentary box. Loughborough 2 years ago, Harry Taylor, part of that team, loved bringing the fight to Brunel, who beat Loughborough in 2023. Loughborough winning in 2022. So this year, Nottingham Trent, Aberdeen, St Mary's, Bath, Loughborough and Brunel, the final race of these championships, the men's 4x200 metres relay. Silence to those cheers, and watch out for Bradley Francis trying to go out hard here on the first leg to get Aberdeen into contention. Pearson though, so strong, and he came through for victory in that 200 metres on the outside. What has he got left in his legs? Obviously 3 races today. So now Houslin has the baton and Ben Wallace for Loughborough. It's going to be very close between these two. St Mary's are trying to be in this fight with Liam Roberts. They have Jacobs on the last leg, who was another faller in his semi-final, similar to Freeman, who got gold a moment ago. Roberts running wide, making sure he can hand over well. Chevu, he has immense to make as well. Someone who's won a Commonwealth Youth medal for England. But look at this, Haydock-Wilson. Oh, Alex will be screaming, the whole family will be. He's looking good, building the gap to Chevu and to St Mary's and to Aberdeen, with Bath behind, and then Nottingham Trent. So tunnel vision, eyes ahead for Matajai, the silver medalist in the 60 metres on Friday, and he's leading from Bailey Swift on this final leg. St Mary's in third, but pushing all the way to the line. Brunel are the sprint kings again. 1:26.09. The celebrations begin immediately. Brunel against Loughborough. Such a fight that we always see time and again, and whether it's Tyler Panton or Jason Kalala or others that have gone on and graduated that have won medals, the baton has been taken up. And the words are being had. And Loughborough are beaten here. We haven't said that many times today at all, because it's been African violet dominance by and large. What a race, Jack.
Yeah, you can tell what it means being on that last leg, myself knowing what it means coming back. Wow. Wow. And as well to back up with the time. You can hear how loud the crowd have been. Wow, what it means.
Yes, you of course beat Brunel on that final leg last year, and you've had to hand over your title, I'm afraid.
Yeah, bittersweet really, bittersweet, but again, we go for the outdoor season, we bring the game. Again, as we just mentioned earlier, we've got the backing of myself, Joel, Corey, Neil and Richard, who's gone to achieve a bronze at the UK Indoor Champs this weekend in Birmingham. So we'll be prepared, we'll be ready for what's to come. But great battling, great. Obviously, not as at the final end of it compared to last year, the emotion that I went through. But still, I love to see everyone else racing, and as well, St Mary's, Twickenham, completely out of the blue,
yeah.
Completely this year. Rocked up this weekend, and I'd be so impressed and proud if I was them this weekend.
Let's have a look then at the result. This is the result as they cross the line. Brunel, Loughborough and St Mary's, and yes, Brunel on top once again. It's Been Brunel Lupper the first 3 times then across 4 seasons at BUCS indoors. Sheffield Hallam victors last year, as we've been discussing. But St Mary's, yes, typically stronger in the middle distance, getting the bronze there ahead of Bath. That was nearly a second margin of victory. So, yeah, full credit to them, clearly building their sprint programme.
100%. They able to scrap it out towards the end. I saw great battling. Again, they're building up their depth, as you've seen, new upcoming, especially from my hometown, Luton. Unfortunately, I didn't see him in the final lineup, Ollie Slinko. Most of you might know him through Instagram. Very few viral clips, but again, new, upcoming. We love to see it. Consistent, upcoming talent.
So Reed, Parker and Locke, the medalists in the men's long jump. And Sammy Locke, 7:45 in the final round after Parker thought he'd done enough to win it. There was 1 jump remaining and that 1 jump counted. And we saw sight just a moment ago of Amy Ware in the foreground watching on her Brunel teammates win that relay. And she, of course, won right at the end, 6:25 to beat 2 Loughborough athletes, Hannah Waller and Ruby Burgess. Jack, some thoughts then, just to sum up what a weekend it's been watching on for you. And today just goes so quickly, final after final. What a day.
Being here all weekend, it's been so fast, way too fast for my liking, way too much going on, action-packed, loads of moments this weekend, nothing new, nothing old, again, moments, I guess, not as monumental for Hallam than last year, but we move on and we celebrate what there is to come, and congratulations to all the athletes that have achieved what they've gone on to achieve. And yeah, it's been a great weekend, great weekend to come and watch.
Yes, a shout out to BUCS partners, to Subway and to Milk every moment. And obviously, memorial of Malcolm Rogers. There was a special moment yesterday with all the officials, one of the world's most respected officials and the competition director of London 2012 Olympics and Paralympic Games. Great words said in memory of him, and great to see that dedication across these championships because of the role that he's played here in the past. And thank you to all the officials, all the coaches, all the team members and athletes who've done such a fantastic job. We've seen great elements of doubling up, but really battles right to the end, including for medals, minor places, and most of all for gold. So there'll be plenty to catch on, I think, on social media, people posting for months afterwards. And yeah, what an event it's been. I hope you can join us for outdoors. BUCS Bigs Wednesday to come next month as well. Hope you can join us. Thanks very much for watching from myself, Jack Gibbs, all the other guests we've had across the weekend, like Ariana McGee, Alex Houchin, a former winner, David Chapman as well. Thanks very much for watching, and goodbye.
Proud to be supporting the Milk Every Moment campaign, highlighting the nutritional value of milk and how it can support students in their sporting performance.
To showcase how milk's nutritional values can support student athletes in prep for their event or with recovery.
We're here today to promote some nutritional benefits of milk. You want to have 5 shots to try and hook a vitamin or a mineral.
I hit phosphorus.
And phosphorus is used for the maintenance of bones and teeth.
Winners of the BUCS Super Rugby Milk Championship.
Welcome to the Subway and BUCS store.
Subway is partnering with BUCS to help the next generation of students live active lifestyles.
Watch this space.